I have spent the last year of my life, basically all of my free time, playing this 20-year-old classic MMORPG. But if I'm being honest, guys, that was not my original plan. You see, I never played World of Warcraft growing up. My parents weren't really into the whole monthly subscription thing. But as someone who loves MMOs, RuneScape, Guild Wars 1, it's always been something that I've wanted to experience for myself. So I was planning on trying out the game for a bit, give it a whirl, make a review, and then move on. But something happened. I fell in love with this game. The world, the soundtrack, the leveling progression, the dungeons, the community, all of it. So naturally, I kept playing and playing and playing until I had spent a year of my life, not just playing, but also recording and sharing my entire journey from level 1 to level 60. Oh, and I did it without using any guides or questie because I wanted to experience the game like everyone else did back in 2004. This video that you're about to watch has taken me over 500 hours to make. And that is not an exaggeration. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into it. Late nights, early mornings, but at the end of the day, it's been totally worth it because now I get to share this journey with all of you. So without further ado, I really hope you guys enjoy it. My first time playing Classic WoW. One mage. One goal. One destiny. To reach level 60 and become a master of World of Warcraft. Alright, character creation. Everyone's favorite part of MMOs. What have we got here? Alliance or Horde? I don't really know. Does it matter? I guess I'll go with Alliance. And after reading through some of these race and class descriptions, I think I'll choose a human mage. Don't ask me why I chose that, because I have no idea, but we're going with it. Ooh, let's hope my name is available. Let's go. Alright guys, here we go. Okay, that was pretty epic. Starting off strong. Wait, who the heck is Amira? What's this? Okay, so if I ever encounter something new, a help button will appear in the bottom center of my screen. Very nice. Okay, pretty standard movement. Space to jump, which means the movement is already better than Guild Wars 1. Ooh, our first new player tip. All right, so the quest NPCs have these little exclamation points hovering over their heads. Got it. I'm getting some very warm, cozy starting zone vibes. I like it. Right click to interact with NPCs. Okay, looks like the quest dialogue is all text. Not really much of a reader, but guess we'll see how this goes. Anyways, let's see what Mr. Deputy Will here has to say. I hope you strapped your belt on tight, young mage, because there is work to do here in Northshire. All right, he's looking for people to join the Alliance and defend their home. Speak with Marshal McBride. Okay, let's go find this guy. Z-Mac, gird yourself for a long campaign. I mean, how long could it really take? Am I right, guys? So after completing my first quest and being rewarded with 40 XP, I'm tasked with killing 10 kobold vermins, whatever the heck that is. Now, one thing you'll note about Classic WoW is that there are no arrows or navigational markers for quests. You actually have to go into the quest log, read through the text, and figure out what to do and where to go. For this quest, I'm told the clan of kobolds have infested the woods to the north. So I take a look at my compass and start heading in that direction. Ah, that's what a kobold is. And behold, my first glimpse of combat. Now, Classic WoW is a tab target combat system. Damage dealt pops up as white numbers and damage received is shown in your little character window thing. Okay, so my abilities are down here in something called the action bar at the bottom of the screen. All right, what do we got here? Attack, Fireball, and Frost Armor. Loot stuff by right-clicking on a creature's corpse. Right-click to collect your items. That goes in my backpack, which I can open by pressing B. Good stuff. Ooh, looks like I got some frayed bracers. Let's go ahead and equip those. And I quickly learned that my spell abilities are much more powerful than regular auto attacks. Yeah, my auto attacks are pretty much worthless. So after killing 10 kobold vermins, I receive another new player tip called quest completion. I just have to return to the NPC who gave me the quest to collect my reward. So I return to Marshall McBride, and he tells me before I do anything else, I should go find Kel, the mage trainer, which according to this letter, he can be found upstairs in the library wing of the Abbey. Okay, where is this guy? Aha, there he is. All right, so apparently this is the guy that I'll be going to for all my new spells and abilities and stuff like that. Okay, I'm interested in mage training. Nice, I can train my first new ability, Arcane Intellect. Oh, so you have to pay for it. It's kind of interesting. Now, the spell didn't pop up automatically, so looks like I have to open up my spell book, then manually drag the ability down into the action bar. There we go. Okay, let's head back downstairs to talk with Marshall McBride again. He says the kobold infestation is worse than we originally thought. So it's back to killing some more mobs. As I spam my fireball ability, I receive a pop-up that says not enough mana, which I soon realize is going to be happening a lot. Yeah, you can't just spam abilities willy-nilly with no consequences in Classic WoW. Each ability that you use carries a certain amount of weight to it, which I actually appreciate. A lot of the newer MMOs just require people to spam buttons with zero consequences, but in Classic WoW, you start with a very limited amount of resources, so you have to use them wisely. And speaking of mana depletion, I'm taught that drinking helps me to regain mana more quickly, but the catch is that you have to remain seated while drinking, which means you can't be in combat or move or do pretty much anything, or the process will be interrupted. After killing all the kobolds, I reached level 3 and return to Marshall McBride to complete the quest. He then tells me to return to the mines. Once again, kill some more kobolds. The Marshal really doesn't like these guys. So back to the mines we go. Once we get there, I start taking down the kobold laborers, learn about freeing up bag space by selling stuff to local vendors, run out of mana once again, almost die because of it, finish killing all 12 of the mobs, and return to Marshall McBride to complete the quest. I actually get to choose the piece of gear that I want for my reward, which is pretty cool. Although I can only use one out of the 3 options, so obviously I go with the outfitter gloves. And I reach level 4. Let's go. The Marshal then tells me we are now tasked with the protection of the surrounding Elwynn forest. And in order to fulfill this duty, I have to deliver some papers to Marshal Dugan in Goldshire, which he says is located along the southern road past the border gates. Oh, looks like my inventory is full. I'll just sell some of this junk here to Brother Daniil. Ah, yes, much better. So Marshall hands me the letter and then tells me, "You are dismissed, Z-Mac." But before I head off to Goldshire, I notice that Deputy Will has something for me. Looks like a couple of side quests. Egan Peltsgunner needs someone to hunt some wolves for him, and there's a new group of thieves that call themselves the Defias Brotherhood that he wants me to take care of. Okay, first let's meet up with the Egan Peltsgunner. He tells me he's got a craving for some wolf steaks, so I head out to start killing some of the local wolf population. After running out of mana once again, I decide that it's probably a good idea to buy some more of this refreshing spring water stuff. There's one thing I've learned already, it's that we've got to stay hydrated. Yeah, I think we're going to be drinking a lot of water. After obtaining the 8 tough wolf meat, we return to Egan Peltsgunner and receive a soft fur-lined shoes upgrade. Very nice. Alrighty, now let's go find this Brotherhood of Thieves. I just gotta figure out which way is east. Never eat soggy waffles that way. And I died already. Had to go use the bathroom real quick. Guess I learned my lesson with that one. Okay, this icon says move to the location of your corpse or speak with a spirit healer to be revived. All right, I guess I'll speak with the spirit healer, and she tells me it's not yet my time. Thank goodness. She'll aid my journey back to the realm of the living for a price. Yeah, I just got here, so I don't really have much to offer at the moment. If you find your corpse, you can resurrect for no penalty. If I resurrect you, all of your items will take 25% durability damage, equipped and inventory. Interesting. let's just go find my corpse. As soon as I'm in the vicinity of my corpse, I'm given the option to resurrect. I hit accept and voila, I'm alive once again. Fantastic. Now, back to the quest at hand. I have to kill some of these Defias thugs and collect some red bandanas for Deputy Will. And this is where I learned that not all mobs drop the required items for your quests. There's a bit of RNG involved. So, when a quest tells you to collect 12 red bandanas, that does not mean you only have to kill 12 mobs. It more likely means you'll have to kill somewhere from 20 to 30 mobs in order to get all the items that you require. Another thing I learned pretty quickly in Classic WoW is that fighting enemy mobs is actually quite dangerous, due to the fact that at any given moment, there's a chance that an enemy NPC will be dropped right on top of your head. So, if you're out of mana or low on health, yeah, it's not gonna turn out too well for you. After collecting all 12 of the red burlap bandanas, we head back to talk to Deputy Willem and complete the quest to receive our first weapon upgrade, the Militia Quarterstaff. Oh, it actually tells you how much of a DPS increase you'll receive with new weapon upgrades. That's nifty. So, I complete the quest, kill a couple more wolves just for the heck of it, reach level 5, and I'm taught how to group up with other players. Finally, I get one last good look at Northshire Abbey and decide that it's time to head south and report to Goldshire. Hey guys, remember me? I'm back. Don't worry, this isn't a sponsor break. I wanted to pause for a second and be fully transparent with you guys. So like I've said, I started this journey over a year ago, and it's the first major YouTube project that I've ever created, which basically means I really sucked at it. Yeah. My first attempts at storytelling, they were pretty rough. Why am I telling you this? Basically, I went ahead and revised the first 10 minutes or so of the video. Not primarily because I'm embarrassed about it, although it's definitely hard for me to watch, but mainly because I don't want people to see the first 10 minutes and think to themselves, wait a second, I'm gonna be watching 7 hours of this crap and then click off the video. I wanted to give you guys just a small taste of how my storytelling has improved over the past year and what you have to look forward to if you're willing to stick it out with me on this epic journey. Now, the other reason that I'm telling you this is to prepare you for the shock that might come from such a drastic shift in quality. Obviously, I'm not going to revise the entire video. That would be stupid. My growth as a storyteller is a major part of this journey, and I want people to be able to experience that aspect as well. Just wanted to clarify and let you know, give you a heads up of why there's going to be such a drastic shift in some of the quality of the storytelling and stuff. All right, enough of my rambling. Let's get back to the video. After questing through Northshire, learning a bunch of new player tips, and reaching level 5, I decide that it's time to take these documents to Marshal Dugan and report to Goldshire. Along the way, I take a second to speak with Falcon Eisenstrider. I tell him, that's quite the name you've got there, and he responds, thanks, I was named after my father's favorite sports team. He then tells me to make sure I stop by and speak with his best friend Farley at the Lion's Pride Inn for some much needed R&R. As I enter Elwynn Forest, I can't help but look around and appreciate the warm, cozy starter zone vibes. The warm sun touching the tops of the trees, a soothing soundtrack playing in the background, it makes me feel at home, which I really appreciate. And oh look, we've reached Goldshire. It's a quaint village with some rustic charm. Wow, there are a lot of people running around. I find Marshal Dugan and him Marshal McBride's documents, and oh nice, I guess I've been awarded acting deputy status with the Stormwind Marshals. After completing the quest, Marshal Dugan tells me, you're kidding me, there's more kobold problems? I guess I have to explore a nearby mine to kill some more kobolds. But first, I make a stop at Lion's Pride Inn, where I receive a tip about resting. Apparently, there is a resting bonus in Classic WoW that gives players a temporary bonus to experience from killing monsters. Oh, and it recommends I grab a Hearthstone from the innkeeper. I speak with innkeeper Farley, complete the rest and relaxation quest, ask him what can I do at an inn, and then click make this inn your home. And I'm taught how to use my Hearthstone, a magical item that allows players to teleport back to their designated home location, which can be changed by speaking to the various innkeepers. Unfortunately, it's a 1-hour cooldown, which is kind of obnoxious, but hey, at least it's better than nothing. Alright, time to find the Fargo Deep Mine. Quest log says the mine is due south of Goldshire. I run into Remy 2 times, who I guess gets his name from spontaneously repeating himself when speaking. And would you look at that, he also needs me to visit the Fargo Deep Mines. I tell him that I'm already headed that way and that he can count on me. After accepting the quest, I venture south to find the Fargo Deep Mine. After reaching the mine, I overestimate my character's strength and I die. Turns out you shouldn't be fighting mobs that are 2 levels higher than you because it doesn't turn out too well. Alright, I make my way back to the mine for round 2. I start trying to kill some of the kobolds, survive one of the fights with 3 health, collect some gold dust, make sure I stay nice and hydrated, and I finally get 10 out of 10 gold dust. I don't know if it was me just getting unlucky or the quest was designed that way, but I had to kill around 50 kobolds just to get those 10 gold dust items. I return to Remy 2 times, hand him the gold dust, and in good old Remy 2 times fashion, he hands me the cash and says, "You might find it useful." I complete the quest, reach level 6, and return to Marshal Dugan with the scouting report, and he says this is bad news. I'm not sure how little rat creatures compared to dragons, but he wants to increase the patrols near the mine, and he tells me he might have another task for me. Alright, I've been exploring mines, killing kobolds. Give me something juicy like a troll or... oh, it wants me to explore another mine to confirm any kobold presence. Yay! I head east along the road, run away from this level 8 wolf, kill an unsuspecting cow, find the Tower of Azora, head north and discover the Jasper Lode mine, kill some more kobolds, ask this guy where he got his gun from, successfully scout through the Jasper Lode mine, and I'm starting to get a real sense of deja vu. As I explore deeper into the mine, I come across some spiders that have actually been hunting down some of the kobold workers. I tell them I'm kind of tired of killing all these kobolds and ask them if they want to team up, but they don't seem interested. When returning to Marshal Dugan, I'm able to loot something called the Scroll of Spirit, which increases a target's spirit by 3 for 30 minutes. And I have my first encounter with something called a Murloc. I quickly learn that everything in Classic WoW wants to kill you. Anytime I run by an enemy mob, I feel like my life is in danger. I learn about damaged items and gear durability. I guess I need to find a merchant in town to repair the item before it breaks. I return to Marshal Dugan to complete the quest, and here we go. We've got some gnoll and thief activity going on. Now we're talking. He tasks me with the defense of the Westport garrison and tells me to go speak with Deputy Raynor. I find Deputy Raynor at the Westport garrison and complete the quest. He tells me that a group of gnolls have infested the borders of Elwynn Forest and that I need to take them out. As proof of my deed, I have to bring 8 painted gnoll armbands back to Deputy Raynor once the quest objectives are complete. There's just one tiny problem. These gnolls are level 10 and I'm only level 6. As much as I'd love to be the next meal for one of those gnolls, I decide to head back towards the mines to see if there's some other side quest options closer to my current level. And oh nice, I stumbled upon a small humble farm where I find a couple of quest NPCs. I speak to Ma Stonefield and I gotta admit, I love this little side quest story. Basically the Brackwells have a prize-winning pig named Princess, but Ma Stonefield says the only reason she's gotten so big is by sneaking over and eating her veggies. Therefore, Princess must die. I never thought I'd be asked to assassinate a pig in an MMORPG, but here we are. And of course, I can't tell Ma no, so I agree to kill Princess, grab her collar, and bring it back to Ma as proof of her death. Oh, and I also agree to help Auntie Bernice find her lost necklace. I head over to the McClure Vineyards, speak with Billy McClure, who denies taking the necklace, but he says he knows who took the necklace and he'll tell me for a price. He's really craving one of Auntie Bernice's pork belly pies, so I agreed to bring her some ingredients so she can make one for him. I kill some boars, collect the chunks of boar meat, reach level 7, learn how to add people to my friends list, and ooh, what's this? Professions? Each character can learn up to 2 professions which will allow you to find or create items of value. I'm kind of a sucker for trade skills and crafting, so I definitely want to look more into that. I return to Auntie Bernice. She agrees to make the pie for me, so I hand her the chunks of boar meat. After she makes the pie, she says... After she makes the pie, she says, "Here you go. And when you give this pie to that Billy, you tell him I hope he chokes on it." Oh my gosh. That's actually hilarious. I think these little side quests are my favorite part of the game so far. I return to Billy McClure, hand him the pork belly pie, and he says, "I think my memory is coming back to me." And oh, would you look at that? It actually was Billy the whole time, but he suckered Auntie Bernice into making him a pie. Smart kid. So after dropping the necklace near the Fargo Deep mine, he says a big gold-toothed kobold picked it up. So guess where we're headed? Back to the mine. I return to the mine, and I guess I'm looking for a kobold named Goldtooth. And gosh dang it, I died again. I got gangbanged by a bunch of kobolds. I'm such a noob. Alright, round 2. enemy mob just keeps spawning on top of me, so it's hard to make progress. I find Goldtooth, someone else is already killing him. So I jump on top of this machine to wait for him to respawn. Start hurling fireballs at him. He tries to run away, but I take him out. And would you look at that, I find Bernice's necklace. After successfully acquiring the necklace, I find my way out of the cave and return to Auntie Bernice, and she rewards me with some gloves that I can't use, but also 875 XP, so I guess it wasn't a complete waste. So after helping out at Stonefield Farm, I make my way over to the Brackwell Pumpkin Patch, which I'm told is to the east and past the McClure Farm. It's time to kill Princess. I run east for quite a long distance, start to wonder if I'm lost, but eventually I run into the Brackwell Pumpkin Patch. Of course, this young forest bear starts attacking me, and I have to run away, barely surviving with 8 health. Seriously, everything in Classic WoW wants to kill you. I find Princess, but dang, she's level 9 and protected by 2 little pig bodyguards. Just when I'm about to lose hope, I get invited to a group. Havix asks me if I want to complete the quest Princess, my first ever group quest in Classic WoW, and we did it. Wow, Classic WoW is a lot more fun with friends. I tell them thank you, we get the brass collar, and just like that, my friends are gone. It was fun while it lasted though. Instead of running all the way back, I decide to use my Hearthstone for the first time to return to Goldshire. I'm running a little low on food, so I decide to buy some more, pick up another side quest, return to Remy 2 times, who tells me there's a Murloc problem in Elwynn Forest. But first, I want to return to Ma Stonefield and let her know that I successfully killed Princess. I speak with Ma, show her the brass collar, and she rewards me with some upgraded farmer boots, as well as 775 XP. Nice. After murdering Princess for Ma Stonefield so that she can win that blue ribbon at the next town fair, I think it's time I found the local mage trainer to acquire some more abilities. I honestly totally forgot about this until one of the viewers pointed it out, so shout out to that guy. The problem is, I have no idea where the trainer is, so I head back towards Goldshire to ask for directions. I wanted to point out that I've been sick for the past couple of days and lost my voice, so that's why I sound like this, so I do apologize. But anyways, I stop at the town square to ask for directions. Does anyone know where I can find the local mage trainer? But no one responds. As I look at my chat box, I notice that my text appears as ZMAX says, whereas everyone else has General Elwynn Forest in front of it. After messing around for a bit, I figure out that you can enter the general chat for the region by typing /1, which will allow you to reach a much wider audience. So I ask my question again, and oh nice, this time I got a couple responses. I tell them thank you and make my way to the Goldshire Inn. I head upstairs to the 2nd floor, and would you look at that, I find the mage trainer. I acquire both Conjure Water and Conjure Food, assuming that will save me and possibly some allies some time and money in the long run, since I won't have to be buying food and drink items. Acquire a new ability called Fire Blast, upgrade my Fireball to rank 2, and train my first offensive Frost ability. Not only does it do damage, but it also slows enemy movement speed by 40% for 5 seconds. I make sure I add these new abilities to my action bar and give my trainer a bow as a sign of respect. I have to point out, I love how the game recognizes when you emote in front of an NPC and narrates the interaction in the chat box. That's pretty cool. It's small details like these that start to add up and really make video games feel immersive and special for players. With my newly decked out action bar, I take a look at my quest log, and even though slaughtering kobolds isn't my favorite thing in the world, I decide to head back to the mine to complete the Kobold Candles quest. I take down a couple spiders on the way, realize that I forgot to sell some of my items back in town, hunt down some kobolds, collect all of the large candles, return to William Pestle to complete the quest, and I reach level 8. I do think it's kind of funny that Classic WoW waits until level 8 to formally teach players about jumping. I mean, I think most people would have figured that out by now, if not just for accidentally hitting the spacebar at some point while playing. I pick up another quest from William called Shipment to Stormwind. This random guy comes up to me and trades me a small blue pouch. I was just thinking about how tedious it is to have so little inventory space. I'll have to look into how to acquire some more of these pouches in the near future. Now, I really want to pick back up with the quest I got earlier from Remy 2 times involving the concerning rumors about Murlocs in Elwynn Forest. I take a quick look at my quest log, head east down the main road, revisit my unsuspecting cow friend, find the Eastern Elwynn Bridge, speak with Guard Thomas, and he tells me that the rumors are true. The Murlocs have indeed settled in and around the streams of Eastern Elwynn. He then asks me if I'd be willing to search for a couple of his buddies that went missing a few days ago somewhere along the river. When I ask him if he wants to tag along, he tells me he would, but he had one of Aunt Bernice's pork belly pies for dinner and his stomach's not feeling so good. I guess that's fair. Oh, and he also asks me to hunt down some wild animals while I'm at it. I make my way north up the river, investigate a half-eaten body, identify the remains as Footman Malachi Stone, receive a clue to the whereabouts of the second missing guard, head east towards the nearby Murloc village, and let's give it the old "is it better than New World" test. Oh wow, even 20 years ago, World of Warcraft was more technologically advanced than New World at initial launch. I learned about the breath bar that pops up when your character becomes submerged in water, swim down this waterfall just for fun, discover the Murloc village, and wow, someone has been on a Murloc killing rampage. And what even are these things? Some sort of creepy human fish hybrids? It sort of reminds me of Fizz from League of Legends, except not nearly as cute. And oh nice, I looted a small red pouch from one of the Murlocs I killed. Get an upgrade for my cloak, investigate Rolf's corpse. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. I really like this fireball into fire blast combo. I legitimately have to eat or drink between every single fight. Hunt down 5 young forest bears, finish killing 8 out of 8 prowlers, really take in this beautiful view of Elwynn Forest, return to guard Thomas to deliver the bad news, and he responds by telling me I have confirmed his fears. The Murlocs are a threat we cannot ignore. He then asks me to report to Marshal Dugan to see if he can't send some more troops to deal with this Murloc problem. Oh, and I also turn in the quest for killing the wolves and bears. After taking a look at my map, I decide to save myself some time and Hearthstone back to Goldshire. Check in with the mage trainer to see if there's any more abilities I can train, upgrade my frostbolt to rank 2, and what is this ability? Polymorph? Transfers the enemy into a sheep, forcing it to wander around for up to 20 seconds. Now this I've gotta try out. Return to Marshal Dugan, and he's a bit troubled over the news about the Murlocs. And I reach level 9. To reward me for all of my hard work, he tells me to bring a marker to Sarah Timberland in the Eastvale logging camp so that she can fashion a special piece of armor just for me. On my way to the Eastvale logging camp, I noticed that guard Thomas has another quest for me. The Stormwind army has placed a bounty on the Murlocs, which I will happily accept. I find Sarah Timberland, receive an upgraded robe, and ooh, it looks like the Defias gang has expanded their borders to the Elwynn Forest. Since I'm not exactly sure where to find the Defias gang, I decided to focus on the bounty for the Murlocs. I learned that I have to be a little more strategic with attacking some of these Murlocs. If you accidentally aggro a few of these guys, they'll take you out real quick. I can't tell you how many times I had to run away or survive some of these fights with next to 0 health. I managed to snag the 8 torn Murloc fins for the bounty quest, find a withered staff weapon upgrade. With the Murloc bounty complete, I want to see if I can find some of these Defias gang members. During my search, I come across these 4 random graves, so of course I stop to pay my respects. And aha, I find a group of the Defias gang members. I take down some Defias bandits, I politely ask Deadtooth Jack to take a chill pill, and oh, what's this? Westfall Deed. This item begins a quest, requires level 8. That's pretty cool. So I got a random quest tasking me with the delivery of a stolen deed to Farmer Furlbro. I'm not sure where Westfall is, but I'll accept it for now and figure it out later. I'm starting to wonder if this quest was worth it. I've killed around 20 gang members and only have 3 bandanas to show for it. Oh gosh, I think I'm dead. They spawned right on top of me, and there's a wolf. Oh, I'm dead. As I mentioned before, you have to be very careful in Classic WoW because at any point, enemy mobs can randomly spawn right on top of you. How ironic. Little did I know I was actually paying respects at my own grave. If that's not foreshadowing, I don't know what is. The moment I resurrect, this wolf starts attacking me. Chill, please. Oh my gosh. No way. Am I gonna die again? Oh my gosh. This game is so stressful. So I learned you can actually eat and drink at the same time. Wish I had known that sooner, but it's better late than never. Alright, at this point, I'm just completing this quest out of sheer stubbornness. If there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I refuse to give up in just about everything I do. Give me a freaking bandana. Did I mention how much I hate this quest? Oh my gosh. Where is this wolf even coming from? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. No way. Oh my gosh. Finally, 5 out of 6. No way. This people's come out of nowhere. I don't want to resurrect her because this wolf's gonna kill me. Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how relieved I am to get this last bandana. I return to Sarah and tell her, screw you, I'm never doing a quest for you again. She responds, life's tough, quit being a baby. So I take my red linen sash, go cry in a corner, and decide that this is probably a good spot to take a break in our journey. We'll pick back up with the adventures of Z-Mac in the next episode. After dying 1,000 times and being permanently scarred by that group of Defiance bandits, I make a vow to never let that happen again. The Arch Nemesis arc has been born. I will grow stronger, and when the time is right, I'll take my revenge and unleash my wrath upon the Defiance gang, wiping them out once and for all. But for now, let's continue on our journey. Real quick, I had a couple people point out that I hadn't been utilizing my Frost Armor and Arcane Intellect during those recent fights. I totally forgot about those abilities since I had them in my secondary action bar, and that was probably a big reason as to why I was dying so much. I guess you live and you learn. To help with that, I received another tip that I can actually create a secondary action bar that sits on top of the primary one, which is actually super helpful. Now that they're front and center, I won't be forgetting to use them going forward. So thank you guys for helping me out. After returning to Guard Thomas to turn in the bounty quest, he rewards me with more stuff that I can't use. That's kind of a bummer. I'd really like to get my hands on some better mage gear, but would you look at that, I reached level 10. Nice. The moment that I level up, I receive a new player tip about learning talents. In Classic WoW, talents allow players to customize their characters by investing points into 3 class-specific talent trees, shaping abilities and playstyles for roles like PvE or PvP. Starting at level 10, players earn points to unlock or enhance skills, opening up the door for a variety of different builds, even within your dedicated class. After reading over some of the options, I clicked on Arcane Subtlety but didn't realize it immediately locks in your choice. I would have preferred to put the talent point into the fire tree since that's where most of my damage is coming from at the moment, but oh well. If you guys have any suggestions for which talent tree I should focus on, I really have no idea what I'm doing, so be sure to let me know in the comments. I then learned about the looking for group interface, which allows players to more conveniently group up with other players for things like dungeons and more challenging quests. With all of that out of the way, Guard Thomas tells me now that I have some combat experience under my belt, I should report to Green Stoutmantle in Westfall. This is the second time I've been directed to travel to Westfall, and it's piqued my curiosity. So I open up my map and oh nice. It looks like it's one of the adjacent regions. I'll probably be making my way there soon, so I accept the quest. But first, I have some unfinished business with some gnolls and thieves at the Westbrook Garrison. So I Hearthstone back to Goldshire, pay a visit to my mage trainer, upgrade my Conjure Water to rank 2, as well as my Frost Armor, and ooh, I learned an ability called Frost Nova. This spell looks legit. So it deals AoE damage to all enemies near the caster and freezes them in place for up to 8 seconds. That seems really strong, and I am very happy to add that to my toolbox of abilities. After that, Zaldemar suggests that I find someone named Janaea in the Mage District of Stormwind for a task that needs doing. He won't tell me what it is, but he says that it's important. Ooh, so mysterious. I will definitely get to that later, but right now, I've got some gnolls to kill. And I'm actually really excited that my Conjured Water is now upgraded from 151 mana over 18 seconds to 436 mana over 21 seconds. That's almost 3 times the recovery speed, which will definitely save me a lot of time going forward. I head back towards the Westbrook Garrison, and oh yeah, now we're talking. I'm starting to feel a lot more confident with my spells and abilities. Along with that, I've got a good amount of damage as well as crowd control to better kite enemy mobs. At one point, I'm actually able to successfully take on 2 gnolls at once, which might not sound like much for a lot of you, but that's a step up for me. I'm too powerful. Die, gnoll scum. I receive a nice little upgrade to my feet armor, find another scroll of spirit, watch some of these gnolls run in fear, receive a wrist armor upgrade, collect all 8 of the painted gnoll armbands, return to Deputy Rainer at the Westbrook Garrison, and nice, I got a pretty big leg armor upgrade. I'm not gonna lie, completing that quest felt very rewarding. To go from a point where I was basically mincemeat for those gnolls, having no chance of completing it, to being able to not only finish the quest, but absolutely crush it, even taking on 2 gnolls at once, man, that feels really good. And I have to give Classic WoW some credit when it comes to the leveling progression. They've done a phenomenal job with it, and it's not difficult to understand why so many players fell in love with this game. I then receive a pop-up about reputation with different people groups in the world, so I take a look at that, but as of right now, I don't know what the significance of this really is. And since I'm already here, I decide to explore the Westbrook Garrison a bit. Why is there a random basement that's just completely empty? What kind of stuff are you guys doing down here? I take in the surrounding view from the top of the garrison, wonder why this stairway suddenly stops and leads to nowhere, and that's about it. Unless I'm missing something, it doesn't seem like there are any quests to pick up or any real purpose for the garrison other than it's just a part of the Azeroth world, which I actually really appreciate. It's nice when there are things in video games that exist just because they exist. It really helps strengthen a player's sense of immersion within the world. All right, what do we have here? Wanted. Who is Hogger? So I came across this wanted poster for what appears to be the head honcho gnoll in Elwynn Forest. His name is Hogger. My task is to take him down and return with his huge gnoll claw as proof of the kill. Sounds simple enough, but as soon as I hit accept, I receive a pop-up that informs me this is an elite quest and that they are best undertaken in a group. Ooh, my first encounter with elite creatures in Classic WoW. These mobs are identified by a golden dragon border around their portraits. I mean, if it's just one gnoll, how hard could it really be? Okay, I guess it's gonna be a little tougher than I initially thought. Thankfully, when I returned to the area, there were a bunch of people that had showed up to take down the beast. So I grouped up with an ally, and after that, it was actually quite easy. After killing Hogger, I wanted to start limit testing a bit. So I took on 3 enemies at once, and I ended up running away for my life. But hey, it was actually somewhat close. If I had a bit more mana, I think I could have pulled it off. Anyways, I head back towards the Westport garrison to turn in the quest, get distracted and explore this nearby defense tower, return to the wanted poster and get super confused as to why I can't turn in the quest, check the log real quick and oh, I have to turn in the claw to Marshal Dugan. So I Hearthstone back to Goldshire, show Marshal Dugan the trophy, and he tells me he's quite impressed. As a reward, he offers me a balanced fighting stick, which despite a lackluster name is actually a pretty big weapon upgrade, allowing me to triple my melee attack damage. Oh, and I forgot to mention that I picked up another one of those random quest scrolls, something about a gold collector in Elwynn Forest, and it just so happens to task me with speaking to Marshal Dugan. How convenient. After bringing it up to him, he says, yeah, I've heard of that guy. He's the one that's been stealing all of our gold from the mines. He then instructs me to find this mysterious collector at the Brackwell pumpkin patch. I tell him I'm always down for a good old manhunt, and I make my way towards the farm. As soon as I arrive, someone actually asks if I could help them out with killing Princess, and since someone had so graciously helped me out when I needed it, I tell them to get lost. No, of course, I'm happy to help them out. After running around for a bit and exacting my revenge on some of these Defias bandits, I find the collector inside this small cottage. The problem is that he's joined by a couple other named gang members. Just as I was sizing them up and about to say, F it, let's just do this, I promise you I'm not making this up. Another random person approaches me and asks if I need help. I guess she saw me just standing there staring blankly at the cottage, so we join forces and make light of the 3 gang members. That's actually crazy. The WoW community is awesome. I don't remember the last time I've had random players approach me and out of the blue just ask if I need help. Seriously, I absolutely love that. I make my way back to Marshal Dugan and he tells me that this ring once belonged to the old Stonemasons Guild in Stormwind, and he wonders why a lowly Defias thief would have such a ring. I really hope we get an answer to that question at some point in our journey because that would be some pretty legit storytelling. I then talk to this nearby blacksmith and he gives me yet another reason to visit the city of Stormwind. I think the devs purposely placed a bunch of these delivery quests in the game to really encourage new players to go check it out. Alright, I surrender. Let's go visit Stormwind City. As I approach the gates of Stormwind, I can't help but be taken aback by the grandeur of this city. The iconic white stone walls adorned with blue and gold banners, the epic stone statues of ancient heroes, the beautiful soundtrack that welcomes players into the fortress, and to my surprise, the city is actually quite large in size. For a game that came out 20 years ago, I'm impressed. As I open my map, I notice that there's a bunch of different districts within the city, and it's probably going to take me a minute to familiarize myself with all of it. From what I can tell, the only way to figure out which building is what is by hovering over these big wooden signs hanging above their doors. Thankfully, the quest NPCs that I'm looking for do show up as small yellow dots on the minimap. Aw, look at this group of children going on a walk with their school teacher. So I turn to the first delivery quest, reach level 11, discover Classic WoW's bank system, which I'm very happy to utilize, head over to the Mage's Quarter, run up this cool spiraling ramp, and whoa, at first I thought this was a dead end, but it's actually a little portal to this secret library, which is absolutely beautiful, by the way. Anyways, I find Janaea and she tells me something about massive mystic struggles and magic currents being torn away from once stable channels, a bunch of stuff that honestly just goes right over my head. Thankfully, she says she'll explain everything more in depth later, but for now, she tasks me with obtaining a Mirror Lake water sample so that she can test it for magical taint. paints, whatever that means. Even though I have no clue what she's talking about, since this is directly connected to my chosen class, I feel like this could be the start of an interesting questline. I then speak with the portal trainer and get super excited about the idea that I can learn teleportation spells to help me traverse the world a little more quickly. Unfortunately, I won't unlock this ability until I reach level 20. Oh, cool. I didn't realize there was fishing in Classic WoW. And last but not least, I head over to the Dwarven District, meet up with Grim and Elmore to complete the quest, and he tells me about a distant land named Loch Madan. His request is that I would deliver one of the weapons he crafted to one of the dwarves living there, named Gringer Stormpike. Sounds kind of interesting. I don't think I want to do that right now, but I'll definitely have to store that in the back of my mind for later. I then notice a Dwarven weapon crafter, so I decide to see if there's anything he could craft for me, but he says, "What are you, daft? That's not a weapon, that's a dinner knife. I don't train amateurs." Okay, first off, it's a fighting stick, not a dinner knife. And second, do you not know who I am? I took down Princess. I hunted down frickin' Hogger. I'm a big deal, man. After that encounter, I realize I've been on the road adventuring for quite a while. I think it's about time I find a spot to relax and unwind. So I ask the locals if there's anything nearby, head to the local pub, buy myself a glass of ice cold milk. Oh wait, you thought I was talking about that type of drink? Come on guys, I can't be drinking that crap at my age. My liver's on its last leg. Sit down by this legendary bear rug and don't worry, I'm just gonna close my eyes for a little bit. Oh crap, not again. The last time I fell asleep like that, I was out for 3 whole days. Well, anyways, after gallivanting around Elwynn Forest, learning the basics of the game, hunting down kobolds, cooking up pork belly pies, murdering prize-winning pigs, and taking down a souped-up gnoll on steroids, I think it's about time to move on to the next zone, Westfall. I've already received a couple of quests pushing me in that direction, so it seems like the logical thing to do. However, before we do that, I want to check out this mage quest that I received from Janaea. So I take a quick peek at the quest log and it tells me to go to the base of the waterfall at Mirror Lake, southwest of the Stormwind Gates. I mentioned this before, but I actually really appreciate that the devs simply instruct players where to go based on geographic direction, namely the compass and existing landmarks. Hear me out. I understand that it's not as convenient and it takes a little more effort, but it is so much more rewarding to feel that personal sense of agency and discovery in a video game. Alright, as I make my way to the Stormwind Gates, I take a look at the compass as well as the map to see if I can spot any nearby lakes. And wow, would you look at that? There is a lake right where Janaea said it would be. So I find Mirror Lake, take a quick little shower under the waterfall. We mages take our personal hygiene very seriously. Pick up a water sample with the flask that Janaea gave to me, return to Stormwind, run into this random guild gathering or meeting, not sure what's going on there, make the trek back to the mage district, and hand the flask over to Janaea, who tells me that she'll test it out for magical properties. As a reward, I receive an offhand weapon called Delay Orb, but realize that I can't actually use it while holding my big old fighting stick. Bummer. I'm also kind of disappointed that the quest didn't lead to anything else. At least not for now. Oh well, maybe it will come up again later. I then take a quick second to stare longingly at what I'm assuming is the teleport portal, take some advice from a viewer to keybind my secondary action bar to shift 1, 2, 3, etc., which I greatly appreciate, check to see if there's any more abilities to train. There aren't. Make a quick stop at the bank, being sure to run through these queue lines like a decent civilized human being, and I'm off to Westfall. I still have my Hearthstone set to the Lion's Pride Inn, so I decide to fast travel there, not only to save me some time, but also to say goodbye to a couple of my friends. If you never see me again, it's more than likely because, well, I'm probably dead. As I approach the bridge into Westfall, the terrain begins to visibly shift into something completely different. The lush grass and green forest trees turn into a more expansive and open farmland, with golden fields and fall-colored leaves, which, I'll be honest, I really like the change of scenery. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed Elwynn Forest for sure, but having a bit of variety as you venture into a new zone helps to keep the game fresh and a little more interesting. As soon as I enter Westfall, I run into Farmer Furlbro, who just so happens to be the guy I was looking for. He explains to me that he and his wife Verna are trying to get out of here, but they can't go anywhere until they get their wagon fixed. I tell him, oh hey, guess what? I found the deed to your farm. Yeah, I took it off the body of one of those Defias bandits that I murdered in cold blood. He looks at me slightly concerned and says, thanks. Yeah, sure, no problem. I then get distracted by this guy who asks to get a selfie with another player. Wait, is it a famous streamer or something? Why does he... Oh, I see why now. Anyways, to reward me for returning the deed to his entire estate, the farmer gives me some pumpkins and watermelons. All right, give me the deed back. He then asks if I'd be so kind as to retrieve a forgotten pocket watch that he had received from his wife's father on the day of their wedding. Well, that's nice. The only thing I got from my father-in-law on our wedding day was a warning to not F it up. I then speak with his wife Verna, who asked me to do two things: deliver the recipe for Westfall stew to one of her friends, and scrounge up some handfuls of oats for poor old Blanchie, who apparently hasn't had anything to eat since they left the farm. Don't worry, old girl, I'll find you something to eat. As I depart on my quest, I run into the first new enemy type in Westfall, a harvest golem. Some sort of a mechanicalized scarecrow creature, which I think is actually a perfect fit for enemy mobs in a farmland region. These guys aren't actually too bad, but just wait until you meet their big brothers. Oh, and there's also some random Defias gang members scattered throughout the farms, which I'm happy to kill on sight whenever I get the chance, because I will never forget what they did to me. Finding the sacks of oats was actually a little bit challenging, considering that not only were they quite spread out, but they kind of blended into the terrain, so they weren't easy to spot from far away. And oh cool, a vulture, another new mob type. It's nice to know that I'll be regularly discovering new types of enemies as I continue to progress and explore through different zones. While I run around searching for these sacks of oats, I stumble upon another farmhouse where I run into Verna's friend, who I kind of think is hitting on me, which is sort of weird since I'm an old bald guy probably twice her age. Not to mention that she's married and her husband is standing right outside the door. But anyways, I hand her the recipe and she gives me two subsequent quests. One to find ingredients for Gortusk liver pie, and another for Verna's famous Westfall stew. Is anyone else picking up on the food theme yet? I make a quick stop to speak with Farmer Saldian, and I assure him there is nothing going on between me and his wife. He gives me a suspicious smirk and then asks if I'd be willing to kill some of the harvest watchers that have taken over their farm. Yeah, if you thought the harvest golems were scary, these guys are terrifying, especially since they're 4 levels higher than me. Guys, maybe he actually suspects something is going on between me and his wife, and he just wants me dead. But no, yeah, I'm going to have to put a pin in this quest and come back to it later. Knowing that poor old Blanchie is back at the wagon starving to death, I want to continue my search for more sacks of oats while also completing some of these other miscellaneous quests. I head west in the direction of Farmer Furlbrow's farm, run in terror from these watchers that keep ambushing me out of nowhere. These guys do like 25 damage per auto attack. Holy crap, yeah, no thank you. I find the farmhouse, start attacking this Defias trapper standing inside, and oh crap, there was another guy standing around the corner, and not just any other guy, Benny Blanco, a named level 15 Defias gang leader. I already know what's about to happen. This guy's going to turn me into his own personal human pinata, but then, like a scene straight out of the movies, a hero appears. The dwarven legend himself, Hamroll. He doesn't even think twice. He just starts face tanking both the Defias mobs head on, chopping them down left and right. They don't stand a chance, and it seems like victory is at hand. But then the classic WoW gods see what's transpiring. They take a look at Hamroll and agree that no one dwarf should have this much power. So they spawn another Defias member right on top of him. Out of mana and completely helpless, I watch in horror as my dwarven savior is cut down right before my very eyes. With tears streaming down my face, I give out a fearsome battle cry and start swinging my battle stick like a madman. Alas, it's not enough. I'm forced to flee for my life, but then I think to myself, no, what would Hamroll do? So I turn around to face death like a true... Oh, she's running away. I guess I'll just throw a fireball and nice, I got her. I walk over where Hamroll took his last breath and kneel before the corpse of the dwarven legend. Friend, your sacrifice was not in vain. I then enter the farmhouse, search the wardrobe, find Farmer Furlbrow's pocket watch, finish collecting all 8 handfuls of oats, get distracted watching Hamroll get mowed down again by this harvest watcher, and in the process, I die to a pig. I don't want to talk about it. I return to Farmer Furlbrow, hand him the pocket watch to complete the first quest, turn in the handfuls of oats for Old Blanchy, and I reach level 12. Since my bags are completely full, I return to Farmer Saldian to free up some inventory space. I then decide to hunt down some pigs to help Salma with her Gortusk liver pie. And let me tell you, this was actually more difficult than you might think. The Gortusks, at least from my vantage point, were spaced out and scattered at a bunch of random spawn points. Not to mention, there were quite a few players also looking to tag the pigs as soon as they appeared. So I found myself running all around the Westfall map to complete this quest. However, it actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise, because in my search for these Gortusks, I discovered this stone tower landmark called Sentinel Hill, which is actually the location where I'm supposed to report to Grian Stoutmantle. So I decided to take a break from my current objective, and no, it's definitely not because I died to a pig, again. As I introduce myself to Grian Stoutmantle, he mentions a group called the People's Militia. Apparently, a bunch of thugs and murderers have overtaken the nearby farms and scared off all of the hardworking, honest people of Westfall. To fight back against these treacherous villains, the People's Militia was formed, and they've taken it upon themselves to keep the land free of corruption and restore peace to its surroundings. And right now, they need my help. Specifically, they're asking me to dismantle some of the Defias gang members that are lurking in the area. Luckily for them, I've kindled a passionate hatred for the Defias gang, and before he can even finish his sentence, I tell him that I'm in. It's at this moment that my wife enters the room and wants to talk to me about something, so I pause the recording and, like an idiot, I forgot to turn it back on as I resumed playing. Unfortunately, it was actually kind of a big moment since I received a quest that taught me about and allowed me to ride a griffin for the first time. So here's some footage of me pretending to ride the griffin for the first time. Whoa, dude, this is so cool. I've never seen any of this before. Okay, but no, seriously, I think the Griffin fast travel system is actually a really cool concept. It's kind of the perfect balance between quality of life for convenience and player immersion. Yes, it will significantly speed up your travel time from one location to another, but it's not instantaneous, which means players still have to plan out their trips accordingly since it does cost them some time. They can't just go back and forth without consequence, and it doesn't take away from the immersion of the game since the Griffins are physically transporting people across the map. And beyond that, you get some pretty cool views of the world during the flight that I don't think you can experience anywhere else. Alright, back to slaughtering some pigs. Now I'm not sure if this is just a better location or maybe there are less players on right now, but after returning from the Griffin Master, I have no problems finding Gortusks and harvesting their livers in this particular area. After collecting all 8 of the Gortusk livers, I find this random guy in Sentinel Hill who's able to sell me a couple more of these small brown pouches, which I'm really excited about, seeing as one of my goals is to max out my inventory space because yeah, getting the inventory full prompt every 5 seconds is not my definition of a good time. I then return to Salma, hand her the Gortusk livers, and in turn, she reaches into her knapsack to give me a few of her meat pies. Not knowing how long they've just been sitting in there, I tell her, that's kind of gross, to which she responds, take it or leave it, bucko. Not wanting to come off as ungrateful, I accept the reward, but yeah, one look at her kitchen table and I don't think anyone in their right mind would put that crap in their digestive system. Maybe old Blanchy will eat it. Since I plan on spending a good amount of time in Westfall, I decide to pay a visit to the local innkeeper and make Sentinel Hill my new home. And while I'm there, I notice this guy standing on top of the bookshelf, swinging away with his hammer. But I'll be honest, it doesn't look like he's really accomplishing much of anything. To my surprise, when I point it out, a few other players gather around to join in on the spectacle. After taking some lighthearted jabs at the woodworker and having a bit of fun, they throw out a couple of inside jokes that go right over my head. Yeah, I have no idea why that's funny, but I can't let them know that. Yeah, totally. I then speak with Scout Galleon, who gives me yet another Defias gang quest, spend some time farming these rusty harvest golems, collecting 3 ochre in the process, run around a bit and explore more of the area while killing things aimlessly, and oh yeah, I also picked up this quest called Patrolling Westfall, which tasks me with hunting down these gnolls and collecting their paws, which, when you stop to actually think about it, is kind of gruesome. Those paws aren't just going to chop themselves off. I reach level 13, help save this guy from an angry mob of gnolls, cheer on a player as they take down one of the level 19 dust devils, group up with Amalora to tag team this Riverpaw gnoll encampment, come up with a foolproof plan of attack that I execute flawlessly, exchange some heartfelt words as she weeps and kneels before my dead corpse, return to the area to resurrect, and oh my gosh, even after that massacre, I'm still not able to chop off enough paws to complete the quest. Gotta kill one more, and there you have it. 8 out of 8 paws successfully ripped off the carcasses of the dead gnolls. Awesome. After returning to the inn, I decided to take a quick little cat nap before returning in the quest and making a trip to Stormwind for some much needed upgrades. Many, and I mean many of you, have told me numerous times that I need a new weapon, but not just any old weapon, a wand. And from what I've been told, the best way to acquire one, at least at this point in the game, is to just buy one off of the auction house, which is World of Warcraft's economical system where players can buy and sell items to each other with in-game currency. After mulling through some of the different options, I go with one called the Lesser Magic Wand. So after making my purchase, I open my inventory to equip my new wand, and it's not there. Turns out, whenever you purchase an item from the auction house, it doesn't go directly into your backpack. Instead, it's sent to your mailbox, wherever that is. Oh, this guy's going to show me where it's at. That's nice of him. Yet again, the WoW community coming in clutch. I think he took some pity on me because after leading me to the mailbox, he randomly trades me my first gold coin. Hey, I'm not gonna turn it down. And there it is, my first ever wand. I feel like Harry Potter whenever he received his wand for the first time. And oh my gosh, dude, this isn't just any old wand. This thing was made by a master wand crafter, Stinky Dink. That's literally perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better first time wand. Like, guys, this thing was destined for me. Of course, I've gotta go show it off. Hey, Janaea, check it out. Just got this new wand here. Pretty cool, huh? While I'm here, I figure I might as well upgrade some of my abilities, and let's go! Rank 2 Conjure Food and Rank 3 Fireball. That's huge. Less time chowing down on food, plus a damage boost that will definitely speed up the time it takes to farm mobs. I also trained Dampen Magic and Slowfall, which I'm not as excited about, but I don't know, I guess those might come in handy at some point. Whee! Alright, that's pretty fun. I stop in to say hello to my friend Allison, sell her all my junk, make my way to the Griffin Master, take the flight back to Westfall, and I'm not gonna lie, with this new wand and all these ability upgrades, I'm kind of feeling myself right now. I think it's time to take on some big boy mobs, the Harvest Watchers. But first, I run into this guy named Father Bill, and I'm pretty sure that we were twins separated at birth because, man, we have strikingly similar hairlines. Alright, time to test out the wand and see what this bad boy can do. Oh, wait, the shoot action doesn't automatically switch to right click. It's still attached to the melee attack, and it won't let me bind it to right click. I'm gonna have to try and figure this out. This is one of the first times I actually looked up how to do something in Classic WoW, but I didn't really find any great answers, so I end up just binding the action button 1, which is my shoot action, to a mouse button. Oh well, it works. Alright, now it's time to test out this wand on, wait, what? Resist? Resist? What's happening? Are the Harvest Watchers immune to wand damage? Well, that sucks. Resist, resist, resist. Okay, even against other mob types, I'm not hitting any damage. So it's gotta be the wand. Am I doing something wrong? Gosh dang it, Stinky Dink. You crafted me a faulty wand. I then noticed something in the bottom left corner of my screen that says your skill in wands has increased, and it keeps going up almost every time I attack. Oh, I see. I didn't realize you had to level up skills to effectively use different types of weapons. Well, I guess that makes sense. And no, I didn't actually lose this fight to another pig. I let him win. Stop making me look bad. After leveling up my skill in wands to level 45, I finally started to find a groove that, gosh frickin' dang it. After leveling up my skill in wands to level 48, I finally started to find a groove with these Harvest Watchers. And by that, I mean, I ditched trying to use the wand against them because it just isn't working out for me. I do, however, learn how to turn the dead ones into my own personal beach umbrellas, which is very helpful considering that the sun is really beating down in these farm fields of Westfall. And also my fireball is really starting to put out a good amount of damage, so that's nice. After killing all 20 Harvest Watchers, I return to Farmer Saldian, who appears to be a bit disappointed to see that I'm still alive. Bro, I swear to you, I have no interest in your wife and her nasty meat pies. That seems to finally put his mind at ease, so he rewards me with a nice little chest piece upgrade. I then decide to run around and explore the area a bit more. I'm specifically looking for a spot where I can farm a bunch of Defias gang members. Oh dang, level 17 gnolls. Definitely not going that way. I find a few random spawn points, but most of them are either camped by other players or it just takes forever for the Defias mobs to spawn. So I end up finding and hanging out at this campsite where the mobs seem to be a little more abundant. In hopes that it will speed up the farming process, I then team up with a couple other players. But here's the thing, whenever you group up with others in classic WoW, yes, everyone in the party gets credit for the kill, but you also end up splitting the XP as well as all of the loot. So there are some benefits to grouping up with others, but there's also advantages to farming solo, if you can pull it off. In this situation, since I have a quest that will give me additional XP for just killing a certain number of Defias trappers and smugglers, it's definitely worth sacrificing some of the mob XP and shared loot in order to get credit for a bunch more kills in the area. And it's also less stressful not having to frantically race other players just to see who can get the tag on enemy mobs first. With the help of my party members, I reach 15 out of 15 trappers and smugglers quite quickly, but I'm not really getting any red leather bandanas since the loot is getting split between 5 people. So I head over to another spawn location where there's a lot less people and remind myself of something my father used to say to me all the time. Patience is a virtue. That's right, believe it or not, I forced my little ADHD brain to just sit there and wait around for enemy mobs to respawn. And finally, I received the 15th red leather bandana to complete the quest. I'd also like to note that I've been learning to use the polymorph ability more effectively. It's a very valuable skill to have, and it can be used in a variety of different ways. I've definitely been underutilizing it, but you'll start seeing me casting it more frequently as I continue to progress. After returning to Green's Stout Mantle and completing the quest, he immediately tacks on another one, explaining that the Defias gang has been spotted again, this time wreaking havoc at the Gold Coast Quarry, and the People's Militia needs my assistance once again to put a stop to their villainous affairs. I tell him there's literally nothing else I'd rather be doing than hunting down every last one of the Defias gang members and burning them alive. I then pay a quick visit to Scout Galleon, turn in the bandana quest, reach level 14, and think to myself, you know, it's been a while since I've hit up the beach. So I grab my swimsuit and sunglasses and head towards the coast. Before we get into the video, I just wanted to pause and take a moment to thank all of you for the tremendous amount of support I've received over the last month for this Classic WoW series. I've been blown away by all the new subscribers and the waves of thoughtful comments that have been popping up on my channel. I am truly grateful for each and every one of you. I've been having a blast playing the game, and I can't wait to continue sharing this journey with you guys. Alright, that being said, let's continue with the story. Earlier in my Westfall adventures, Selma asked me to round up some more ingredients so that she could cook a meal for her husband. This time it was Verna Furlbrow's famous Westfall stew. And one of those ingredients is Murloc eyes, which I remember earlier running into some Murlocs on the beach while hunting down those gnolls. The problem is that I wasn't a high enough level at the time, but now I'm fairly confident I'll be able to pull it off. However, I was not prepared for the story that was about to unfold. It all started with me dispatching these Murlocs by myself one at a time. And of course, in classic WoW fashion, after every couple of kills, I have to sit down to eat a snack and rehydrate in order to replenish my health and mana. Well, by happenstance, this guy named Wigwam sits down next to me. He seems like a nice guy, and I don't want it to be awkward, so I initiate some small talk. We're just shooting the breeze, and after getting a laugh out of him, he asks if I want to group up. I tell him sure, and I have to say, this right here is a big reason why I love playing MMORPGs. You never know when a random comment or question is going to turn into an epic adventure with a new friend. So off we go, side by side, to slaughter some Murlocs and gouge out their eyes together with the power of friendship. It honestly doesn't take very long to acquire the initial quest items, but we both agree to continue farming the Murlocs, just for fun. After all, how often do you spontaneously find someone these days that actually wants to group up in a multiplayer online game? That was
made for grouping up and playing with other people. Yeah, ironically, not very often. And what's this? Another player that wants to join up, Gujo. Ooh, level 17. Almost as soon as he enters the party, I receive a quest pop-up called The Coast Isn't Clear. These murlocs are causing some trouble. Kills 7 tide hunters, warriors, oracles, and coast runners. In the moment, I honestly didn't really know it was happening, but I accept the quest pop-up and learned that in Classic WoW, players can actually share any of their active quests with other party members, which is actually really cool. If it wasn't for that feature, I don't think I would have stayed teamed up with this group of players for as long as I did. It's a fantastic way to encourage players to play together. So often you run into other players, but everyone is at a different point in the story or leveling process, which can easily deter people from grouping up. But this system helps solve that problem. And I honestly wish more MMORPG developers added this feature into their game. So after setting off with my new companions and getting totally sidetracked from my initial objective, we follow along the coastline, mowing down the miscellaneous groups of murlocs, and I'm thankful that Gujo is level 17 because these mobs continue to reach higher levels as we progress. There's no way Wigwam and I would have survived these fights without him. While doing some DPS, my greatest contribution to the team, as I mentioned earlier, seems to be just strategically turning certain enemies into a sheep to take them out of the fight, which I still think is a hilarious but also a very creative mechanic that was put into the game. And I actually get complimented for my transfiguration abilities. Dumbledore would be so proud. Hey, this is my playthrough. Who's to say Dumbledore hasn't ever paid a visit to the lands of Azeroth? Speaking of transfiguration, we also run into a level 18 Night Elf Druid that wants to team up. So now we're basically the Fellowship from Lord of the Rings. Just need a few gnomes running around pretending to be hobbits. But let's be honest, our task here is way more important than merely casting the One Ring into the fires of Mount Doom and saving all of Middle-earth. We have to keep the lands of Westfall safe from these treacherous Murloc monsters, and that is exactly what we do. Of course, there's always the voice in the back of my mind that reminds me these mobs are just going to respawn within a few minutes of me walking away, so I'm not actually accomplishing anything really, but I like to tell that voice to piss off and just let me have my fun. As we near the end of the beach, the Murlocs are reaching some scary high levels, and if it wasn't for the other members in my group, these Murlocs would be enjoying their own version of Westfall stew. After killing the last of the 7 Murloc Tide Hunters, I then realized I never actually killed any of the Murloc Coast Runners, which were located all the way back at the start of the coast. So I say goodbye to my friends, run back towards the start of the beach, discover the Gold Coast Quarry, have a really close call with this Defias pillager, reach the spawn point for all of the Murloc Coast Runners, and I die, with only 4 Coast Runners left to go. Devastating, I know. But sometimes in Classic WoW, you gotta get knocked down a couple times before you finally learn to head to the nearest armorer and get all of your gear repaired. To all of you that have been commenting about that, you're welcome. Before heading back to finish off the last of the Murlocs, I stopped to have a quick chat with Green Stompmantle, and he tells me that in order to infiltrate the Defias Brotherhood, we need some insider information. So he tasks me with tracking down a rogue by the name of Wiley, located in the town of Lakeshire. Not exactly sure where that is, but he says it's east of Elwynn. Well, that sounds interesting, but it's also quite a bit out of the way, so I'll put this one aside for now. On my way back to the coast, I enact my revenge on some of these Harvest Watchers, kill this Sandcrawler who looked at me the wrong way, and successfully finished taking down the 7 required Murloc Coast Runners. At this point, I'm becoming a real problem for the lower level mobs of Westfall. The wand is working great now that it's leveled. I'm hunting down wolves, dismantling Harvest Watchers, slaughtering gore tusks. My character is just straight up getting more and more powerful with each level, and it feels glorious. I then return to Salma to turn in the Westfall Stew quest, take a look at the quest log to see what's next on the agenda, sell all my junk to free up some inventory space, save this guy from a man-eating coyote, head over to the Gold Coast Quarry to farm some Defias Gang members, and oh my gosh, dude, this pillager's fireball does some big damage. Holy crap, I'm gonna die. Help! And just like that, the classic WoW gods hear my cry and send down a guardian angel in the form of a night elf to heal me and save me from certain death. I tell her thanks, and I guess you could say there was a little chemistry in the air. Luckily, these two were also there to massacre the Defias thugs lurking in the quarry. So we team up, start hunting down mobs, find this random chest. I I really don't know what to expect from chests in Classic WoW, like if it's possible to get valuable items from them, but there wasn't really anything great inside. And eventually, after running back and forth for a while waiting for mobs to respawn, we hit our goal of 15 pillagers and 15 looters. And I could tell Zibby was a friendly player because she was checking to make sure everyone had the quest completed before leaving the cave. Afterwards, she needed to collect the Murloc eyes, so I thought, what the heck? I'll just stick with her and farm some Murlocs for XP. Well, it turns out to be a great decision. I help her get the Murloc eyes, reach level 15, and do you remember that shared quest I got earlier for the Murlocs? Well, there's one problem with that. I have no idea where to turn it in. So I ask Zibby about it, and she teaches me how to share quests with others so that she can take a look and help me out. She also tells me to download the add-on called Questie because it will tell me where to go, which many people have recommended that I do, by the way. But honestly, I don't want to do that. I'd rather explore the world for myself or have meaningful interactions with other players that can help me figure it out. I don't know, I just think new gaming experiences are better that way. Yeah, it will take me a bit more time, but the sense of discovery, in my opinion, is 100% worth it. And oh, I figured out that Classic WoW has an auto-follow option, which is quite convenient. After a little bit of confusion, probably due to poor communication on my part, Zibby figures out where we need to go. She leads me all the way across the map to the Westfall lighthouse where I find Captain Grayson, who turns out to be a ghost. I turn in the Coast is Clear quest and get super lucky because for some reason I never sold the flasks of oil I obtained from all the Harvest Watchers I had killed, probably because they looked just like the conjured water. But that allowed me to immediately turn in a quest that rewarded me with a couple items and basically a free 1150 XP. Very nice. The captain then tells me the story of how he died. The night that he crashed his ship into the rocks, the lighthouse was black because a creature named Old Murkeye had scared off the keeper and his family. If it wasn't for him, he'd still be alive. Oh, and I guess Murkeye just ended up eventually killing the lighthouse family as well. Brutal. Sounds like we need to hunt down a beast. But first, some meditation. I have a feeling it's going to take some serious mental preparation for this one, and boy was I right. Old Murkeye is level 20, the highest mob level I've faced thus far, and during the fight, he resists the majority of my abilities. Zibby and I basically run around kiting the monster and trading aggro back and forth. Eventually, the strategy pays off, and thanks to the healing abilities of my night elf friend, it really wasn't too bad. Old Murkeye was defeated. As I mentioned before, teaming up with Zibby really was a great decision. She helped me out a ton, and for that, I am truly grateful. Zibby, if you're watching this, thank you. But my encounters with heroic night elves is not over yet. Oh no, my friend. I saved the best for last. While tracking down some more Defias gang members, which are 2 to 3 levels higher than us, we run into the Big Daddy Night Elf himself, Sumerian. This guy is jacked out of his mind, and he's got a sidekick that personally I would not want to mess with. No, seriously though, I'm still having nightmares of pigs charging at me and running me down in my sleep. They're terrifying. When I ask him if he could put us on his back, his response confirms that we found the right guy for the job. He makes light work of these thugs. They're running away in fear, begging for mercy, but there's none to be given. Gortusk is dashing at enemies with lightning speed. It truly is a sight to behold. Before we know it, we've taken down all 25 of the required Defias gang members. And just like that, Sumerian is gone, never to be seen again. Well, maybe one day, but who really knows. As much fun as it's been, Zibby and I agree to part ways, but not before adding her to my friends list and telling her that she'll be featured in one of my YouTube video episodes. So I return to Captain Grayson, hand him the skill of Old Murkeye, receive a weapon upgrade called the Torchlight Wand, receive 1550 XP, Hearthstone back to the inn, turn in the Defias gang member quest to Green, test out the new wand, dabble in a little bit of classic WoW parkour, and man, I am exhausted. I think it's time to hit the sack and get some much needed shut-eye. Until next time. After gallivanting around Westfall, questing and leveling with a whole slew of new friends, it's time to get serious. Right now, we're only level 15, but by the end of this episode, my goal is to reach level 60. No, I'm just kidding, it's level 20. How am I going to do that? I have no idea. I'm just kind of making it up as I go. But I will tell you, I do get my first ever dungeon experience in Classic WoW during this episode, so that's pretty exciting. Anyways, let's hop back into the story. Merry Christmas, everyone, and a Happy New Year. While I was sleeping, it looks like a couple of holiday cheermeisters snuck into the inn. Well, that's an interesting winter Outfit choice? I'm more of a cozy Christmas sweater guy myself, but hey, at least it's festive. Now first things first, I received a comment from a viewer telling me to make sure I'm sharing my arcane intellect with other players. So in the spirit of Christmas, I take their advice to show people that giving really is better than receiving. Now what should I do? After checking the quest log, I remember receiving this quest from Green Stoutmantle to visit a rogue named Wiley in the town of Lakeshire in order to acquire some insider information about the Defias Brotherhood. Lakeshire, where is Lakeshire? Looks like we'll be going on a little field trip. So I take a griffin back to Stormwind. Can I jump off this? Jog through Elwynn Forest, make a quick stop in Goldshire to say hello to Remy 2 times, and I discover a new zone called the Redridge Mountains. Nice, that only took me like 10 seconds. I speak with Guard Parker, who tells me there is a Gnoll force gathering in the area, and he asks if I could report this news to Deputy Felden. I continue down the road, follow this road marker, and there it is, the town of Lakeshire. I really like the aesthetic they're going for. The wooden beams, red roofs, a spired clock tower. It's quite charming. I find Deputy Felden, who is grateful for the news, but also a bit concerned. These gnolls are poised to invade Elwynn Forest, and he's afraid that the Stormwind guards are ill-equipped to deal with this looming threat. He then asks if I'd be willing to join the fight and hunt down some of the Redridge gnolls. Absolutely, but not right now. I've got to find this rogue. I stop to speak with the Griffin Master, unlock a new flight path, which will save me a ton of time on the return journey back to Westfall, head into town, discover the Lakeshire Inn, and find Wiley the Black in one of the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Can we just stop for a second to admire what the devs have done here? They introduce players to a new zone by incorporating into the story a mysterious character that needs to be found there. I really appreciate that intertwining of the storytelling, character progression, and organic discovery within the world. Well done. When I speak to Wiley, he's a bit hesitant to spill the beans. Apparently, this could cost him his life, but since he owes Green Stoutmantle a favor, he discloses to me that the Defias gang is up to something big. He then hands me a letter with more information to deliver to Green. Back to Westfall we go. Ooh, I gotta get me one of these beds. Wait a second. These two look strangely familiar. As I mentioned before, I'm able to just hop on a griffin and fly back to Westfall, while also getting this epic shot of the sun peeking over some distant mountaintops and lightly grazing the top of the Elwynn Forest. It's quite beautiful. Once I'm back in Westfall, I decide to take a peek at the letter from Wiley, and this is actually really interesting. I'd wager that most players rush through this quest and turn it in without actually reading it. But if they do that, they'll miss some key aspects of the story, such as why the kobolds have infested the mines in Elwynn Forest, why there are so many gnolls popping up in all of the different zones, and have you ever wondered where or how the Harvest Watchers came to be? Well, it turns out the Defias gang is responsible for all of it, and now they're working on something big, a weapon of mass destruction. I better get this letter to Green Stoutmantle, and fast. Disturbed by the news, but also confused by the mention of the stonemasons, Green asks me to take the note to Matthias Shaw in the old town of Stormwind, because apparently he'll know how to make sense of all this. Back to the Griffin Master. After finding Shaw and handing him the letter, he gives us a little more backstory about the Stonemasons Guild. It was run by a man named Edwin Van Cleef, who was responsible for rebuilding Stormwind after the orcs destroyed it in the First War. And he wasn't too happy with how the king had treated him and the rest of the guild after the reconstruction was complete. He then hands me a report to bring back to Green. And of course, you know I'm going to read that one as well, right after I explore another one of these creepy basements. Why is there a gnome doctor, a pet squirrel, and a memorial statue down here? So random. The basements of Azeroth have to be the biggest mystery that I've encountered yet. Okay, so this report. Basically, Van Cleef and the Stonemasons Guild were promised certain rewards for rebuilding the city, but due to the nobles' reckless spending habits, specifically the expansion of the military, they never made good on that promise. Well, yeah, I'd be pretty pissed too if that happened to me. And that is how the Defias Brotherhood was born. Okay, interesting. That actually makes me sympathize a bit more with the Defias gang. But no, yeah, I'm still going to kill them all. And oh my gosh, this is amazing. You can turn your character into a Christmas gnome. I love it. Oh, there's some different options here. I think the first one is my favorite. Why is no one else doing this? And yes, I will be continuing with the story disguised as a small Christmas gnome. Why? Because I can. And also because I'm not really sure how to change it back. When I return to Green Stoutmantle, I ask him if he notices anything different about me. Seriously, dude? But after reading the letter for himself, he finds it hard to believe that a guy like Van Cleef would be the leader of the Defias Brotherhood
Brotherhood, and he wants further proof. Which brings me to my all-time favorite quest, the Defias Messenger. And by my favorite, I mean the quest that had me running back and forth on this road to find a guy that supposedly can be found between Moonbrick and the Janglewood Mine. Well, I've been up and down this road 3 times now with no luck, and it's kind of a long way, so where is he? Wait, no, my Christmas gnome form. Alright, now I'm just depressed. Thankfully, as soon as I return to my corpse to resurrect, it's a Christmas miracle. I find the Defias Messenger, just casually walking down the road. Despite my attempts to handle things peacefully, I'm forced to resort to violence. Alright, who am I kidding? I'm glad he put up a fight. And would you look at that? Sure enough, a mysterious letter signed by none other than Van Cleef himself. Grian Stoutmantle is definitely going to want to see this. After delivering the news to him, that's all the proof that he needed. And now, we have to figure out where the Defias gang is hiding out. Luckily, there's a Defias trader that was recently captured and has agreed to reveal the gang's whereabouts in exchange for his life. But before we do that, I don't know why, but I kind of feel like just chilling out and grinding some mobs for a bit. How about these Harvest Watchers? Nice, I got like half a level from that. Alright, so this next part is a little bit frustrating. When I return to speak with the Defias trader, I start reading the dialogue and another player triggers the start of the quest before I'm able to accept it. So then I think to myself, well, I'll try to join up with them and see if they can share the quest with me. But according to Curiel, she isn't able to share it. So I follow along just hoping that maybe I can talk to the trader at the end of the route and get credit for the quest, and yeah, no, you can't. So I have to run all the way back to Sentinel Hill, talk to the trader again, and this time I make sure I hit accept before anyone else can trigger it. I'm not a huge fan of this quest setup. I can imagine if there were a bunch of people standing around waiting for him to respawn, they'd all just be racing to click on him and accept the quest as fast as possible. Why not have Grian Stoutmantle initiate the quest and then allow players to pick up or continue the quest by talking to him on the way to the hideout? I don't know, just my thoughts. After reaching the Defias hideout, I don't get very far before discovering the corpse of a level 15 elite mob. Yeah, maybe I should level up or find a group so that I can come back to this area later. But oh yeah, I forgot, I can go turn in these hops to complete the Thunder Brew quest. Not gonna lie, kind of proud of myself for finding a shortcut through these hills instead of walking all the way around. Wait, what? I didn't receive any XP from that quest. Oh, it's just a repeatable quest to obtain the Thunder Brew. Well, shoot. I wish I would have known that. I returned to Grian Stoutmantle, turned in the quest, received 1700 XP, and oh boy, this next one is a doozy. Grian tells me that for the greater good and the people of Westfall, Edwin Van Cleef must be assassinated. Yes, finally. I'll get my revenge. I don't know for sure, but this kind of feels like the culmination of all my adventuring thus far. And honestly, I can't wait to chop off the head of the Defias gang's leader. But there's just one problem. It's a dungeon quest. And after asking around, I'm told that you should be at least level 18 before attempting it. I guess I need to level up a bit. Thankfully, I still have some rested XP saved up, and it really shouldn't take me too long to kill mobs for XP. My only question is which enemies should I farm? Defias gang members? Those fireballs are pretty scary. Gnolls? Actually not too bad, but I don't really know where or how often they're spawning. Level 16 Murlocs? Definitely not. What about level 15 Murlocs? Better. And there's actually a bunch of crabs nearby that are pretty easy to farm as well. Not to mention, I remember a viewer telling me that if I farm Murlocs by the shipwreck, there's a chance that one of them drops a treasure map quest, which would be really cool to find. I think I'll stick around this area for a bit. Alright, I got a bit carried away. I really wanted to explore the inside of the ship, but these Murlocs, well, let's just say they aren't too keen on that idea. Thankfully, I did manage to reach level 17, and it's been a minute since I've hit up Janea, so I decided to make a quick trip to Stormwind, and oh man, I'm glad I did. I pick up 2 of my most powerful spells yet, Arcane Explosion and Flame Strike. These 2 abilities are game changers, both AoE spells and both offering a huge boost to my overall DPS. I am really excited to test these out. And oh look, Janea has another mage storyline quest for me. You guys know I can't turn that down. There's been some sort of disturbance by some invisible creatures in the Blue Recluse Tavern, and Janea fears that a mana rift has formed. Now in order to investigate and capture these said creatures, we have to bring along a Cantation of Manifestation as well as some containment coffers. Once inside the tavern, I'm honestly not really sure what to do. I'm looking for anything that might appear to be a mana rift, but I can't find anything. Thankfully, another mage comes along that's on the same quest. So we decide to team up and oh, that's cool. After using the Cantation, those invisible creatures Janaea mentioned, which are called rift spawns, suddenly appear. We fight them off, capture them inside our coffers, run around to the different rooms of the tavern, and eventually capture all of the required rift spawns. I then return to Janaea, who tells me she wants to study these creatures further and figure out how they slipped into our world. Oh, and I guess I've done enough to finally impress her and earn my wizard robes. But in order to do that, she wants me to go collect the material for the robes myself. Sounds like a lot of work. I'll come back to that later. Right now, I've got some mobs to grind, and I'm really excited to test out these new AoE spells. Oh, that is nice. Wow, Arcane Explosion is an instant cast with no cooldown. Oh, I really like that. Kind of feels a little overpowered, to be honest, since I'll be able to take on multiple enemies at the same time with ease, but hey, I'm not complaining. It's definitely going to make grinding out mobs for XP a lot faster, although it's more of a high risk, high reward playstyle. One wrong move, or if you just don't know what you're doing like me, and you'll find yourself floating around the spirit realm more often than you'd care to admit, which is kind of counterproductive when you're trying to farm XP more efficiently. But strangely enough, even though the deaths are a bit frustrating, I kind of enjoy the process of figuring out the learning curve. I'm not saying it's Dark Souls level of difficulty. I did beat Elden Ring, by the way, but it does take some time and practice to both figure out a solid rotation and learn the limits of your character. Unfortunately, I learned about my limits a lot. Eventually, I do reach level 18, and of course, I have to take the opportunity to flex on these Harvest Watcher weaklings that used to harass and chase me all around the Westfall farms. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time for, oh look, someone recognized me in-game for the first time, Mick Targaryen. I'm not gonna lie, this definitely put a smile on my face. If you ever find me running around Azeroth, be sure to say hello. I may not always be able to respond, but I do appreciate the support. Okay, now it's the moment you've all been waiting for. My first ever dungeon experience in Classic WoW, the Dead Mines. I am super excited for this. I tried out the group finder feature, but actually had better luck just putting it out there in general chat. And I gotta say, I'm feeling pretty good about our group. I mean, Curvylicious, come on. And check out our tank's dance moves. Yeah, I'd say we're pretty stacked. So we head down this underground tunnel, and all right, here we go. Oh, wait, it hasn't started yet. I guess you gotta run a ways to reach the entrance, and oh crap, I fell behind the group and almost died because of it. Thankfully, the tanks got my back. Once inside, everyone's making preparations, and the level 20 mage is busy conjuring up some purified water for everyone since my water is kinda garbage at this point. Looks like we have a tank, a healer, 2 mages, and a hunter. Very nice. Now, I'm not going to show you guys the whole run because it takes us close to an hour to complete, but I will say I had a lot of fun. The dungeon was pretty straightforward. We mostly just ran through, grouped up all the mobs, and the tank and pig did their best to maintain aggro, while the DPS and healer did our thing. There didn't seem to be too many mechanics involved, which is probably a good thing since for many players, this would be their first exposure to group content in the game, and maybe to MMORPGs in general. But it's also challenging enough that you definitely need a team of players to make it through. A few things to note: at first, it felt like we were just going to be running through some very familiar looking tunnels the whole time, but I really appreciate that the dungeon actually opens up, leading to more interesting locations and structural designs the further down you go. The final dungeon boss is actually found in this enormous underground cavern, kind of like a secret ship bay that I was not expecting to find at all. So that was really cool. I only have one real critique: the shared loot system. I didn't realize this at first, but about halfway through the dungeon, I noticed that almost every party member was choosing need or greed for each rare item that dropped. Now, I'll be honest, I actually thought greed was the higher priority option, and I don't think that was ever explained in the game, but despite that, I had been passing on most of the items since I couldn't use or didn't need them. And so in the end, I was basically punished for being considerate of others, which I don't think is a good system. Apart from individualizing the loot drop tables for each player, which
honestly just makes a lot more sense. I don't have a ton of great thoughts on how they could make it better. That being said, we reach the final boss, which is Elwynn Van Cleef himself, take him down, and yes, my ultimate revenge on the Defias Brotherhood, the leader of the gang dying by my hands. Now just give me 1 second here, I just gotta cut his head off real quick. There we go. And oh yeah, then we get wiped right after. Trying to kill a Murloc named Cookie. Don't ask me how it happened, I couldn't really tell you. I just know that I was running for my life when the healer typed this message into the chat box. Ugh, I died legitimately like 10 steps from the dungeon exit. Ah well, I'm counting it as a win. So there you have it, my first experience with a dungeon in Classic WoW, the Dead Mines. I didn't really come away with anything great, but hey, it was fun, and I got a good amount of XP as well. As I return to Green Stoutmantle, he salutes my bravery and says that this marks the beginning of the end for the Defias Brotherhood. Wow, I mean, if that's not a satisfying revenge story, then I don't know what is. I also get a pretty nice staff that boosts both my intellect and spirit attributes, which I think is doing something good for me. Now at the start of this video, I told you guys my goal was to be level 20 by the end of this episode, and I'm a man of my word. So how did I do it? Well, I'm gonna tell you, and it's super fun and interesting. I killed a bunch of crabs for a couple of hours. There you have it, level 20, and I think we all know what's about to happen next. For anyone that needs a quick recap from the previous episode, here you go. Along with reaching level 20 and discovering a new zone called Lakeshire, I managed to complete a string of quests in Westfall centered around the Defias Brotherhood, ultimately leading me to their secret hideout, the Dead Mines, and the leader of the gang, Elwynn Van Cleef, which was my first ever dungeon experience in Classic WoW. And honestly, it was a lot of fun. We left off farming some all-you-can-eat crabs on the coast, which brings us to the start of this episode. So without further ado, let's hop back into the story. Alright, I'm actually super excited for this because the last time I spoke with Janaea, I took a little peek at some of the abilities that were coming up. So let's go pay her a visit. Yes! Alright, check this out. I'm getting a bunch of stuff here. Remove Lesser Curse, that one was actually available at 18, I just hadn't trained it yet. Blink, rank 3 Conjure Water. Evocation allows me to almost instantly restore a full mana bar every 8 minutes. Mana Shield, now this is really cool, absorbs 120 physical damage, draining mana instead. I like it, I like it. Rank 2 Polymorph, Fire Ward, and ooh, this is the spell I was waiting for, Blizzard. Another AoE spell that does 200 frost damage over the course of 8 seconds. Definitely looking forward to trying that out. Oh, and also rank 3 Frost Armor. More armor equals less dying, which I tend to have a strong proclivity for. So I'm happy to train that as well. Janaea, it's always a pleasure. Until next time. Now, even though I've exhausted most of the questing that I could find in Westfall, I'm not quite done with it yet. There's still one thing left to do. Mastering the art of farming large groups of mobs in Classic WoW. So I head back to the place where I found a bunch of these small gnoll encampments earlier. And behold, feast your eyes on this glorious spectacle. Yeah, I died. Again, and again, and again. Until, I'll be honest, I was starting to get a bit frustrated. But then, the Classic WoW gods see my struggle and take pity on me. So they send me a sensei in the form of a dwarf named Blatgat. He observes me closely during the next pull to see what he's working with, give it my best attempt, and nuts. After asking him for some tips, he's happy to provide me with a few things that I can improve on. So now, with this newly acquired knowledge, surely I will... I honestly have to hand it to this guy. From what I can tell, he legitimately stuck around for the sole purpose of watching and helping me figure this out. And finally, after a lot of trial and error, testing out a variety of different ability combos, I successfully soloed my first ever gnoll encampment. And let me tell you, boy did it feel good. Seeing all those big, juicy XP numbers pop onto my screen, I could feel all the dopamine receptors pulsing through my brain. Let's see if I can do it again. Yes, good, good. Give me all of that sweet, sweet leveling XP. It's like bread from heaven for MMORPG players. Now, I'm sure many of you are thinking, but ZMAC, you didn't even use your... Well, you know what? It works, all right? It works. And yes, I did stop that sentence short because I don't know what you would have finished it with. Okay, anyways, as much as I would love to rack up some XP simply by grinding out mobs, I do want to get back to questing and exploration. So, now that it seems like I'm pretty much done with Westfall, the most logical place to go, at least in my mind, is back to Lakeshire, since I already have a couple of quests from there, as well as the Griffin flight path from my previous travels. The first quest NPC I run into is Guard Howe, who I can tell likes getting straight to the point. He immediately opens up our dialogue with, "The Black Rock clan must be destroyed." No real context or backstory, just, "These guys are bad, go kill them for us." I guess I'll have to take his word for it. As I head into town, I'm on the lookout for more quest NPCs, and I find blacksmith that is in need of more horseshoes, a couple of children that are looking for a lost necklace, which was actually incredibly easy to find, a cute little kitten named FC sunbathing on the dock, and eventually the Lakeshire Town Hall where I meet Bailiff Conacher. At least, I think that's how it's pronounced. Also, in case you guys don't know what the title Bailiff means, I looked up the definition for you. I mean, obviously, I already knew what it meant, but, you know, for your sake. Anyways, Conacher tells me there's a new villain in town that goes by the name of Morganth. He controls all of the Shadowhide Knoll clan, and they've been causing some trouble for the town of Lakeshire. So it's up to me to eradicate the clan from the face of Azeroth. I tell him, no problemo, muchacho, but, well, there is a slight problem. The quest shows up as orange in the log, which usually means you're not going to be able to pull it off, at least not by yourself. I then pick up a few more quests in town. Dockmaster Baron is running low on his supply of spotted sunfish, which apparently is a fan favorite here in Lakeshire, and along those same lines, the Murlocs haven't been educated on how to maintain a sustainable ecosystem. They've been overfishing, and it's making it increasingly more difficult for the fishermen to catch anything for the village. Well now, can't have that, can we? The solution? Decimate the Murloc population in the area. Blood for blood. Seems fair. Read this post about a missing Corporal Keishan, get hired on as a lunch delivery boy for Guard Parker, find out that Lakeshire is running low on its supply of booze, investigate yet another dark, creepy basement, take a quick look around on the second floor, oh hey Wiley, and last but not least, I run into Marshal Harris, who informs me that the Blackrock orcs have traveled from the Burning Steps and claimed Stonewatch Keep. So I'll add that to the list as well. Phew, that is a lot. If you haven't already noticed, I want to point out right away that I'm getting a very different vibe from Lakeshire compared to Westfall. Apart from the obvious difference in the look of the town and regional terrain, Westfall felt a bit more linear and structured with its questing and main storyline, whereas my first impression of Lakeshire is, here's all the NPC quest givers in one place, have at it, which for some people is exactly what they want, but for me, it's a bit tricky to follow and figure out the main storyline of the zone. By the way, it's the Morganth quest, I think. So now that I have my quest log chock full of new objectives, let's try to figure out a game plan. It looks like since Lake Everstill is right here, the Lost Tools is a good place to start. And oh nice, there's a bunch of Murlocs swimming around, so I'm able to start collecting some of the spotted sunfish, as well as these Murloc fins, killing a few birds with one stone. I like it. I find Oslo's toolbox at the bottom of the lake, which doesn't take very long at all, and then continue to wipe out the entire Murloc population. The lake is actually quite deep over here, and because of that, the underwater combat is a bit tedious, constantly having to swim up and down to catch my breath. So I head over to these little huts where I find a bunch of Murlocs that are much more convenient to kill. And after about 15 minutes or so, I pick up the 10th and final spotted sunfish. Now, if you remember back to my first visit to Lakeshire, I received a quest from Deputy Feldon asking if I'd be willing to assess some new Knoll encampments popping up in the area and threatening to invade Elwynn Forest. Well, I'm a man of my word, and it's time to make good on that promise. Not more than 100 yards from the Murloc village, I stumble upon my first Knoll encampment, and before I even have time to assess the situation, a couple of the beasts try to bushwhack me. Costly mistake. I continue hunting down the gnolls and oh crap, I forgot I still have to deliver Guard Parker his lunch. He's probably starving right now. So I team up with a couple other players to speed up the process and we make light work of the mongrels. By the time I reach Guard Parker with his lunch, well, let's just say he won't be leaving me a 5-star review. When I ask him if there's anything I can do to make up for his cold, wet,
lake water infested meal, he responds with, well, there is one thing. He asks me to buy some flowers for Darcy. How sweet. But wait, he then adds, but don't tell the herbalist Marty whom they're from or whom they're for. That's kinda suspicious. I think our boy here is playing some different angles. Okay, don't worry, man. I got you. My lips are sealed. Hey, Marty, I need to buy a bouquet of flowers for Darcy. Oh, crap. I mean, for Guard Parker. No, wait. Never mind. Just give me some flowers. Marty then tells me about a pestering boar named Bellygrub that has been trampling all over her garden. Well, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am a world-renowned pig killer. You've probably heard the stories of my battle with Princess at the Brackwell Pumpkin Patch. Don't fret, I'll take care of it. Right after I deliver these flowers to Darcy. Oh, those are lovely, but these are Marty's favorite flowers. Parker didn't have you go to that jealous vixen for this bouquet, did he? No, definitely not. You didn't tell her who they were for, did you? Hey, look, guys, I'm just a lunch delivery boy, all right? I'm not trying to interfere with this love triangle or whatever it is you got going on. Well, I really screwed the pooch on that one. For some reason, I don't think Guard Parker is going to be asking me for any more favors anytime soon. Well, at least now I get to turn in a bunch of these quests, and I reach level 21. Nice. I also pick up an additional quest from Foreman Oslow. Something about a band of Redridge Gnolls hijacking a supply caravan and preventing them from rebuilding the bridge. He asked me to track some of them down and recover 5 iron pikes and 5 iron rivets. Sure, that should allow you to repair like half a plank. Okay, so after returning to Deputy Felden, he does give me some guidance afterwards to go speak with Marshal Maris and Magistrate Solomon in Lakeshire, which, if I had completed this quest when I first got it, would be more of a linear continuation of the story. I guess I just kind of went on a roundabout journey to figure that out. Oh wait, you know what I forgot to do? I never got my wizard robes. Let's make Lakeshire in my new home and take a look at the quest log here. I need to figure out how to reach the Silverstream mine in Loch Madan because apparently that's the only place where you can find these charged rift gems. Alright, let's see if I can get some help finding this place. Thankfully, the WoW community has never failed me when asking for directions or guidance. Now, I'm not going to show you the entire journey because it's basically the same amount of time it would take you to sit down and watch the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy back to back. The extended editions, of course. But no, seriously, this trip probably could have been its own episode in and of itself. So I'll do my best to stick to the highlights. I head to Stormwind, find someone to escort me to the tram, and that takes me to, oh my goodness, the city of Ironforge, the capital city of the dwarves. And this place is, well, it's huge. And if I had to choose one word to describe how I'm feeling, it would be overwhelmed. As I run around and explore the city, there are so many additional NPCs, shops, quest markers, and it's just a lot to take in. Not to mention, I actually met the Lord of Ironforge himself. Don't get me wrong, it's really freaking cool. I'm kind of getting some Mines of Moria vibes from it, and it makes me wonder what it would be like to play as a dwarf. It's probably a totally different experience, which is just crazy to think about, but I just wasn't expecting all of this. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff I could sink my teeth into while I'm here, but I decided to forego the temptation and simply focus on the task at hand. I do, however, speak with the Griffin Master and unlock a new flight path, which I'm sure will come in handy down the line. After asking for directions once again, I'm told to exit the forge and go east. Alright, perfect. Wait, how do I get out of here? As I exit the main gates, yep, it's confirmed. This place is awesome. I love that the city is actually carved into the side of this enormous mountain, and I appreciate the snowy biome as it's something I've yet to experience within the human starting area. I really have no idea where I'm going. I'm just going to trust what people told me and start running east. So I run, and I run, and I run some more. Oh, I have to point this out. The devs actually created a separate sound for your footsteps running through the snow. Here, take a listen. It's subtle, but I often find that it's small details like this that really help immerse players into the world. I love that. Anyways, where was I?
Oh yes, running. I continue my running, hurdle over this troop of dwarves, head through some underground tunnels, discover Loch Madan, explore the nearby areas. Hold up, what the heck are these caveman-looking creatures? Unlock another flight path, stumble upon the town of Thelsamar, and eventually reach the Silver Stream mine, where I'm able to collect all of the necessary charged rift gems by searching through these Miners League crates. Alright, what's the fastest way back? Probably just using the Hearthstone and then taking a griffin back to Stormwind. And the flight back to Stormwind is actually pretty entertaining. I end up tailing this guy who jokes around that he and his bird are just crop dusting me the entire way, which I find hilarious. But anyways, I'm really hoping these wizard robes are worth all of this trouble. I mean, it's cool that I got to experience some of the Dwarven lands, but the entire trip took me well over an hour. I'm talking like next level stuff here. That's what I'm hoping for. So I find the robe merchant Wynn Larson, hand her all of the gathered materials, and alright, here we go. Let's see what I get. +4 armor and +1 intellect? What the? And then I see her, a lone maiden named Lorelia, just standing on the dock, peacefully fishing as she gazes out onto the stillness of the lake. And I can't help but wonder to myself, who is this person? And what brings them to this place, to this dock, in this 20-year-old game? Just spending their evening quietly fishing on a virtual lake in classic WoW. There's something about it that's incredibly simple and beautiful, but at the same time, it made me kind of sad. Was everything okay? Were they feeling lonely? Was fishing in classic WoW their way of escaping reality and the worries of life? In that moment, I wish that I could have reached out to that person, just to see how they're doing, to make sure everything was okay. But I couldn't, so we simply stood there, side by side, gazing out upon the lake. I never even looked at her or saw her face. I didn't feel the need to, because deep down I already knew who she was. A human, just like you and me, looking for peace in the midst of this crazy, messed up world. Whoever you are, wherever you are, I hope everything is okay, and I hope you find the peace that you are looking for. After questing a bit in the Redridge Mountains, really pissing off Guard Parker, discovering the city of Ironforge, and spending over an hour of my time trying to obtain my official wizard robes, which were quite underwhelming to say the least, I'm ready to hop back in the saddle and continue on our adventures. Now when it comes to heroic endeavors, there's a long list of reasons why men and women might be willing to forsake their friends and family and all that they hold dear, risking their lives to kill a dragon and rescue the girl, well, in this case to save Lakeshire from Morganth and his ruthless band of Shadowhide gnolls. Some do it for love, others for fame and glory or great wealth. Me? I just want Guard Parker to like me again. Seriously though, I feel terrible about the soggy lunch situation and ruining the little love triangle or whatever he had going on with Marty and Darcy. So maybe, just maybe, if I can save Lakeshire from being completely annihilated off the face of the earth, maybe he'll have a change of heart. I don't know, it's worth a shot. First things first, I promised Marty that I'd help her out with the whole belly grub trampling her garden situation, so I head back to her place and team up with this furry named Fido. Wait, he's level 28. Am I under-leveled for this quest or something? And he ditches me. Maybe he was offended that I called him a furry. But no worries, because a true companion shows up shortly after to help me take down the beast. Thankfully, he has one of these genie ghosts as his personal slave, and it just face tanks all the damage for us. Okay, so Marty rewards me with a bouquet of begonias. I'm curious if I had completed the belly grub quest first, could I have then handed Darcy the begonias and had a different outcome to that quest line? That would be kind of cool. Alright, not really sure which quest to do next. How about this one, the Everstill Bridge? It says the Redridge Knolls are located in the hills behind Lakeshire. Right, so even though I've yet to explore and reveal most of the Lakeshire map, I do see a cluster of hills up here, so let's go check that out. Alrighty then. Maybe I should explore the area a bit more just to see what we're working with. Aw, cute little dragons. Okay, not so cute dragons. There's some sort of castle up here. What is this? Nope, not even gonna mess with that.
Okay, I find this horde of orcs which just so happened to drop the battle-worn axe quest item, and they're actually not too bad. But man, that net ability just keeps getting me into trouble. Ooh, there's a little waterway back here that leads me to this pretty cool waterfall area along with almost like a hidden murloc village. That's fun. I then decide to hang around this area for a bit, hunt down some more orcs, eventually acquire the 10th and final battle-worn axe, buy a nice little cloak upgrade from this captured servant of Azora, who for some reason seems to be content with his current situation, stumble upon the location of the Shadowhide Knolls, and I guess I missed the keep off the grass sign, to which this Dark Weaver is more than happy to enforce. So I definitely won't be going back there for a while. I turn in the Blackrock Menace quest, and Marshal Maris follows it up by asking for the head of Theral Zun, the leader of the Blackrock Outrunner orcs. Is it just me, or do the people of Azeroth have a fetish for chopping off heads? Oh, and he also wants me to get some midnight or dark magic thingies. Before I do anything else, I am this close to reaching my next level and being able to train or upgrade some abilities. So I figure I might as well help thin out the Murloc population a bit more. And there you have it, folks, level 22. Okay, I'm sorry guys, that was too far. Totally uncalled for. All right, let's head back to Stormwind real quick. Before returning to Janaea, I end up getting sidetracked by a couple of quests. I follow up with the unsent letter from Edwin Van Cleave, pay a visit to the Stormwind Keep library, and I'm asked to make a trip to Northshire Abbey to inquire about a book called The Stresses of Iron. Is this quest necessary? Probably not. Am I still going to waste my time to see where it leads? You better believe it. All right, what do we got here? Nice. Upgrades for Arcane Explosion, Conjure Food, and Fire Blast. I mean, I gotta go test these out. And what better place than my old stomping grounds in Westfall? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's actually a pretty big power spike for me. I don't know the exact calculations, but I'm probably close to dealing double the damage after those upgrades. Let's head back to Redridge and see if I can't help Foreman Asa with these bridge repairs. Much better. Along with collecting all 10 of the iron pikes and rivets, I end up sticking around to farm some of these mobs, and boom, just like that, level 23. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh my gosh, ZMAC, that was like 2 minutes. How did you level up so fast? I know, it's a gift. No, but seriously, I figure you guys probably don't want to sit around watching me farm mobs for hours on end, which I'm learning that I will be doing a lot as I continue to reach higher and higher levels. Anyways, let's bring these quest items back to Foreman Asa. Great work, ZMAC. These supplies will help the bridge effort immensely. Oh yes, I'm sure those 5 pikes and rivets are exactly what you guys needed to rebuild an entire bridge. Glad to be of service. Okay, I'm 2 levels up now. I've gotten some ability upgrades. I want to head back to where I found those Shadowhide Knolls to see if maybe now I'll stand a chance against them. Yeah, no. Let's try out this one, Blackrock Bounty. Kill 15 champions. You'll find them in their encampment to the north, just west of the road to the Burning Steps. Oof, that's kind of a far walk. I'll just Hearthstone back to the inn for this one. If you guys haven't already picked up on it, I spend a lot of time traveling around the map. I wouldn't be surprised if close to half my playtime is just trying to get from point A to point B. And in Lakeshire especially, if you die over here, the grave respawn is all the way over here, on the other side of the zone. So unless you accept the resurrection sickness and go AFK for 10 minutes because let's face it, you're not even a real character when under the effects of res sickness, you have to run all the way back across the map to where you died in order to resurrect. Like, it really sucks to die in Classic WoW. And if you add in the cost of repairing your gear, it starts to add up. So moral of the story, yeah, don't die. That's my new motto. Like, whatever I do, just don't die. Okay, level 21 orcs, that's more manageable. Never mind, they're level 25. Man, I am really struggling in Lakeshire to find a good flow here. You know what I mean? Wait a minute, it's almost like, no, it can't be. It's almost like this MMO was designed to be played with other people? You mean I can't just run around and solo everything on my own? What is this madness? Thankfully, as I've mentioned before, there are quite a few people running around that are more than willing to join up and adventure together, which is exactly what ends up happening. I team up with a couple guys named Sirloins and Steris, and all of a sudden, everything starts going smoothly. Imagine that. When the game content is challenging enough, players figure out a way to beat it, which in this case means grouping up. I honestly can't remember the last time I played an MMO that, apart from like instant dungeons or raids, requires players to work together to complete game content. And you know what? I love it. In my opinion, this is what MMORPGs should be about. Why is it these days that every single modern MMO feels like it can be played by a 5-year-old? Especially the leveling process. I get it. They want to appeal to more casual audiences so they can make more money, but at the same time, clearly World of Warcraft didn't do that. And, hello, it became the most popular MMORPG of all time. And I feel like we see a lot of people say similar things about Dark Souls games. Like, yeah, they're pretty freaking hard, but they're incredibly rewarding, and that's why so many people enjoy them. I don't know. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about, but those are just my 2 cents. Anyways, we add another member named Hamhole. What's with all the ham name references? Finish killing all 15 Blackrock champions, and I make the decision to just hang around with these guys since even though we don't have all of the same quests, they do plan on completing a couple of them that I'll need, which, side note, ends up being a great decision. Instead of running around aimlessly, they know exactly where we need to go and what we need to do to complete these quests. Oh, and not dying every time I try to fight a mob that's a higher level than me, that's a nice little bonus as well. After returning to guard How to turn in the Blackrock bounty quest, Sirloins leads me and a totally new posse back to the Shadowhide Knolls. Turns out I was taking a really long way to get there, and with this crew, we are breezing through these encampments. It does take a bit longer to collect all of the quest items since a bunch of the party members need them as well, but it's definitely worth it. I end up getting a little boots upgrade and ooh, another random quest item. Theocritus, the High Mage, is experimenting with communication through these pendants and needs me to bring it back to him at the Tower Azora. Oh, I actually know where that is. Nice, I'll add that to my to-do list. After a while, the death toll of so many gnolls is starting to get to us, but thankfully, the bloodshed eventually comes to an end after everyone in the party obtains their 10th and final Shadowhide pendant. Unfortunately, since we had been playing for a while, I tell them, guys, I really should be going, so I continue playing for another 30 minutes or so. In that time, we head to the Stonewatch Keep, take on these elite orcs that I ran into earlier, murder and decapitate Theral Zune, collect 3 of the Midnight Orb quest items, say goodbye to my group of friends, return to Lakeshire, turn in all of the quests, reach level 24, and I'm not gonna lie, this old man is tired. I better head back to the tavern to rest up. I have a feeling that tomorrow is going to be a big day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we hop into the video, I just wanted to stop and say thank you to all those who have subscribed, have been actively following along with the series, liking the videos, leaving comments, participating in community surveys, and just supporting the channel. It's been such an exciting time and it really means so much to me. I cannot say it enough. Thank you guys. Now you might be wondering to yourself, why on earth is this video titled I Like Turtles? Well, based on a recent survey in regards to the video titles of my Classic WoW series, the majority of voters went with the option I Like Turtles. So I felt I had no other option than to name this episode exactly that, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with our small green-shelled friends. For those of you that clicked on this video hoping to see or learn something about turtles, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You can report me for false advertising or whatever you want. Alright, without further ado, let's jump back into the story. Now that I've reached level 24, you know what that means. Ability upgrades. Let's see if Guard Parker wants to tag along. Okay, we've got Counterspell, rank 5 Fireball, and ooh, rank 2 Flame Strike. Very nice. So for today, I packed a couple extra snacks for the road because we are going on a little field trip. A blast from the past, if you would. I'm heading back to where it all began, Northshire Abbey. Why? Because I picked up a random quest from this priest that told me to go there. I'm looking for a book called The Stresses of Iron, and supposedly, Brother Paxton has a copy in the Abbey's library. Ah yes, all of the fond memories are flooding back. Killing kobolds, leveling up within a matter of minutes, having absolutely no idea what I was doing. Well, that part hasn't really changed, but it's good to be back. And I kind of love that the devs added in a quest for players to return to their original starting area. I could be wrong, but I feel like most MMOs don't do that. Usually once you've left a lower level zone, there's really no reason to return. So it's a breath of fresh air to experience something different, which in my opinion is more immersive and realistic.
Anyways, I find Brother Paxton, but he tells me he's not quite finished making his own copy of the book. He's very particular about his choice of ink, and in order to mix up another batch, he needs to get his hands on some Rethban iron ore, which just so happens to be located in the Redridge Mountains. I tell him, it's your lucky day, friend, because I actually know where that is. Now, before I head back to Lakeshire, I have a couple stops I need to make. Hello, cow. We meet again. Oh man, never gets old. But actually, first I speak with Smith Argus about the price of shoes, then I head to the Tower of Azora where I meet up with Theocritus to inquire about this fated Shadowhide pendant. In case you missed it, he's been working on a spell that creates some form of communication through these pendants and the Shadowhide knolls. And now, speaking with him in person, he tells me that it's more than just communication. He actually hopes to send an attack and immobilize the beast through these pendants. Very clever. It turns out he's not a huge fan of Morganth either. As a matter of fact, he actually calls him his rival. Probably some sort of feud over a girl or something like that. Am I right? Trust me, man, I've been there before. I get it. But anyways, he needs me to take this glyph to some sort of lion statue near the Tower of Ilgalar. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong photo. There we go. In order to grant him visions of Morganth's evil plans. Sounds like a pretty good strategy to me, so I tell him I'll add it to the list. Back in Lakeshire, I deliver the horseshoes to Werner Osgood, who seems to be surprised that the blacksmith would want some form of payment for his work. So I agree to help him collect some dragon scales to cover the cost of the horseshoes, and in return, he promises to fashion something for me that I can't actually use. Oh, and he also asks if I can hunt down some more gnolls that have been terrorizing his stables. Right, before we do anything else, let's speak with Foreman Asa real quick to see if he's got any Rethban iron ore sitting around that we can bring back to Brother Paxton for his ink supplies. Rats. He tells me that he usually has some in stock, but since they've been busy with this orc invasion, they haven't been able to gather any. I guess I have to do everything myself. Thankfully though, I actually know exactly where to find this special ore, since some of the party members from my previous travels were working on this quest and took me directly through the Rethban caverns. Okay, let's go hunt some gnolls. I head to the caverns, take down a bunch of these Redridge dredgers since they're the ones that are able to drop the Rethban ore. Side note, I think if you have mining as one of your professions, you can just mine some of the ore nodes inside the cave and it probably goes a lot quicker. Collect all 5 of the ores, successfully track down 18 Redridge brutes and mystics, gotta protect those horsies, exact my revenge on the cute little dragons, collect 6 of 6 dragon scale quest items, and okay, let's see. If I want to find this lion statue for Theocritus, I have to head back towards the Tower of Ilgalar. Aha, there it is. Let's click on that. I place the glyph at the base of the statue and it works. Nice. I can now communicate directly with Theocritus. After probing the tower, he's able to discern that there's actually some contention between Morganth and the orcs, although he's not sure the reason behind it. So he asks if I can do a little more spy work by placing the glyph at the top of the watchtower next to Stonewatch Keep. But I tell him, screw that, let's just take him out right now. So I join up with this nearby group, we storm the Tower of Ilgalar, and I kinda sort of accidentally aggro the boss and get our entire party killed. Oops. I honestly expected them to kick me from the party after that. Not sure how much experience you've had with group content in MMORPGs, but I've been on the receiving side of more than a few nasty DMs in my day. But they were actually very gracious about the whole thing, so that was nice. After making our way back to the top of the tower, I learned from my mistake, make sure to position myself better this time around, and oh my gosh, what is that thing? That's terrifying. We successfully take down the evil mage Morganth and his posse of miscreants, ridding Lakeshire of their treachery once and for all. Right, guys? Wait, he's dead, right? What is he talking about? Why is he saying that? Well, crap. In typical noob fashion, it would appear that I've jumped the gun and killed Morganth a bit prematurely. And now, when he returns, I'll be facing him again in his evolved form. No, just kidding. But I do have to progress the story a little bit further before I can return to properly melt his face off. So we head over to Stonewatch Keep, place the glyph at the top of the tower, help these guys collect some of the midnight orbs, do a little limit testing to see if I can solo farm these Shadowhide Gnoll encampments. Spoiler, I can't. Turn in my completed quest, and pick up another one from Werner Osgood. Howling in the Hills. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Z-Mag, those gnolls are still out there. What does that remind me of? And one cry is louder than the rest. Yowler, their leader. Looks like I'm gonna be doing some more headhunting. Well, paw hunting this time. But first, let's return to Brother Paxton and give him this ore so he can finish making a copy of that book. And wow, that's incredible. He instantly completes his copy the moment that I hand over the ore. Wait a second, did you actually need that ore to finish the book? Or did you already have it done and just wanted someone to help you get more ink? Well, either way, I got some XP and a slight boot upgrade from it, not to mention a trip down memory lane in Northshire, so I'd say it was worth it. Let's head back to Stormwind. Hey, Brother Kristoff, I found that book you were looking for. Wait, that's it? There's no follow-up quest or continuation of the story? You just wanted a copy of the book, huh? Alrighty then. Oh my gosh, guys, I am a complete idiot. I totally forgot about one of the biggest perks of hitting level 20 as a mage, teleportation. I was literally hyping that up at one point, saying how I couldn't wait to use it, and then just totally forgot about it. That's so huge. I'm such a dummy. I could have been using that for the last 4 levels. Ugh, oh well. I do remember talking to someone about what you need to be able to teleport. I need to buy some kind of regents from a vendor in the cathedral, and I honestly expected it to be super pricey, but for only 9 silver a pop, that is not too bad. Back in Lakeshire, I noticed this post outside of the inn that kind of reminds me of the wanted poster for the infamous Hogger. Yep, sure enough, it's another bounty quest. This time for Lieutenant Vangor, the leader of the Shadowhide Knoll clan. And I'm not gonna lie, I have a very positive feeling about this one. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. All right, I'm done. I then make my way north, stumble upon the greatest lootable chest imaginable in classic WoW. I will definitely be celebrating tonight, reach level 25, join up with some fellow adventurers, and oh crap, I was in the middle of giving this gnoll a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and I didn't notice that my party member said he's up. By the time I realize what's happening, oh no, it might be too late. Firecast is over here getting turned into a human ketchup packet. No, Firecast, I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough to save you, but I will avenge you. Wait, how is he healing? I didn't know NPCs could heal? Oh crap, I'm out of mana. And my get out of no mana for free card is on cooldown. Where is Hamroll when you need him? Well then, I guess it's up to me. Haha, victory is mine. Oh dude, that was so close. What a rush. Let's make sure I grab Yowler's paw real quick. After apologizing to Firecast, he tells me no biggie. And after returning to the area, he's able to resurrect and loot another paw off of Yowler's cold, dead corpse. I then return to Verda Osgood, complete the quest, acquire my first ever ring accessory, and head back to the Lakeshire Inn. Ah yes, I can honestly say there's nothing quite like a glass of ice cold milk after a hard day's work. As I look back on my adventures in Azeroth, it's easy to forget how far I've actually come. Just think, at one point, I was just some lowly mage, whacking enemies over the head with a large stick, barely doing any damage with my rank 1 fireball, dying on repeat to little piggies with horns sticking out of their noses. Yeah, I'd say I've come a pretty long way. Cause now, I mean, I'm kind of a boss. My action bars are decked out, I'm killing mobs by the thousands, hitting some big damage numbers, taking down named bosses left and right, and yet, it's not enough. I still feel empty inside because there's one goal, one challenge that I've yet to overcome. He laughed in my face. He thinks I'm a fool. I can feel the pain, the rage swelling up within me. And if I'm ever to become a true master of World of Warcraft, I have to prove him wrong. Please, Guard Parker, I just want to be your friend. Okay, so there's actually 2 major challenges I have to overcome. And today is the day that we take down Morganth for real this time, free Lakeshire of his tyranny, and finally prove to Guard Parker that I am a likable person. All right, let's hop back into the story. Now that is what I'm talking about. I'm feeling real good after that little snooze fest. Although I did have this strange dream where a bunch of murlocs kept chasing me around trying to kiss me. Weird, I know. But no, yeah, I'm feeling rested up and ready for some action. Let's take a look at what's on the agenda. Yeah, I still had a bunch of these older quests that I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming since they're grayed out, they either won't give me any XP or they probably just aren't worth taking the time to complete anymore.
Someone can tell me if I'm totally wrong about that though. Oh, that's right. I still have to complete this wanted quest for Lieutenant Fangor, the leader of the Shadowhide Knoll clan. Those bullies have been threatening these lands for far too long, and it's up to me to put an end to their treachery. Let's go chop off some paws. I just gotta figure out where he's at. Anyone know where I can find Lieutenant Fangor? Just killed him. Nice. That's not helpful at all. North of the tower. Haha, to the north of the tower it is then. After reaching the area, I decide that I should probably test out how I'll fare against some of these local mobs, since if I can't even take on some of the lower level enemies, it's pretty unlikely I'll be able to solo one of these name bosses. I don't think they'd be too bad if it wasn't for these Shadowhide Darkweavers. But man, these spells hit like a freight train. It's probably gonna be a smart decision to find some people to group up with. Oh shoot, let's help these people out real quick. No big deal, ladies. Just doing my civil duties. As I was saying, it would probably be smart to group up with some other people. But let's be honest, I might be a lot of things, but smart isn't one of them. I'm going back in for round 2. Oh, there's only 2 of them this time. I got this, baby. I don't got this. Okay, to be fair, it was pretty freaking close, all right? I just ran out of mana and kind of panicked. And he hit a 99. I mean, come on. What are the odds of that? No, seriously though, what are the odds of that? Kind of curious. All right, I didn't really care for these guys before, but now I'm kind of pissed off. And this time around, I'm bringing in some backup. I managed to recruit a paladin named Sif, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little concerned about her level. But she seems to know what she's doing, so we'll just go with it. As she leads me to this back corner of the forest, to my relief, we actually catch sight of another adventurer in the area named Bubba Lurkus and add him to the party. Level 26, now we're talking. But honestly, he really should go by the name of Leroy Jenkins, because as soon as we spot Lieutenant Fangor and start coming up with a plan, this dude just charges in without hesitation. Thankfully though, he is a total beast and we take down the group of gnolls no problem. But Sif even throws out a comment, insinuating she too was a bit caught off guard by the display of such impulsive, reckless behavior. I didn't even really see when or where he fell, but in the midst of the fray, we did manage to strike down Lieutenant Fangor, and I'm happy to add another gnoll paw to my collection. After parting ways with that psychopath, my companions, I was about to head back to Lakeshire, but I actually get kinda lucky with the old lion statue here. The last time I was in this area, I distinctly remember not being able to interact with it. You know how the little bronze cogwheel thing pops up? But by chance, I hover over it as I'm running, and sure enough, I'm able to click on it. Oh, that's right. I never returned to the line to speak with Theocritus after placing the glyph of Azora on the top of that watchtower. Well, it looks like his mission was successful, because after much observation, he's discovered Morganth's plans. Alright, if there are any World of Warcraft gurus watching, maybe you can enlighten us about this Scythe of Elwynn? It sounds like something that could have a decent amount of lore attached to it, but I don't really know. And Theocritus is kinda terrified that Morganth might have found it, enough to say that the entire kingdom of Stormwind will soon feel his dark might. I am not prepared to pit myself against Morganth, but I fear he must be dealt with now, so you must enter the tower and face him. Me? Hold up, isn't Theocritus like a high mage or something like that? What does he mean I'm not prepared to pit myself against him? I feel like he'd be a better match for Morganth than me. And even if he is going to task me with killing him, at least have the decency to like help me out or something. Is what I would say if I was a grade A chicken nugget, but I'm not a coward. Of course I'll take down Morganth, and who needs Theocritus the mage? Guess what? I found someone even better, Lil Bungus. That's right, I found me a little gnome friend, and he's able to shoot little purple balls out of his hand like a freaking machine gun. What do you think about that, Theocritus? Anyways, yeah, I team up with this guy to complete the quest, and apparently our other party member, Layra, is stuck at the top of the tower. Somehow, she managed to get up there by herself, which is quite impressive. And come to think of it, it's kind of like a World of Warcraft Rapunzel story. Layra is being held against her will by the evil tyrant, and it's up to us to rescue her from this stone-walled prison. So not only are we doing this for Lakeshire, it's not even just about getting Guard Parker to like me again, which is definitely one of the top priorities, but it's also for Layra, for friendship, and for Lil Bungus, because he told me he has a thing for her, but she told him she doesn't usually date shorter men, so he's thinking maybe if he rescues her from this tower, she'll change her mind and finally give him a chance. Wow, there is a lot riding on this one. So alongside trying to be a solid wingman, we slowly make our way up the tower, cutting down all of the enemies along the way. And we made it. Not gonna lie, little Bungus, I think Lyra might be a little bit out of your league. But hey, crazier things have happened. Right, unfortunately, the rescue mission is not finished yet. Getting up here was the easy part. Now we have to figure out how to take down Morganth mage style. Yeah, we don't have a tank, so there's that. But the plan is to poly both of the gnolls, burst down the succubus, and finish off Morganth before the sheepies wake back up. And it works out pretty well, for the most part. The succubus dies almost immediately, Lil Bungus takes the aggro, Lyra and I blow up Morganth from a safe distance, but it does start to get a little dicey. The big giant ogre guy is putting a beat down on our gnome friend, so he's forced to retreat and pass off the aggro to one of us. And oh good, the gnolls are back up. Great. Okay, I was actually kind of proud of myself for this play. I genuinely think if I hadn't done this, we would have gotten wiped. I quickly use another polymorph on one of the gnolls and then immediately counterspell the other one, preventing some huge magic damage and giving our team a little bit more breathing room. Lil Bungus is running for his life, trying to get away from the minion, and just in the nick of time, Lyra hits a beautiful Frost Nova to group them together. We land some big AoE damage, burst them down, and holy crap, I get hit for 101. That was way too close. My heart is racing right now. We managed to finish them off and let's go. We actually did it. Dude, that was so much fun. Haha, what do you gotta say now, Morganth? Oh, he's actually dead this time. Nice. I then make sure to pick up the Pendant of Shadow. Our team chats for a bit afterwards. We really did have a good time playing together. Unfortunately, I don't think Lil Bungus had any luck with the lady. So I Hearthstone back to Lakeshire, turned in the wanted quest for Lieutenant Fangor, and returned to Theocritus to complete my final quest for the Redridge Mountains. You have done well, Zemac, in defeating the Warlock. Stormwood is saved from a great peril. Nice. That one felt good. And I receive a really nice pair of shoulder pads. My other ones don't have any stat boosts on them, so not only do these boost my armor score, but also give me +5 intellect and +5 spirit. That's pretty huge. And that's pretty much it. That's gonna wrap up my adventures in Lakeshire, at least for now. There might be something down the line that has me return to the region, but oh wait, how could I forget? I have one last thing that I have to do. So, Guard Parker, I know we started off on the wrong foot, kind of messed some things up for you earlier on, but I did just help kill the evil warlock that was threatening to destroy Lakeshire and everyone in it, which is kind of a big deal. So, what do you say? Can we start over, friends? It seems like only yesterday when I strolled across the Everstill Bridge into the cozy mountain town of Lakeshire. During my time here, I've met some new friends, encountered many challenging foes, died a lot, but I've also learned and grown quite a bit as well. And in the end, with the help of some legendary companions along the way, I defeated Morganth, liberating the Redridge Mountains from his treachery and taking one step closer to my ultimate goal, reaching level 60 and becoming a true master of World of Warcraft. Many have expressed their doubts. Some have even tried to stand in my way, but I am determined. The fires of my ambition will not be quenched, even if it means farming mobs for hours on end until I lose all sense of feeling in my hands. I will walk through the darkest parts of Azeroth where no man wants to go. Why? Because I said so. And also, I kind of just want to prove to myself that I can do it. Oh, and there's also the fact that I'm just really enjoying myself and having a lot of fun. So sit back, enjoy the journey, and let's hop back into the story. Now that the Redridge Mountains are safe and my adventures in this region have come to an end, it's time to start looking forward at what comes next. And ironically, the very thing that leads me to my next zone in Classic WoW is dementia. That's right, dementia. You see, when I returned to Magistrate Solomon to turn in the quest for killing Lieutenant Fangor, he has completely forgotten about my valiant acts and is convinced that Lakeshire is still under constant siege. I try to reason with him, but it's no use. He demands that I travel to Stormwind to speak with General Marcus Jonathan and request reinforcements for the defense of Lakeshire. When I try to explain the situation to the general, he responds with, "Nonsense, I've known Solomon for many years and he's always had a sharp mind." So he immediately elevates the situation to the king, and at this point, I'm just thinking, oh crap, this is getting out of hand.
But he sends me back to Lakeshire with a response, and to no surprise, the memory loss takes its toll once again. Because even though only a fraction of a second has passed, Solomon panics and seems to think that the Stormwind army should be here in full force by now. So basically, the same thing happens again, only this time it's in Westfall. Solomon sends me to Westfall. I try to explain the situation to Green Stoutmantle that I've already taken care of the problem, but he tells me, nonsense, if Solomon says he needs reinforcements, I believe him. Unfortunately, there's a war waging in Westfall. But wait, I thought I already took down Edwin Van Cleef and the Defias Brotherhood. Oh no, Green Stoutmantle has dementia too. Alright, so I might be completing some quests out of chronological order, but I guess that's to be expected since it's my first playthrough and I'm not using any guides to help me out. Despite the confusion, as I mentioned before, this questline does lead me to the next part of my journey. When I return to Magistrate Solomon with the bad news, he's quite distressed to hear that Westfall is also in turmoil and that Stormwind has been unable to send aid to them as well. So he asks the question, what action is so important that it calls the Stormwind army away from its people? Which I'm pretty sure is some sort of foreshadowing. But alright, here we go. Messenger to Darkshire. I've written to Lord Ebonlock requesting that he sends his trained guards, the Night Watch. You must exercise extreme caution. Ebonlock is the mayor of Darkshire and the heart of Duskwood. Do not stray from the roads. Ooh, sounds exciting. All right, let's take a look at the map here. I think if I just follow this road south, it should take me there. So I take one last dip in the lake, bye children, head south down the road, sing a little tune along the way, cross over this large white stone bridge, and oh nice, I made it. Discovered Duskwood. Huh, doesn't really seem that different. Whoa, okay, I spoke a little too soon. As soon as I approach this bridge, the color scheme and landscape totally shifts. Instead of the warm, vibrant display you see in Northshire and the Elwynn forest that's more welcoming and cozy for newer players, Duskwood feels cold and eerie. There's a thick fog covering the terrain and honestly, it's a bit unsettling. It immediately makes me feel more on edge, like there's danger lurking around every corner. And then there's the music. It's slower, darker, and more ominous. In the background, you can hear a constant howling of the wind, almost as if the ghosts of the dead are hovering right above you, haunting the very air that you breathe. For anyone that's into the horror genre, this place is probably a dream. The roads are illuminated by glowing lanterns, and some of the NPCs are even carrying torches, which just reinforces the immersion in a player's mind that this zone is dark and full of terror. I love it. But enough about the zone. Welcome to Darkshire. Does anyone else think it's kind of comical that they came up with numerous town names that are almost identical to each other? For the first human town, let's call it Goldshire. Oh yeah, that sounds really cool. It kind of fits the warm, cozy starter zone vibes. How about this one? Ah yes, well there's a big lake in the middle of this one, so let's call it Lakeshire. I love it. And what about this next one? It's a little bit darker here, so how about Darkshire? Brilliant! No, but I do wonder why the towns are so closely related in name. Maybe there's a story behind it somewhere. And I think it goes without saying what the inspiration was for the latter part of the town names. Alright, first things first, let's make Darkshire our new home, and before I forget, I'd also like to unlock the new flight path. Looks like the Griffin Master is up here. What should I do now? No, focus Z-Mech, focus. You can guzzle down a pint of milk later. Let's explore the town a bit more. I remember seeing some quest NPCs standing around outside when I first came in. Here we go. Let's talk with this lovely young lady, Commander Althea Ebonlock, leader of the Night Watch. She explains to me that the Night Watch, similar to the People's Militia from Westfall, are the sworn protectors of the citizens of Darkshire. And since Stormwind seems to have abandoned them, they've recently been left to their own devices. They must be pretty desperate because upon meeting me, a random old bald guy with a mustache, she immediately asks if I'd be willing to join forces with the Night Watch and start slaying their enemies. Ooh, skeletal warriors and mages, some new mobs, that should be fun. I then decide to explore the town a bit more and strap your boots on folks because I have a lot to cover. I find Lord Ebonlock, hand of the letter requesting aid for Solomon. He basically says the same thing as the first two NPCs, except he's not as nice about it. Find the local weapons and armory, stumble upon this strange, creepy looking group of all-female Night Watch guards just standing there frozen next to this tree. Speak with a guy named Caller who tells me that darkness seems drawn inexorably to Duskwood.
and he mentions someone named Master Caravan, who I guess is also trying to expel the evil from Darkshire, but apparently not with the Night Watch. Seems like there might be some beef there considering he calls them complacent. I'm not totally sure. Maybe we'll learn more as we go. But regardless, Kalar says if I wish to prove myself, I'll need to kill 6 Worgen Nightbane Shadow Weavers. Ooh, once again, another new mob type. No problemo. Holy crap, that scared me. What the heck is that? Stitches. It's got a skull face where the level indicator normally is, so that's probably not good. I legitimately can't even deal damage to him. Alrighty then, I guess I have that to look forward to. I then speak with Elaine Caravan, who is glad to load up my quest log. The first one involves something or someone that is haunting Raven Hill. The second quest, called The Hermit, requires me to search out an old man in a shack near the Raven Hill Cemetery, and the third concerns a man named Sven that Elaine refers to as a man who does the work of the light. Likely story. I'm calling it right now. He's the bad guy. But yeah, she requests that I deliver some supplies to him. Sure. I'll help you out. And oh, what's this? A mushroom cellar. Now we're talking. And last but certainly not least, I visit the home of Madame Ava, who I'm pretty sure is using these orphaned children to run some sort of underground thieving guild. I mean, you've got Alyssa over here as a regent vendor, selling infernal stones and demonic figurines, whatever those are used for. And then you have this kid named Logan, spelled with an H in the middle, I might add, which, let's be real, is a crime in and of itself. And he's in charge of selling the tailoring supplies. What, I'm supposed to believe that this is just some innocent establishment you guys got going on here? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm on to you guys. But anyways, Madame Ava has a couple more quests for me here. One of them seems a little more generic, called the Totem of Infliction. Basically just collect a number of miscellaneous items by killing some nearby mobs, but this other one, The Legend of Stalvin. Ooh, this one sounds interesting. Last night, a horrible disturbance rippled through my veins. I sensed that my granddaughter, Alyssa, was in great danger. I consulted the cards and death stared up at me from the table. After taking a long journey through a dark trance, I was able to uncover a clue to this terrifying mystery. A name came to me, the name of Stalvin. Seek out the clerk in the town hall and see if you can find out more about this character. I fear for us all. All right, I'm sold. Out of all the quests I've been given thus far, this one definitely piques my interest. I mean, a child in danger, predictions of death, a mysterious character. Is this a terrible idea? Probably. And I'm almost certainly going to die at some point. But guess what? I don't care, because it sounds like fun. So yeah, I find Clerk Daltrey in the town hall, and he does have record of someone named Mr. Stalvin Mistmantle in the town registry. His last recorded address is actually the Moonbrook Schoolhouse. Interesting. Looks like I'll be making another trip back to Westfall. Ah yes, good old Westfall. I can still smell the sweet stench of Edwin Van Cleef's headless corpse rotting inside the caverns of the Dead Mines. It's good to be back, but I'm not here for pleasure. I've got to solve this mystery. So I make my way over to Moonbrook, run around trying to figure out which building is a schoolhouse, and if you're familiar with Classic WoW, you know that can be kind of a challenge since none of the buildings have names on them. I eventually find it, discover this old footlocker on the ground, open it up, pick up a dusty unsent letter that I find inside, and oh my, some spooky old forlorn spirit pops up and starts screaming and attacking me out of nowhere. What the heck, lady? Chill out. Oh my gosh, she just turned me into a sheep. Wait a second, that's supposed to be my move. Well, I took her down, but not before she placed this Curse of Stalvin on me. All attributes reduced by 5. Dang, that kind of sucks. Alright, let's read this letter. It's addressed to the Honorable Headmaster Krillian and basically says, hey, I recently moved from Stormwind to Westfall and I absolutely love it here. I got a job as a teacher and we're in the process of building a new schoolhouse for the children. Warm regards, Stalvin Mistmantle. Well, that doesn't really tell me much. I guess I'll bring this back to the clerk and see what he has to say about it. But oh, on the flight into Westfall, I did notice these quest NPC circles pop up on my mini-map right on the edge of Duskwood, so I want to go check that out. Aha! Look who we have here. if it isn't Sven Jorgen, the man who does the work of the light. Sure, here you go, man. Here are your supplies, probably aiding you in whatever shady business you got going on over here. Wait, you're the leader of the thieving guild that's exploiting all the children, aren't you? I've got my eye on you, Sven. I've got my eye on you. He then tries telling me this sob story about how he used to work on one of the farms, but his family was slaughtered by dark riders. Psh, as if that's going to fool me. He then asks me to go to his old farm and find something that was buried by a shadowy figure behind an old stump, which, I mean, I'll play along with his little game, but don't think for 1 second that I'm not onto you, buddy. Right, so after picking up a quest and hunting down some wolf meat for Lars, it's time to Hearthstone back to Darkshire and bring Clerk Daltrey this unsent letter. Upon my return, he doesn't seem to find much use for the information, but it does prompt him to update the registry, and upon a second look, he notices there's another address partially scratched out that he had missed earlier. So I guess the trip to Westfall wasn't a total waste. This address belongs to the Lion's Pride Inn. Looks like I'm headed to Goldshire to see if anyone there has heard of the name Stalvin. So I tap my heels together 3 times, say there's no place like Goldshire, and bada bing bada boom. I instantly appear in front of innkeeper Farley, who, despite almost having a heart attack, tells me that he does remember a man named Stalvin. You see, there was a messenger that showed up many years back seeking refuge. In the middle of the night, the man got spooked by something, fled from the inn, and just so happened to leave a letter behind that belonged to Stalvin, and it was intended for the Canal District in Stormwind. So I head upstairs, retrieve the undelivered letter, and let's see what it says. To sum it up, Stalvin was forced to leave his post as headmaster in Moonbrook for unspoken reasons. He then heard of this man's need of a tutor in the Canal District and was planning to speak to him in person after the winter rains subside and the roads were suitable for travel once again. Bro, Stormwind is like right up the road, maybe half a mile away, tops. I'm pretty sure you could have made the trip no problem despite some rough seasonal weather. But anyways, I gotta follow this lead, so I teleport to Stormwind, take a quick look at the map, and there's nothing on here that says Canal District. I mean, there are a bunch of buildings along these canals, so I guess I'll try my luck with those. But after 5 to 10 minutes of searching, this guy is nowhere to be found. I did, however, find a really nice massage parlor where if you lay down next to these guys, this lady will come by and rub some ointment on you for free. And I gotta say, I will definitely be coming back here again. Where was I? Oh yes, finding the Canal District. So I go with the tried and true method of asking people in World Chat, and sure enough, someone is kind enough to help me out. Turns out his name is Caretaker Folsom, and this guy is tucked all the way back in the corner of the city. No wonder I couldn't find him. When I show him the letter, I must have really struck a nerve because he quite literally winds up to reorganize my face. And as I'm reading through the dialogue, I'm a little bit confused. He tells me that his father was the caretaker of the estate before him, but I don't know what estate he's talking about. Something about mopping the blood up after the massacre and the last funds of the Flint Ridge Trust having all dried up. It feels like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle here, but he tells me to search through the family's packed up possessions, so maybe that will help clear things up. Inside the crate, I find a torn journal page, and after being ambushed and turned into a sheep yet again by this forlorn spirit, we get a little more insight into the situation. It would appear Stalvin did end up securing the tutoring position he applied for, and it would also appear that he's kind of a creep, talking about how the elder daughter, while being exceptionally smart, is on the cusp of womanhood and is captivatingly beautiful. I mean, I don't know exactly how old Stalvin is at this point, but there's gotta be a pretty large age gap going on. He also says he'll be accompanying the family to their summer cottage near the Eastvale logging camp, so it looks like that's where I'm going. Yo, what the heck is this? There's just this massive dragon lying dead in the middle of the street. Do mobs just randomly attack major cities in classic WoW? When I arrive at the Eastvale logging camp, I take a quick look around and eventually find a guy named Marshall Haggard standing outside what I would assume is the family's old summer cottage house. Yep, and sure enough, he tells me he actually held on to some of the parchments from the previous owners. So I head inside, retrieve a faded journal page, the forlorn spirit shows up again, and yep, Stalvin is definitely a creep. When Taloa brought him a flower from the garden, which is something that a lot of children commonly do, he says, "My heart felt as though it was trembling within my chest." Like, dude, she's a child. She probably just wanted to show some appreciation to you for being her teacher, who is an adult, by the way. All right, Anyways, Haggard then tells me that the innkeeper back in Darkshire is an expert on the local lore and thinks he might be able to help. Okay, let me get this straight. After all of that traveling and all of that investigation, I'm heading back to the local innkeeper to get some answers. Don't you think someone could have just told me that from the start? Like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, the innkeeper next door was talking about Stalvin the other day. All right, let's go to the Darkshire Inn. When I click on Tavern Keep Smith's, he asks me, Marshal Haggard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I did. That's literally the first thing I said was, hey, I got this letter here from Marshal Haggard, so yeah. Sure enough, Smiths makes an immediate connection between the faded journal page, Stalvin Mistmantle, and the slaughtering of a family of nobles a few years back. He says it's enough evidence to prove the guilt of that crazy man in the woods. He then hands me some muddy journal pages and tells me to report this news to Commander Ebenlock with haste. Aye aye, sir. Oh yeah, by the way, did I mention that this quest shows up as orange in my quest log? Small little detail that I forgot to mention. Within those pages though, we actually find the villain arc of Stalvin Mistmantle. His inappropriate and misplaced feelings for his student only intensified over time. But when Taloa brought her suitor around to meet him, she referred to him as her uncle and a nice old man, which pretty much sent him spiraling into despair and madness. After speaking with Commander Ebenlock, she hands me some more journal pages and asks me to take them to Clerk Daltrey to see if the handwriting matches up. The final words we read written down on these blood-stained journal pages are, "The blood I shall spill pales in comparison to the tears I have shed," which Clerk Daltrey confirms is in fact the handwriting of Stalvin Mistmantle. And back to Commander Ebenlock we go. Stalvin Mistmantle led a life of depravity. Innocent victims died by his hand. Undoubtedly, he is guilty of countless crimes. Now the lunatic threatens Darkshire. The light only knows what sordid acts he is plotting. Travel to his cottage just north of town and execute Stalvin. Nice. So, the mystery is finally solved. Now, the only thing left to do is to bring about justice for Taloa and the rest of her family, who were brutally murdered by this crazed madman. It's time to go take down a killer. So I take a look at the map and notice that there's a small house located to the north of Darkshire. Based on the information I received from the commander, I have a hunch that this is where I'm going to find Stalvin. So I make my way north and yep, sure enough, I discover the Manor Mistmantle. This has to be the right place. As I near the cottage, my heart starts pounding in my chest and I feel a sudden chill run down my spine. Who knows what this lunatic is about to do to me? So I round the corner, build up the courage to take a step inside, and oh, he's already dead. Well, that was anticlimactic. For anyone that's new to the channel, or if you just want to catch up with the story, here's a quick recap. Upon entering Duskwood for the first time, I got a taste of what I can expect as I adventure through this haunted zone, while also getting myself acquainted a bit to the town of Darkshire. After mixing it up with the locals and gathering as many quests as I could find, I decided that instead of doing the logical thing of completing the nearby and easier quests, I would take myself on a wild goose chase all around Azeroth to solve the mystery of the legend of Stalvin, only to find out that he was already dead. And we left off on a bit of a cliffhanger. Now before we go any further, as always, I want to give a massive thank you to all those who have been following along with the series and to those of you who have subscribed and are supporting the channel. It may not seem like much, but one of my favorite things on this YouTube journey thus far has simply been hearing from you guys and reading through all of the genuine, heartfelt comments along the way. So thank you guys for your continued support. Now without further ado, let's hop back into this story. The truth is, Stalvin was dead when I first came across his cottage in the woods, but remember how I mentioned that the quest showed up as orange in my quest log? Yeah, that's because Stalvin is level 32 and I'm only level 25. Realistically, even if he was still alive, I would have gotten completely annihilated. I probably wouldn't have even been able to deal damage to him because of the level differential. So I make a promise to myself and to Stalvin that I will return to this place, and when I do, I'll be ready for him. I will be a worthy opponent, and I will
avenge the innocent blood that he shed all those years ago. But for now, I gotta figure out what the crap I'm doing. I've got a bunch of quests here from the Darkshire locals to choose from, and no idea where I should start. I guess I'll just start out with the green one called Ravenhill. At least, that's what I intended to do. But you see, when you're not using any guides, and there's no real location indicators on the map or in the quest dialogue, it's kind of tough to find specific landmarks. So, instead of discovering Ravenhill, here's what actually ends up happening. I explore a bit in the area south of Darkshire, have my first encounters with the skeletal mob types, meet another creepy spirit lady named Blind Mary, head east to check out this tower symbol on the map to see if maybe that's Ravenhill. Spoiler alert, it's not, but it is the home of some really high level mobs, so I hightail it out of there. I then spend way too much time trying to jump through trees and climb up hills in an attempt to reach this little cave symbol on the map, only to find out that I actually just needed to walk a bit more south to find this path that leads to the cave. Kill a bunch of these spiders, reach level 26, discover a cemetery, albeit it's the wrong one, but hey, at least it's a start. This one's called the Tranquil Gardens Cemetery, a little bit of an oxymoron if you ask me. Now, guess what I did next? If you answered with the logical thought process of finishing up these quests over here on the side of my screen, you would be totally wrong. Why would I do that when I can pay a visit to Janaea and Stormwind to train my abilities? Unfortunately, it's a bit of a lackluster level upgrade. I actually decided to not train rank to Frost Nova after I realized that the slight damage boost without any additional freeze time is probably not worth the additional mana costs. So the only thing I acquire from her is a new ability called Cone of Cold. And it's not a bad spell since it deals AoE damage while slowing down your enemies as well. But the trip is not a total waste because I've reached a point where I actually get to pick back up with the Mage's questline, which I am very excited about. And to do that, Janaea simply tells me to seek out High Sorcerer Andromath, who just so happens to be right outside the Wizard Sanctum portal. Oops, wrong portal. He starts talking about a mage that used to study in this very tower, but eventually was banished when he fell to the dark arts. And guess where he was banished to? The Tower of Ilgalar. That's right, we actually get a little more backstory about Morgant, the evil warlock that we recently killed in the Redridge Mountains. So that's kind of cool. Andromath then tells me that Morgant took a very powerful book called Yours Treatise on Shadow Magic and he really needs it back. So I make a quick trip back to Lakeshire, head to the Tower of Ilgalar, fight my way to the top of the tower with ease, and retrieve the book for Andromath. No problem, right? Wrong. This quest is without a doubt the most frustrating series of events I've yet encountered in my entire time playing Classic WoW. I thoroughly overestimate my character's power and spend way too much time trying to make it to the top of the tower. There's just this one spot where two of the demon dogs and a Shadowhide Slayer are right next to each other and I cannot figure out a way to aggro them separately, which leads me to running away for my life countless times and even results in a couple of deaths where I'm forced to travel from the town graveyard all the way back to the tower. After almost an hour of trying and just about losing my mind in the process, I finally give up after the third death. There's no way I'm running back there again. I'll just level up a bit and take another crack at it again later. So I hop on a griffin, return to Duskwood, finish killing these skeletal mobs for the Night Watch quest, explore the area a bit more, looks like Selma Saldian has been expanding her meat pie business, discover the rotting orchard, and ooh, I no longer have to ask the question, what is a worgen? It appears to be World of Warcraft's take on a werewolf, and I'm not gonna lie, these things are kind of terrifying. The way that they charge at you on all fours, their demonic red eyes glaring as they gnash their teeth at you, and don't even get me started on the worgen spellcasters, the Shadow Weavers. These guys know how to deal some serious damage. It's a good thing I don't have to, oh wait, I do have to kill them for a quest. Gosh dang it. After flawlessly battling it out with the worgens and not dying a single time during any of the fights, counterspell OP by the way, I managed to take down all 6 of the Shadow Weavers and then decide to continue scouting out more of the zone, which leads me to this area called the Twilight Grove. Now, I don't want any major spoilers, but can someone explain to me what the heck this place is? Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful area, maybe one of the most aesthetic places that I've been so far. But seriously, I spend 5 to 10 minutes running around, standing under heavenly spotlights, investigating this this mysterious portal, waiting in an enchanted pool, all for seemingly nothing. There's no one here and no indicators of what the purpose of this grove is. So yeah. All right, next up we have the Jorgen farmstead. I checked the quest log and yep, sure enough, this is the farm I needed to find for Sven's revenge. Knowing that I'm almost certainly helping out an undercover villain, I reluctantly go forth with the quest's objective, which requires me to take out some of these Defias gang members before digging up whatever it is that was buried beneath this mound of loose dirt. Nothing too exciting, it's just labeled a book from Sven's farm. But I'm not really in the mood for reading at the moment, I'll probably flip through it later. Right now, I want to keep uncovering more of this map. So I head west, discover the Volgol Ogre Mount, and aha! There's a sign marker here that reads Raven Hill. Finally. I wonder if there were more of these signs posted on the road and I just missed them. Oh well. As I continue down the road, to my excitement, I eventually make it to my desired destination, Raven Hill. And right away, I'm met by a man named Jitters, who apparently has been drinking a few too many cups of coffee. He says he's been hiding out in this ghost town, hasn't eaten much of anything for weeks, and is really craving some dusky crab cakes. Well, no wonder you're feeling jittery, man. You probably have some crazy low blood sugar. Being the good nurse that I am, I tell him, of course I'll go grab some food for you. But it's kind of a long walk back to Darkshire, and I don't really want to make that trip right now, so I'm just gonna hang around the area for a bit, if that's cool with you. Man, Jitters was not exaggerating when he called this place a ghost town. Apart from this random sketchy goblin selling some black market potion vials, the village is completely abandoned. Not a soul in sight. I wonder what happened here. As I follow the path behind the town, I then come across the Raven Hill Cemetery, which appears to be a pretty big landmark with a bunch of different mobs walking around. Probably going to be a nice spot for farming XP at some point. And as I look at the map, I notice what looks like a hill directly east of the cemetery, which coincides with the instructions from this quest called the Hermit. Hey, would you look at that? It's my ex-brother-in-law Abercrombie. What's up, man? Long time no see. What brings you all the way out here to Duskwood? Kind of a creepy old shack you got going on. Do you live here? Oh, by the way, Denise, yeah, not too happy with you after you stopped paying the child support. Oh, you need me to do you a favor? Sure. Abercrombie then tells me that since he's so old and feeble, he doesn't know if he'd be able to make the trip to Darkshire. I feel that. And he needs me to bring him some ghost hair thread from Madame Ava. You can count on me, brother. Since I'm already over here, I decide to do a little more exploration, come across a bunch of these ghouls, another new mob type for me, discover the Dawning Wood Catacombs. Oh boy, this place is packed with mobs. Definitely feels like a death trap waiting to happen. Finish collecting all 10 of the Ghoul Fang quest items, Hearthstone back to Darkshire, speak with Chef Gruel to see if he can cook up some crab cakes for Jitters, and ew, that's disgusting, dude. His crab cakes are actually made with spider legs. Jeez, man. And here I thought Salma's meat pies were bad. You know what? Fine, whatever. I'll get you some spider legs. Jitters is so souped up on Monster energy drinks that I doubt he'll even notice. Alright, let's go meet back up with the commander and report to her that my skeleton hunting mission was a success. While she is clearly impressed, she tells me that the work is not done yet. Tell me about it. I'm still trying to figure out what Sven Jorgen is hiding up his sleeve. And are you aware of the countless child labor laws that are being broken here in Darkshire? We need to get to the bottom of this. Oh, you just want me to go kill some more skeletons? Right. I then return to speak with Kalar to turn in the Worgen quest, reach level 27, yay. Agree to take down 12 of the Nightbane Dark Runners for him, head over to the Thieving Guild to speak with Madame Ava, turn in the Totem of Infliction quest. That's kind of an interesting item. Not sure if I'm going to use it though. Ask her if she's got any ghost hair thread lying around that I could give to my brother-in-law, and she tells me that she can make some for me if I'm able to acquire the ghost hair for her. There's a poor, sad spirit named Blind Mary nearby, and I should be able to get some from her. All right, let's go comb some hair. So I visit Blind Mary at her cottage in the woods, hand her the comb, she brushes her hair without me even asking, and then hands it back to me without me even asking. Well, that was incredibly easy. I kind of expected there to be more to it than that. Anyways, I return to Madame Ava, give her the ghost hair, she turns it into thread, and oh man, what a day. I'd like to keep going, but my arthritis is starting to act up, and that white liquid gold is calling my name. I think it's time that I head back to the tavern to get a little bit of R&R. Need to ice the old knee and rest up for another full day of adventures.
Over the past 6 months, I've been playing classic World of Warcraft for the first time ever. I'm not allowed to use any leveling guides, and I'm narrating my way through the entire experience. In my relatively short time playing through this classic MMO, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that I really suck at this game. So join me on this journey as I pursue my World of Warcraft dream and make a complete idiot of myself along the way. In this episode, we pick up exactly where we left off in the haunted region of Duskwood, giving aid to the Night Watch and running errands for a totally innocent and well-intentioned old relative of mine. Abercrombie the Hermit, my ex-brother-in-law, also a popular clothing brand that saw its peak in the early 2000s. The last time we spoke, he asked me for a favor to bring him some ghost hair thread so that he can string it along his doorway to keep out unwanted spirits, which I am 100% confident that is exactly what he will use it for. I mean, he's never given me any reason not to trust him, well, apart from abandoning my sister along with the 3 children refusing to pay child support. But that's beside the point. And look, he even pays me for my services. See, what a nice guy. Thank you, kind sir. He then follows it up by asking if I could retrieve for him a certain liquor called zombie juice. Planning on throwing a little party, eh? Perfect. I'll bring some crab cakes. Wait, I am invited, right? And please hurry, Z-Mac. These nights get cold and I need that drink to put fire in my veins again. Well, alrighty then. Wouldn't want old Abercrombie freezing to death out here. Now, since I'm already over here by the Ravenhill Cemetery, I figure I might as well take the opportunity to complete the quest for the commander and kill a bunch of these skeletal fiends and horrors, which wouldn't have taken long at all, except for the fact that there are like 3 times as many horrors as there are fiends. So I just keep running around blasting away at the mobs until after about 30 minutes or so, I finally reach 15 of each enemy type. Nice. Now that we've slaughtered an entire village worth of fiends and horrors, I think that now is a good time to sit down and read through that book we found on Sven's farm. And I've found the perfect spot, right on top of this dead skeleton's rib cage. Ah yes, that's quite comfortable. It even has a slight cushion to it. Alright, instead of me reading through the entire thing, I figured that's probably going to be a little bit boring for you guys. And we can't have that now, can we? So here's a quick summary of what it says. An unknown person found a cursed scythe in Roland's Doom. Don't ask me where that is because I have no idea. That seems to have transformed Duskwood from a previously mild region, more similar to Northshire, into the terror that we see today. More specifically, this individual was actually responsible for unleashing the Worgen into Duskwood. No, stop it, I'm trying to read here. And while most of their companions were killed, they made it out alive and hid in Sven's barn for a few days. Alright, so I learned quite a bit of information from that. First, a little bit about the lore of Duskwood and the backstory of the Worgen. Second, I'm pretty sure this answers a previous question I asked about the Scythe of Elwynn, or at least a part of it. Third, I feel pretty confident that I know who this unknown person is since it mentions them getting their nickname from being quick to flinch from jabs and leap free of pitfalls. And last but not least, I might actually be wrong about Sven, since the journal mentions that the family were actually kind, decent folk, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyways, I then Hearthstone back to Darkshire to grab a bottle of zombie juice from Taverkeep Smith's, and of course, he needs me to gather some rot blossoms to make his brew. Oh, and guess where I can find them? Inside the skulls of these skeletal horrors and fiends that I just spent the last 30 minutes farming. Yep. Well, let's go turn in the Night Watch quest to Althea, and she's grateful for my help, but the Night Watch is not done with me yet. She needs me to go hunt down some plague spreaders. The quest is showing up as orange, so not sure if I'm going to be able to do this one, but either way, looks like I'm headed back to Ravenhill. Let's just group up some of these mobs real quick and unlimited power. No, but seriously, it's quite satisfying being able to round up a bunch of these mobs and take them down with ease. Oh my gosh, dude. I can't loot a rot blossom to save my life. But wait a second, I think this is my first ever blue weapon drop. Nice. I can't use it, but still. And there we go. It took me another 30 minutes farming those skeletons to get the 8 out of 8 rot blossoms, but we got it. So I returned to Taverkeep Smith's, hand him the rot blossoms. He tells me he'll put in a good word for me with the commander, hands me a bottle of zombie juice, and then says, and be careful with this stuff. It's strong enough to raise the dead. Ah, come on, you're messing with me. This stuff will be perfect for Abercrombie's Rager this weekend, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. And now, a word from today's sponsor. Are you tired of wearing that same old Start-A-Zone gear? Tired of walking around the city of Stormwind and hearing someone yell out, "Hey, your outfit sucks"? Well, you're in luck, my friend. I've got just what you're looking for. Introducing ZMAC Republic, a brand new, independently owned clothing shop opening up right here in the city of Stormwind. Not only is every single item handcrafted with the highest quality of materials, but you'll also look super cool while wearing it. Everyone will be jealous of you and your new clothes. We've got simple linen pants, we've got white linen shirts, you name it, and there's about a 10% chance that we can make it for you. But that's not all. As of this very moment, we are offering new ZMAC Republic customers for a limited time the deal of a lifetime. Buy one, get one free for our top selling items. And if you call right now, we'll even throw in a free woolen bag at no extra charge. That's right, no extra charge. So come on down to ZMAC Republic to get your new drip on. And remember, we've got it 10% of the time, every time. Yeah, so as you can see, I started working on the tailoring profession. Once I had decided that I wanted to go with tailoring, I began saving up all the linen and wool cloth that I came across. And thankfully, I had saved up enough to just fly through the first 100 levels or so. I think I ended up at 125 or something like that, which to my surprise actually allowed me to make some pretty decent gear. And I successfully sold a good amount of the woolen gloves and pants. But silk cloth is a totally different story. I haven't been looting much silk at all, which seems to directly correlate with the level of mobs that I'm killing, so I'm not able to progress the profession much further as of right now. That's alright though, the tailoring was a fun little break from my typical exploration and questing. I'll definitely come back to it at some point once I've acquired more of the silk cloth. Anyways, where was I? Oh, that's right, Abercrombie's Rager. And what better way to pregame for the party than to run around killing a bunch of Worgen? Really gets the adrenaline going, if you know what I mean. So I finished killing 12 out of 12 Nightbane Dark Runners, turned in the quest to Kaller, and oh boy, he has another task for me. He thinks I'm now ready to take on the toughest Worgen infested in the woods, the Vile Things and the Tainted Ones. Oh yeah, you better believe I'm ready for it. Who does this guy think he's talking to? I'm like in the top 1,000 mages of Azeroth. Maybe. Oh look, I'm back at Ravenhill. Gotta bring Abercrombie his liquor. Haha, told you guys the heavy woolen pants are one of my top selling items. Nice. I need that zombie juice to keep me warm on these cold, dark nights. Wait, so you're not actually throwing a party? Dang it. Remy 2 times is going to be very disappointed. 1,000 thanks, ZMAC. You warm an old man's heart with your with your kindness. Oh, Abercrombie, always the jokester, aren't you? Gotta love this guy. Anything else I can get for you? He then asks if I can grab him some ghoul ribs so that he can make some sort of effigy, kind of like a scarecrow for ghouls. As a matter of fact, that will actually work out perfectly since I was already planning on taking an evening stroll through the catacombs. I need to hunt down some plague spreaders for the commander, so I knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminating 20 out of 20 plague spreaders while also collecting all of the ghoul ribs needed for the effigy quest. Return to Abercrombie, hand him the ribs to complete the quest, reach level 28, and unbelievable. A bunch of ogres were bullying Abercrombie the other day when he was innocently trying to collect some herbs. He says he was forced to run and left behind a crate of precious tools and herbs. Well, if there's one thing I simply cannot stand, it's bullying. Just tell me where they're at and I'll bring back some of their heads for you. Oh, you just want the tools and herbs back? Well, how am I supposed to know that? Everyone else in Azeroth is always asking me to bring back decapitated heads for them. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to return that book to Sven. The one about the cursed site, the lore about Duskwood and the Worgen. Yeah, let's go turn that in. That shadowy figure I saw was a witness to my family's death. About that. I feel like I owe you an apology, you know, for laughing about your family dying and all. There are questions I'd like to ask that man, if only I knew who he was. I think I might have an idea about that. But Sven responds with, I don't want speculation, I need to know for sure. Take the book you found and show it to the townsfolk in Darkshire to see if they can help. Okie dokie. So I head back to Darkshire, turn in the Night Watch quest to the commander, acquire a nice little gunny sack. What is a gunny sack? Wait, that's it? No more quests to go and kill other monsters? Did I do something wrong? Please, Althea, I'm sorry. Give me another chance. Alright, let's see if any of these townsfolk know anything about this shadowy figure, even though I'm 99% positive it's going to be Jitters. We'll start with the child slave owner. She tells us the original owner of this book is not a native of Darkshire, but the book itself was purchased here. Okay, who would be selling books around here? What about the clerk? Oh yeah, baby, level 99 detective skills right here. Ah yes, I sold this book a month ago to a shady person. He didn't tell me his name, but he was a nervous, jittery chap. I knew it. You might want to expand your search to the inn. No, I think that's all the information that I search the inn. Okay, geez, I'll go search the inn. Oh, baby, look at all these items that have sold. Mom, check it out. I'm rich. Okay, Tavern Keep Smith says he remembers the book and owner, blah, blah, blah. We already know that it's Jitters. All right, time to go solve this mystery. Oh, crap. No. I'm gonna die. Guys, help me. Yep, that's me. The old bald guy getting chased around by undead skeletons and screaming his head off. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, it's a bit of a long story, but if you stick around, I promise I'll tell you everything. It all started when I entered the zone of Duskwood for the first time. I had heard lots of good things about the area. Oh, just wait, you're going to love Duskwood. Can't wait for you to reach Darkshire, it's my favorite. Well, what they actually meant by that was, this place is absolutely terrifying, and you have to watch your back at all times. No person in their right mind should ever be venturing out here alone. Yeah, they kinda left that part out. But anyways, ever since I got here, I've been traveling all over the place, completing quests, solving mysteries, unlocking dark secrets, discovering new mobs, farming skeletons for hours at a time, and strangely enough, running errands for my ex-brother-in-law, Abercrombie, who I haven't seen in years. Along the way, I've also met some other interesting characters. There's one guy in particular named Sven, whose family was murdered years ago that I've been helping out. He wants to uncover the mystery of a shadowy figure he saw on the night of their deaths, which leads us to the start of this episode. After speaking with Tavern Keep Smits, I've just confirmed that the shadowy figure Sven saw on the night of his family's death was none other than a man they call Jitters. I ran into him a few nights back and I could tell right away. There was definitely something suspicious about him. But before we go confront him, I just hit level 28 and I want to make a quick stop in Stormwind to see if there's any abilities worth training. Ooh, nice. Rank 2 Arcane Intellect. Oh, this looks interesting. Conjure Mana Agate. Conjures a Mana Agate that can be used to instantly restore 375 to 425 mana. Conjured items disappear if logged out for more than 15 minutes. Oh, so it's just like the conjured food and water consumables. Yo, that's legit. Now initially, I thought this was going to be super overpowered because I just stack up a bunch of these things and have basically unlimited mana. But I quickly learned that you can only hold one in your inventory at a time. Still helpful, but not as crazy as I first thought. Rank 2 Mana Shield, and dude, let's go. Rank 2 Blizzard. Oh, that's amazing. From 212 damage to 366 damage. That's huge. That'll cut down some of the time farming mobs by a considerable amount. Now while I'm here, there is one thing that I'd like to do. I picked up this old history book while farming skeletons in Duskwood, and it sounds kind of interesting. And you know me, I always love a good side quest. I've been instructed to return the book to the Stormwind Library, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. Right, so I'm here at the library. It looks like I need to speak with this guy, Milton Sheaf. Good day, sir. He's quite interested in the book. Ooh, what's that old book you have there? Can I see it? He then tells me that the book hasn't rested on these shelves in years, and that after being restored, he'd be honored to place it within their rare books collection. As a token of gratitude, he hands me a small payment, and well, shoot, doesn't look like I'll be following up with this quest anytime soon, seeing as when I look at the quest log, it's red. And also, I have no idea where South Shore is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's super far away, but keep this in the back of your minds because I will be returning to this quest later in our journey. Next stop, the Redridge Mountains. Gotta turn to one of these old quests to Magistrate Solomon. Oh, great, 35 XP. As always, a massive shout out to my Patreons for supporting the channel throughout this creative work. I am truly honored and greatly appreciate your generosity. If you'd like to become a part of the Patreon family, be sure to click on the link listed in the description below. Now without further ado, let's hop back into this story. Alright, back to Duskwood we go. Time to return to Ravenhill because I've got some unfinished business with Mr. Jitters to attend to. I'm sure Sven is wondering what has been taking me so long. Oh geez, yeah, let's try not to get killed by the level 35 elite waltzing down the road. They look like they've got it covered. Don't mind me, just gonna walk around you guys here. Oops, did I just say I was going to interrogate Jitters? What I meant to say was my ADHD would kick in and I'd get totally sidetracked as I stumbled upon this ogre territory. But it's actually kind of fortunate because the last time I spoke with Abercrombie, he told me he needed me to retrieve his box of tools and herbs that these ogres had stolen from him. Plus, I've been really looking forward to trying out my new rank 2 blizzard. Oh, it's so glorious. And I think this is my first encounter with ogres, right? I honestly don't remember. There's so many mob types I can't even keep them all straight. Personally, I like the ones with 2 heads. What an interesting life that would be. Can you imagine what that would be like? Having someone else attached to you at all times and they're able to control your body as well? Like, how would that work? What if one of them wants to go for a walk, but the other one wants to take a nap? And what if they don't agree on what they want to wear? Maybe one head feels like dressing up, but the other head wants to keep it casual. Do they alternate days where only one of them gets full control of the body, or simply take turns with every other task? These are important questions that I need the answer to. Haha, I found Abercrombie's crate. Nope, wait, that's just a chest full of melon juice. Haha, I found Abercrombie's crate, and while we're here, might as well go spelunking in this fiery, hellish ogre cave. Oh look, another chest. Well now, I'd say that was a very successful ogre massacre, if I do say so myself. Time to go return these supplies to Abercrombie. You got my crate? Funny story actually, you see, I had to kill a bunch of these ogres, and then there was this chest sitting right next to it that I thought was your crate, but actually it was just a chest full of melon juice. Just give it to me. All right, geez. Don't get your panties in a bunch, bro. Or should I say ex-bro? Starting to understand why Denise didn't like you. Thank the neck. Well, thank you, Z-Mac. You have more than earned your reward. Yeah, I'd say so. I've been running all over Duskwood running these errands for you. Take this note to Ello Ebenlock, the mayor of Darkshire. He and I are old friends, and when he reads it and discovers what you did for me, I'm sure he'll be just as happy as I am. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. You good? Yeah, I think so. Might want to get that checked out. Sounds kind of serious. All right, let's crack open this letter real quick. The letters on this note seem to flicker and dance across its surface. It is impossible to glean meaning from them. Is this one of those lemon juice inks? You know, like the one from National Treasure? Okay, what was I supposed to be doing? Oh, the shadowy figure, that's right. Let's go talk to Jitters. Who are you? Leave me be. Dude, we've already met before, like 2 episodes ago, when you asked me to bring you some dusky crab cakes. Totally forgot to do that, by the way. My bad. I think the quest went gray, so I just got rid of it. Anyways, yes, I'm the author of that book. You finally found me, eh? Yes, I know. I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted on the way here. Well, if you read that journal, then you only know half of it. He then hands me the completed journal and tells me that the rest of the pages contain the full story of what happened at Sven's farm. Oh boy, this should be good. Just to recap, the first half of the journal told us that Jitters found a cursed scythe, accidentally unleashed the worgen into Duskwood, all of his friends were brutally murdered by the beast, and that he ended up hiding out in Sven's farm for the next couple days. Now, I don't usually read through the entirety of the text in my videos for this sort of thing, but this story is actually quite good, and it's worth the read. Like, seriously though, it's heartfelt, emotional, well thought out, and okay, yeah, I might have teared up a bit as I read through it. Is that what you want to hear? It's probably, no, it definitely is the best quest journal storytelling that I've encountered thus far throughout my time playing Classic WoW. So sit back, maybe grab a cup of coffee or settle into your favorite grinding spot, and let's dive in. Perhaps I am doomed to witness the change I wrought on Duskwood. Perhaps it is my fate to watch as the Worgen tear into this land, staining it ever darker with their foulness. If that truly is my fate, then it's twofold. For the Worgen are not the only power to clutch at Duskwood. The fiends from Deadwind Pass have also staked claim. That is the next chapter of my tale, and I pray it is the last. After surviving the flight from Roland's Doom, I hid within a barn owned by a man named Sven. I spent a few days in the barn, and such horror lingered with me that I never once made myself known to Sven or his family. But from what I saw from my hiding place, I knew these farmers were quite decent folk. Had I stepped from my concealment, I think they would have taken me in, but trust is hard for me. Harder still after that shock in the mine, so I remained hidden, and it saved my life. A few days after I arrived at the barn, Sven left his farm for Darkshire. He kissed his wife and smiled to his children and promised to return soon with toys and sweets. The poor man. That was the last time he saw his family unmutilated. At least they parted happily. And at least his wife was the first to die and was freed from seeing the slaughter of her children. But these small graces do nothing for me. I saw what happened, and it will ever haunt my dreams. My hand trembles as I recall the details of that night when Sven was away and his family was doomed to face the Black Riders alone. Again, regret claws at me, for I was there and could have risen against those fiends from Deadwind Pass. But it's a false regret. It's the same that plagues any survivor of a tragedy. I know that had I left my place of hiding, I too would have been killed. My body ripped and torn, and its pieces spread so widely that I would not be recognized. But even though I know I could have done nothing to stop this heinous murder, one true regret does remain. I brought the Black Riders to Sven's farm. My discovery of the scythe not only unleashed the Worgen upon Duskwood, it drew the riders from Deadwind Pass. I know this because just before they began their slaughter, they asked one question to Sven's wife as she held her children close, giving them what comfort she could, though she was certain death was near. "The scythe of Elwynn," one of the riders shrieked in a voice both harsh and shrill, like the grinding of an axe on stone. And the last word, Elwynn, it croaked as if choking on the sound. Dread gripped me when I heard that voice, both from the horrid sound of it and because I knew the scythe of which the rider spoke. It must be the same cursed thing I drew from the rocks of Roland's Dooms days before. It was what the Black Rider sought, and it was what would kill Sven's family. I never learned the name of Sven's wife, as she was only ever called Dearest and My Love and Mommy by her husband and children. But I wish I knew it. I am the only living memory of her deed that day, and although she was just a farmer's wife, never have I seen a man or woman act with such bravery. Of course, she did not know of the scythe, but when she learned the riders sought it, in an instant a plan formed in her head, and it was bold and clever. If only it had worked. "The scythe?" she said in a calm voice. "Of course I do. Who here wouldn't?" She looked at the riders with steady eyes, and I would have sworn she spoke the truth if I had not known better. There was no way she could know about the scythe. Her gambit paid off. The same rider who uttered the question before bent his head slightly toward her and shrieked, "Where?" "I'll take you, all of you," she said, and I could see a small hope flicker behind her eyes. "But the way is far, and my children would just slow us. We must leave them." Her trick was simple, but simple tricks have the best hope of success. If it worked, it would lead the riders away from the farm. She would be lost, but her children would be safe. And it would work, if only the riders believed her noble lies. Although I have never been a student of the light, I prayed fiercely for Sven's wife as she stood against those terrible riders. "Please," I prayed, "let them believe." They stood frozen, and she met their gazes with calm. Then one rider looked up, as if hearing a distant call. He drew from his garb a small gem and peered into it. He then gestured with the bauble towards Sven's wife. A light crept from the rider toward the woman, shaping itself into a grim white hand. She stared into the light, unflinching, but I could see uncertainty behind her mask of confidence. When the hand reached her, it spread its fingers over her head and it squeezed. Sven's wife stood rigid as a board and her eyes grew wide, and although her lips pulled back to mouth a scream, no sound escaped. After a few moments of this torture, the hand released her, dropping her to her knees. The rider who held the bauble then sat erect in his saddle, and a loud voice erupted from it. "This woman lies," it said in a voice that has scarred my dreams. "She has not seen the scythe." After this, the rider's shoulders stooped slightly, as if a spirit within him had fled. And then, in the old shrieking voice it used earlier, these final words were uttered. "The Lord has spoken. Kill them." I cannot describe what happened next. It is clear in my mind, but even my wretched soul cannot put to paper the events of those next few grisly minutes. I can only write that Sven's family was killed, and soon after, Sven returned to this grim, deathly scene. Such grief was in him that I was afraid to show myself, and so afraid was I that he would find me, I fled from my hiding spot in the barn. I do not know where Sven is now, but I pray he will someday find peace. I spent the next few weeks moving from place to place, never lingering for fear of the riders. I am now in the abandoned town of Ravens Hill, as always, hiding. I cannot face whatever power they used against Sven's wife, and I know it searches Duskwood, even still, for the scythe. It is lost to me, and I thank the light for this, for had I kept it, I know I would have been found. Even now, I know in my heart that I will be found. I'm so tired. Oof, goosebumps. The author knew what they were doing. This sentence in particular where you read, "I never learned the name of Sven's wife, as she was only ever called Dearest and My Love and Mommy by her husband and children." That was such a powerful setup for the story. It really amplified the key moments. Her act of bravery, her tragic death, and Sven's grief when he learned that his family was taken from him. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but there's something about that story that just grips and resonates with me. I hope that we encounter more stories like this throughout our journey. Right, let's go break the news to Sven. I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to react. Hey buddy, did you find who the shadowy figure was? As a matter of fact, I did. Here's the journal. I'm afraid it's a bit of a hard read. Oh, you're done with it already? Okay, that was fast. Sven doesn't seem too choked up about the story. He's actually more concerned with finding these dark riders and revenge. I have seen these riders in Duskwood and have seen them speak with the wizard Morbant Fae at the Forlorn Row. Another dark wizard named Morbant Fae. Sounds interesting. Oh, he's actually a necromancer. And before Sven turns me loose to take him down, he wants to test my strength first. So he tasked me with killing more skeletons. Yay. So I head back to the cemetery, and it turns out that the mobs I need to extinguish are down here in the Dawning Wood Catacombs. Ugh, healers. I hate fighting healers. They always take so long to die. Oh gosh, these guys are like immune to magic or something. The skeletal warder. Well, that's quite the pickle we find ourselves in, isn't it? How am I supposed to kill these warders? They're immune to everything. Looks like it's time for the power of friendship. Yes, it's been a minute, but I think it's about time we team up with some companions once again. Oh, and look at that. Easy peasy. It's honestly hilarious how often I forget that there's just other people running around that can easily help me with stuff. All right, let's finish up killing the 15 skeletal raiders. There we go. Turn in this quest to Sven. Your skill in combat, Zemek, cannot be doubted. Your resolve may yet see us through to the end of Morbant Fae. Well, are there going to be any more of those warders? Because those things kind of suck donkey doo-doo. Seeking wisdom, go to the city of Stormwind and speak with Bishop Farthling in the Cathedral of Light. Give him Jitter's journal and tell him you mean to face Morbant Fae. To Stormwind we will go, to Stormwind we will go. Hi-ho the Dario, to Stormwind we will go. Oh baby, the missing diplomat. So if you guys couldn't already tell, I'm a bit behind with the videos compared to where I'm actually at with my character, so I do know how some of these quests turn out. It's a pretty epic questline, but no spoilers. We'll come back to this one later. Good day, Bishop Farthling. Why, yes, that was me singing a little tune earlier. If you're looking for someone to join the church choir, I might... Oh, wow, I just got roasted by a bishop. Was not expecting that. An evil taint has gained a foothold within the already beleaguered Duskwood. I thank the light we have a hero such as you to face it. Oh, yeah? Well, you have a funny way of showing it. But you must first prepare yourself for the coming trial, for the necromancer Morbant Fae is immensely powerful and has cast dark enchantments about himself to protect him from physical assaults. If you are to defeat him, you will need a weapon that is proof against these protections. Yes, I would love a new weapon. No, it's another spin-off quest. I'd have to go to Menethil Harbor in the wetlands to continue with this one. Has anyone else noticed these random pictures of hot women hung up all over the place? It's kind of hilarious. I then decided to stop at the auction house to stock up on some potions, take a griffin back to Darkshire, and what was I going to do? Oh, that's right. I need to deliver Abercrombie's letter to the mayor. I'm sure Lord Ebenlock will be quite pleased to hear from an old friend. Abercrombie? I don't know a person of that name. Wait, what? He told me you guys were buddies back in the day. Oh dear, this can't be good. You say you have a letter for me from this Abercrombie fellow? You know what? On second thought, it's probably not important. The letter, Z-Mac. Okay, fine. Might need some lemon juice for that. After looking it over, he asks, what language is this? It looks ancient. I can't read it. Right. Should we just toss it then? Take the note to Sira von Indy. That's an interesting name. He's very learned in languages and ancient arts. If anyone here can translate this message, it's he. Well, I've got a very bad feeling about this. Let's go talk to this guy. He tells me he doesn't know him, but that if he's living at the graveyard, his brains are likely rotted out. Yeah, my sister used to say the same thing about him. I'll just need a little bit of time to translate. Ha, just kidding. I translated it for you instantly. Wow, that was very impressive. Thank you. I know, but oh dear, this is bad, very bad indeed. The air grows heavy, as if a thick black curtain is drawn over the land. Oh my, if what is written on this note is true, then Abercrombie's done something unspeakable. Better bring the translated note back to Ello, and do so quickly, for I fear a doom already lumbers toward our town. Oh no, what does the letter say? Greetings, Ello Ebenlock, Mayor of Darkshire. I'm afraid I have news for your town. Grave news. You see, I am a creator. I fooled the bearer of this note into aiding me in my latest, most dire creation, a fiend of flesh and bone and twisted metal. As you read this, it's likely outside my humble dwelling, gnashing its teeth and waiting for my word to go forth and slaughter. But you'll know soon enough, the embalmer. Gosh dang it, frickin' Abercrombie. He was using me this entire time. I should have known better not to trust him. Let's see what the mayor has to say about this. Ello reads the letter, and his face goes white. He then looks at you. Although the aid you gave Abercrombie may have been motivated from kindness, your actions have doomed our town. Well, shoot. So not only was I wrong about Sven, but I got totally swindled by the actual villain. This is not going to look good on my resume. But the mayor has something else to say to me. The embalmer is a name told in one of our children's stories. He was a kindly alchemist driven mad by the death of his wife, Eliza. Must have been his second wife. To restore her, he used dark magic to place his own heart within the bosom of his dead spouse. This revived Eliza, but it cursed her with a hunger for human flesh, forcing the embalmer to keep her buried. His heart is his power. Find his wife's grave, retrieve his heart, and bring it to me while it still beats. Do this and his power will be broken. Wait, what? While the heart still beats? That's, ugh. How does that even work? But, okay. Sounds like hope is not completely lost. I might be able to turn things around here. I just have to find Abercrombie's beating heart inside his dead wife's corpse. Hey, at least it's not a head this time. But no, yeah, a beating heart is way worse for sure. Now, of course, before I attempt the last-ditch effort to save the town of Darkshire, I need to pay a visit to Abercrombie and give him a piece of my mind with this angry emote. You dirty, rotten, no good son of a gun. And that's about all I can do because I can't talk or even interact with them. And that, my friends, finally brings us all the way back to the start of the video. What? I told you I'd tell you everything. So I make my way behind the shack, click on Eliza's grave dirt, and I get this quest pop-up that reads, you dig through the semi-loose dirt over the grave and find the remains of a coffin. Within the coffin, you can feel the vibrating scrapes of clawed fingers and the gnashing of rotted teeth. Will you open the coffin and retrieve the embalmer's heart? On second thought, I'm sure the town of Darkshire will be fine. I mean, honestly, I don't even really know these people that well. I literally just got here a few days ago, so all right. I'll open the coffin. Holy mackerel. She's a level 31 elite mob and a level 28 guard? Yeah, no shot. I'm getting out of here. Once again, it looks like it's time for the power of friendship. Yeah, baby. Found myself a teammate and his name is Daddy Pally. Guys, I promise you, I'm not making this stuff up. I just keep running into people with amazing, hilarious names. And just for good measure, we coax another random guy into helping us out. Had to sweet talk him a little bit. All right, let's do this. Oh crap, I immediately took the aggro. That's not good. Oh shoot, there's 3 of them on me. Ah! No. I'm gonna die. Help! hell? Guys, help me! Yep, I died. And by the time I make it back, the corpse has already completely deteriorated and we have to do it again. But this time, my new friends show me the ways of the Jedi, or the mage, I mean. I can simply just stand on top of this shack here and blast them to smithereens from a safe distance. Nice. Hooray, we did it. So I grab Abercrombie's beating heart, and before returning to the mayor to tell him the good news, I decide, well, since I'm already over here, I might as well go ahead and farm some mobs. What? I'm sure the people of Darkshire will be fine, but there's one problem. I stopped recording and kinda sorta forgot to turn it back on, which I'm actually pretty bummed about, but what can you do? So in order to make it up to you guys, I've decided to show off my artistry skills. Here's a drawing of me speaking with the mayor, and here's the dialogue from the completion of the quest. You've done it. The magic within his heart will be proof against the embalmer's evil and a powerful aegis over the town of Darkshire. You have done a great thing for our people, Zemak. Your name will remain in our annals, in our what? In our annals? In our annals forever. And with that, I reached level 29. That was a fun little questline. Nothing like getting some revenge on your deranged ex-brother-in-law. I can't wait to tell Denise about this one. Now you might be thinking, all right, he killed the undead wife, defeated Abercrombie. I guess that's it then. Well, hold your horses, buddy. I'm not done yet. I still have a full bar of XP to get through if I'm going to make it to level 30 by the end of this video. Plus, when I first entered Duskwood, I made a promise to someone, and I intend to keep it. Now for the leveling, it's nothing too crazy. I spend most of my time aiding Kalar with the population control of the Worgen. Yeah, remember the Vile Fangs and the Tainted ones? He wasn't lying when he said they're the toughest ones yet. I end up dying multiple times. They even tore through all of my clothes at one point, which puts me in a bit of a slump. A mid-WoW crisis, some might call it. Now during my time farming the Worgen, I run into this peculiar pair of players. One of them is only level 22, and the other is level 60. And while I'm trying to find some tainted ones to complete the quest, the level 60 is dashing all over the place, killing mobs in one hit, which is really unfortunate for me. I can only assume this is some sort of boosting service. I could be wrong, but if it is, it makes me ask the question, what is the point of doing this? He's not even playing the game. He's just watching her do everything. I know this sort of thing happens in all MMOs, but it's just kind of strange to me. Maybe there's something going on here that I'm just not aware of. You guys can let me know. Thankfully, I get some help from a good old chap named Caldoz, or Caldozy, and we're able to knock out my Tainted Ones quota for the quest. And then I decided to simply head over to the Rotting Orchard to farm a bunch of these Worgen. I found this spot where the mobs have a really low cooldown, they're an appropriate level for me, and they're giving me some really good XP returns. I really want to reach level 30 before taking on my next challenge. Yeah, level 30, halfway to 60, baby. Well, actually, Zemak, level 30 is not the true halfway point to 60. If you're going by sheer amount of XP alone, the halfway point is actually closer to level 45. Seriously, guys? Seriously? Come on. That is not what I need to hear right now. How about a congrats, Zemak, you're doing such a great job. Keep it up. We believe in you. No, I'm just messing with you guys. I know a lot of you are excited and supportive of the sloth-paced progress that I'm making. And now, the moment you haven't been waiting for, the final boss of Duskwood. At least for me anyways. When I first entered the region of Duskwood, I jumped into a quest called the Legend of Stalvin, and well, I was in a little over my head, considering that Stalvin Mistmantle was level 32, and I was just a measly, pitiful 26. I didn't stand a chance against the infamous child predator, but I made him a promise that one day I would return to his home and enact vengeance for all the innocent lives he stole those many years ago. And today is that day. Today is Retribution Day. So I make my way back to where Stalvin lives, and seriously, he's not spawned again. I guess I'll just stand here and wait for him to respawn. Oh, there he is. So I give him a little Frost Nova Blizzard Wombo combo just for good measure. Taste vengeance, you creep. It's over. It's done, Sam. And with Stalvin's dying breath, he utters these final words. Wait, no, he's dead. Yeah, he's definitely dead. Oof, I'm not gonna lie. That felt really satisfying. And I hope that the children of Darkshire can now sleep soundly in their beds without the threat of Stalvin looming over them. Let's go turn in the quest to Madame Ava. I know Z-Max, Stalvin is dead. I sensed a wave of hope ripple through the tainted forest. Once and for all, Duskwood is free from his bloodthirst. My joy is hampered by thoughts of those who fell prey to the horrible beast. Nonetheless, you are a brave and cunning mage. Ooh, Ring of Forlorn Spirits. That's kind of nice. So with that, I turn in the final Worgen quest to Jonathan Caravan himself, receive a Cloak of Faith and a nice little wand upgrade called the Consecrated Wand, take a moment in the town square to pose at the top of the Darkshire Fountain, and that pretty much concludes my time here in Duskwood. I've had a blast exploring this region, met a bunch of interesting characters along the way, experienced a variety of unique quests and stories, and I will not be forgetting all of the adventures and good times that I've had in this splendid but terrifying zone. And now this old balding mage is exhausted. There's really only one thing left to do. So I stop in at my favorite tavern in all of Azeroth. Allison asks me if I'll be having the usual. I tell her, yes, please. Sit down, kick my feet back, and enjoy a nice glass of ice cold milk. Ah, this is the life. Hey guys, it's me again, Z-Mac, your friendly neighborhood human mage. If you're watching this video, there's a good chance you've been playing Classic WoW and maybe some other MMORPGs for most of your lives, and you'd probably categorize yourself as somewhat of an MMO expert. But what if I told you you've been lied to, that everything you think you know about MMORPGs is wrong? What if I told you that it's not actually about leveling your character or acquiring the best loot in the game or epic dungeon runs with your friends, but actually it's about something more, like dancing with bears in the Darkshire Inn and turning yourself into a bush, or finding really hot female NPCs stuck in the floorboards and becoming a pirate in search of booty. Not that kind of booty. What if I was to tell you that? I'm not actually telling you that, I'm just asking the question because, well, I needed to come up with a creative way to give you guys a little sneak peek of the video, so yeah, that's just some of the stuff to look forward to. Anyways, alright, let's go find some booty. Man, what a strange dream I just had. I dreamed that I was running around Azeroth as a part of the Horde. Can you imagine? Me, an orc, and a warrior at that? I know, it sounds insane, but it just felt so real. Anyways, throughout my time here in Azeroth, I have gotten to do a lot of different things. Wandered through the trees of the Elwynn forest, took down the leader of the Defias Brotherhood, became best friends with Guard Parker in Lakeshire, aided my ex-brother-in-law with the total annihilation of the town of Darkshire. Ah yes, we've had quite the adventure so far, but there's still one thing I've yet to do, and it's been eating at the back of my mind lately. So today, we're going to make this dream a reality. Today, we're going to prison. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to jail in Classic WoW. Now I just need to find one of these guards that I can kill. No, just kidding. Basically, here's what happened. I was running around Stormwind working on a really fun quest line that we're not going to get into right now, but I ran into this lady, Nikova Rascal, who said to me,
"Bitterness flows through my veins like a cold river. My grandson, Mac, he was such a good boy."
No way, you're not going to believe this. My name is Z-Mac. Your grandson and I have almost identical names. Small world, huh?
Yeah. Can I get back to my story?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Please continue.
A mere 14 years old, when the army was sent off to the front, Mac took up arms to defend the city.
Wait, seriously? When I was 14, I could barely carry my backpack, let alone a sword and full suit of armor.
Do you always interrupt people like this when they're trying to speak? He was a guard in the stockade where the Defias gang is locked up. Mac reprimanded some of the prisoners for tearing their wool blankets to make scarves, a symbol of their gang. For that, Mac was stabbed in the back.
Oh, dang. Sorry to hear that.
I want revenge. Bring me 10 of their precious wool bandanas. They are the color of blood.
Now, of course, given my history with the Defias Brotherhood, Nikova and I share a mutual hatred for this band of vagabonds. I can't even imagine what I would do if I had a son that was killed by these jokers. So I gladly accept the quest. When I check my quest log, I realize that it's actually a dungeon quest. And not only that, but I have 5 dungeon quests, all of them pertaining to the stockade. Now, I'm not sure exactly when or how this happened. Well, I do actually. It's because whenever I visit different zones, I tend to just pick up all the quests in the area, even if it doesn't necessarily pertain to what I'm doing. But in this circumstance, it actually works out in my favor. I'll be able to knock out 5 different quests with the completion of a single dungeon, which is going to be a massive leveling XP boost. So I head over to the Stormwind Stockade, open the dungeon group finder. Is it true this wasn't in the original Classic WoW? And to my delight, there's already a 4-person group just waiting for a single DPS. So I carefully and meticulously craft a well thought out message to try and convince them to let me join. And would you look at that? It's my lucky day. So we head through the entrance, and can someone tell me what this big orange circle is hovering over my head? Now you might be wondering, why am I even down here? Good question. And if you weren't wondering that, too bad, because I'm going to tell you anyway. Essentially, the Stormwind Stockade serves as the city's high security prison, housing the most dangerous criminals, insurgents, and traitors. And the inmates found here are not just confined to those found within the limits of the Stormwind Castle walls. No, many of them have been transferred here from the surrounding regions. For example, a ruthless orc named Targor the Dread, the supreme executioner serving under Gathelzog in Lakeshire, or the infamous grave robber from Duskwood, Dextrin Ward, who was caught selling dead bodies to Morbent Fell, and a handful of other named enemies as well. All of them have been locked up and securely held down here. That is, until the riots began. Basil Thread, the lieutenant of Edwin Van Cleave and a renowned leader of the Defias Brotherhood, had also been incarcerated in the stockades until one day he orchestrated an insurrection against the Stormwind Guards, unleashing chaos in the depths of the prison and posing a threat to the citizens of Stormwind roaming on the streets above. Our task is simple: quell the uprising, defeat these named foes, and make safe the city. Now, it's a decent little story for the players that actually take the time to puzzle it all together and make sense of it, which, let's be real, is probably not very many. But truthfully, it's not my favorite dungeon experience. It feels very linear, and there's not much depth to it. You pretty much just run from cell to cell, clearing mobs and killing the named bosses along the way. It doesn't take our group very long at all to reach Basil Thread, at which time, after defeating him, you guessed it, I chop off his head. Funny story, since I was using Blizzard, I hadn't actually locked on to any of the target mobs, and I didn't even realize we killed them until I went to loot the corpse. Oh, I also collected the head of Targor the Dread, and sawed off the hand of Dextrin Ward as well. My bags are getting pretty heavy over here. After finishing off the rest of the thugs, we make our way back towards the entrance, head up the stairs, and there you have it. Mission accomplished. So now I have 2 options. I can either hand over these tokens of victory to the respective quest NPCs to receive some XP and a lousy handful of silver, or I can sell the body parts on the black market for an obscene amount of gold. Alright, I'll just go turn them in. Either you bring me Thread's head or I'll take yours, understand? Oh there, buddy. Take it easy. There's no need to get violent. I've got it right here for you. I'm telling you, man. The people of Azeroth got a weird fetish for decapitation. Kinda freaks me out a little bit. Without Thread to lead them, hopefully the riots will be more controllable. We shall see. I must say, after a half hour, I hardly expected you to come out, but it seems I misjudged you. No worries, man. It's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last. I'd guess then that you didn't get much useful information out of him, but I know a thing or two that might be of interest to you about Thread's activities. Oh, really? Tell me more. During the first years of Thread's imprisonment, he never had any visitors. Not surprising, honestly. He seemed like kind of an a-hole. I figured that he was no longer of use to the Brotherhood, so they abandoned him. Anyway, a few months ago, that all changed. He started to get regular visits. Once, maybe twice a week. It was a strange man, the quiet type. Oh gosh, it's the quiet ones you have to look out for. Precisely. I had my suspicions, but all his papers checked out. His documents claimed his name was Malik. Here's his description. I don't think he'll be coming to visit Thread anymore. Bring the sealed description of Thread's visitor to Barros Alexton. Aye aye, Captain.
I mean, Warden. Alright, let's go turn in these bandanas, give a friendly wave to Mr. Big Dog Mage here, take a griffin to Lakeshire, speak with Guard Burton, and hand over the dead orc's head. You've done well, Z-Mac. Sometimes the truest justice can only be found outside the courtroom and beyond the clouded vision of politics. I like this guy. A true vigilante. Head over to good old Darkshire, speak with Councilman Millstipe to turn in this last quest. So long as a molester of the dead like Dextrin Ward is permitted to live, justice stands betrayed. You're telling me. Have you heard of Stalvin Mistmantle? Guy's a creep. I bet those two were best buds back in the day. So I hand him Dextrin Ward's hand, complete the quest, and time for a little snack break. Also, if you want to get more plugged into the community, check out the ZMAC community Discord server. Now, unbeknownst to me, while I was sitting there nibbling on my munchies, I was about to have the most epic encounter of my life. In walks a night elf named Artio, and she sits in the chair right across from me. Of course, at first, I don't think anything of it. People come into taverns all the time to kick back, relax, grab a drink, whatever. But then she waves at me. So I try to wave back, but of course I'm an idiot and accidentally say the word wave instead of actually using the emote. Okay, there we go. After waving back to her, she doesn't respond. She simply sits there quietly, staring off into space. Assuming that the interaction has passed, I give my attention back to my snack when, out of nowhere, Artio leaps out of the chair, transforms herself into a bear, at which point I'm thinking, holy crap, I guess I'm about to be eaten by a bear. But no, she climbs onto the railing and starts busting out some sweet dance moves. Relieved, I'm suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to join in on the fun. There's no way I'm missing out on a spontaneous dance party. So I get up and break out the most legendary style of dancing known to mankind, disco. Turns out Artio just wanted to stop by and say congrats on hitting level 30. I tell her thanks and we chat for a minute, but then she goes on her merry way. And that is the story of how I danced with a bear in Darkshire Inn. Now, after taking a quick peek at my leveling meter, I noticed that I am extremely close to hitting 31. Since I'm in the area and familiar with a couple good spots to get some quick XP, I make a stop at the Rotting Orchard to harass some of these unlucky Worgans and reach level 31. Nice. Now, you probably didn't know this, but 007 is one of my favorite spy movie series of all time. And I'm happy to say that players can actually roleplay as James Bond right here in Stormwood City. Here, I'll show you. So we got this quest called The Curious Visitor from the Warden, right? Ooh, so mysterious. My first task is to find someone named Barros Alexson, so the agency sends me someone named Horu to arrange the meetup. Of course, we all know the #1 rule for spy work: never leave a trail. And Horu here is a seasoned vet. She first leads me to a decoy building, just in case we're being followed, but plays it off as if she accidentally forgot where Barros is located. Very clever. I like this one. After a few twists and turns, we wind up at the meeting point. And to no one's surprise, just as in all 007 movies, it's clear that the girl has already fallen hopelessly in love with me, as evidenced by all of the heart emotes in her messages. I mean, can you blame her? But now is not the time for games. I'm on a mission. If you remember from earlier, the curious visitor that we're looking for goes by the alias of Malik. And to my disappointment, as well as his mother's, Barros has no information for me about the whereabouts of this mysterious figure. But he does point me in the direction of someone that might be able to help me, Matthias Shaw. Because apparently he has his thumb on most of the shady or underhanded dealings of the city. So in the end, Barros isn't completely useless after all. And I'm happy to say that his mother had a change of heart and decided that she would reclaim him as her son once again. Now thankfully, I've had some dealings with Matthias in the past, so I know exactly where to find him. And when I do, he has some very important information to share. What's this? Yes, I think I do know who this man is, but his name is not Malik. Assassins wear many names and many masks, discarding them as they lose their usefulness. Oh, so we're dealing with an assassin, eh? Now we're getting somewhere. Another alias known to be used by this man is Marzone, though even that is surely not his true name. Regardless, he is an assassin and I know a good deal about him. Marzone is currently under the employ of Lord Gregor Lescovar, a lord of shady reputation, even given the corruption of the nobility of Stormwood. So I've heard. I mean, truthfully, in some ways, it's kind of the noble's fault for the birth of the Defiance Brotherhood. Indeed, but be careful when throwing those types of words around. You never know who might be listening. Oh, I gotcha. Like the trees of the forest and stuff? What? No, like the nobles have spies and other people working for them. Oh, right. That Marzone would be contacting a member of the Defias and have ties to Lescavar. Having killed Van Cleef and Thread, it would be hard to see Lescavar brought to proper justice, as your evidence is nothing without their testimonies. That's not even considering the fact that Lescavar is a noble and well-connected. It effectively makes him above the law. You'll need other help. I loathe to do so, but there is someone I know that will aid us. You'll find Trius in the trade district of the city. Oh yeah, the master of cheese. I remember him. You know, for a cheese connoisseur, he sure gets involved in other people's affairs. When I arrived to speak with him, he says, "You're kidding. Shaw wants my help again? Of all the nerve. The Defias Brotherhood, you say? Well, you're certainly the bearer of wonderful news, aren't you? Next, you're going to tell me that Deathwing is still alive and attacking the city." Yeah, I don't actually know who that is. All right, tell me everything from the beginning, and don't leave out something you think might not be important. I need to know it all. So I quickly recount for him all of the events that have recently transpired. An interesting tale, and not one to be taken lightly. Yeah, I can help you, but what you need to do is divvy out a form of justice that's not legal, if you're to see this through to the end. Lescavar and Marzone need to be dealt with, and swiftly. Do you think you're capable of such a thing? Oh, I've pretty much been killing everything in sight since the day I stepped foot in Northshire. We're talking thousands of dead bodies in my wake, so yeah, shouldn't be a problem. I guess I don't really have much of a moral compass at this point, which is slightly concerning. Then make haste to the castle and find an old friend of mine, a gnome named Tyrion. He's been watching Lescavar now for a couple weeks. He should be able to help you end this. Oh, I love gnomes. Gnomes are my favorite. Does anyone else find it ironic that the short gnome character's name is Tyrion? As in Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones? Alright, that might be a bit of a stretch, but the first book was actually written in 1996, so it is possible that some of the Blizzard devs were George R.R. Martin fans. Okay, I have to go find this guy in Stormwind Castle. Now, if I was an undercover gnome, where would I be? Not over here. Ooh, the Royal Gallery. King Lane I of the House of Rin, Liege Lord of Stormwind and Defender of Azeroth. Hey, look guys, it's me. Bruh, they completely messed up the stash. Alright, not in there either. Nope, not over here. I haven't seen anything pop up on my minimap. Am I even in the right place? This is the Stormwind Castle, right? Well, the map says the Stormwind Keep. Is that different from the castle? I think this might require some higher level intel. Okay, no, yeah, I was right. So where is this little gnome creature? Let's ask this Ellie Cat person. Are you at the keep? Oh, right here. What does she mean, right? Oh my gosh, seriously? The gnome's invisible. How the heck is someone supposed to figure that out? It's bugged. Oh, it's because Onyxia just dropped. Gotta wait until the NPCs fix themselves. Gotcha. Okay, I was going to say, there we go. What the? Don't sneak up on me like that, and keep your voice down. I haven't said anything. What in the name of the shadow are you doing sneaking up on me for? Can't you see I'm busy, you daft fool? Okay, I'm sorry. In my defense, you're the one that's invisible. I pretty much had to run into you to even figure out that you were there. What are you doing over here? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm waiting for the next dark portal to open. What the heck do you think I'm doing? Speak your piece and be off with you, before the guards notice the two of us hiding in the bushes together. I have a reputation to maintain. You've never heard of me, huh? The name's Mac. Z-Mac. Elling Trius sent me to find you. He mentioned something about killing Lescavar and Marzone. Ah, Trius wants the timetable pushed up some, huh? Yeah, I guess. Okay, we can do that, but I'm not ready. And know this, I'm doing the hard part, but you're the one that's going to get his hands dirty, understand? Understood? Good. Okay, I'll need you to get me a few things before I can put my plan into effect. I got the perfect disguise that'll get Spybot past those guards. Wait, did you just say a Spybot? That's so cool. Can I get one of those? No. Now bring me some silk and a couple apples. The silk's up to you, but Clara's little farm right outside the city has the perfect sized apples. All right, I'm on it. I actually think I know where that is. Let's make our way towards the front gates, and yep, here she is, Clara Charles. Oh dear, Clara, it appears that you're stuck in the floorboards. How did that happen? Oh, this? No, I'm not stuck. I have a superpower that allows me to walk through inanimate objects. Here, check it out. See? Wow, that's incredible. Hey, by the way, do you mind if I borrow a couple of these apples here? Sure, go right ahead. Awesome, thank you. What a peculiar woman. I did kind of like her voice though. So I head back to Tyrion, and before handing over the silk cloth and apples, he tells me, I've been watching Leskavar for a couple weeks now. Trias has never trusted him, but we didn't suspect he was involved in anything to do with the Defias Brotherhood. We were following leads that tied him to the Twilight's hammer, whatever that means. Either way, he's become more dangerous than this city can deal with, and that's where we come in. Have you got those items? Yes, sir. Here you go. These will do nicely, Z-Mac. Great job. I have the rest of the gear I'll need in my pack. Thank the light, I just got a tailor friend of mine to make me a silk bag. I was running out of room carrying all my gear around. Oh my gosh, tell me about it. Before Spybot heads in, let's get the details set so you know what you have to do. Okay, I'm listening. After I put on Spybot's disguise, he'll head in to talk to Leskavar. The guards should let him pass no problem. While you were getting materials for me, I took care of informing Marzone that it was time for him and Leskavar to meet again. I even dropped some false information. Brilliant. So what's my cue? Leskavar will dismiss his guards and wait for Marzone out here in the garden. After you catch wind of talk about the Defias, make your move. You need to kill them both before the guards return. When you're done, speak to Trias. Excellent. I feel like a real life 007. Let's do it. All right, pause. You guys do realize why Tyrion wanted me to acquire Clara's 2 perfectly sized apples and what they were used for, right? That is absolutely hilarious. Anyways, I just had to point that out. Okay, back to the story. Wait here? Heck no. I'm going in for a closer look. Don't worry, I know what to do. I've been dreaming of this day my whole life. Time to use some stealth. Let's keep a safe distance and use these pillars for cover. Okay, perfect. Spybot and his perfectly sized apples just informed Leskavar that his guest has arrived. Oh shoot, walking around the bookcase. I have to time this just right. Okay, we're good. I don't think he saw me. Guys, I found the perfect hiding spot. They'll never see me coming. I am one with the bush. This kind of reminds me of my Fortnite days. Could turn yourself into a bush and just sit there waiting for an unsuspecting player to run by before you pop out, one-shot them, and take all of their loot. I mean, I didn't play Fortnite. Oh, there he is. There he is. I think I just have to wait for them to finish their conversation. Okay, now for Frodo. I mean, for the Alliance. Die, traitor scum. Crap. I should have known those were just perfectly sized apples. All right, mission accomplished. Let's go turn in the quest to Elwynn Trias. So it's done. Good. Thank you greatly for your discretion, Z-Mac. You've proven worthy on more than one account. I'll be sure to keep my eyes on you and your progress within the Alliance. Be sure to keep your nose clean. Now we both know that I can't promise that. Z-Mac, I like you. He then tells me to check in with Matthias Shaw since he'll likely want to congratulate me for my efforts. So back to Old Town we go. He's dead then. Yes, sir, I did the deed myself. Your justice was swift, Z-Mac. I pray to the light that I never become your quarry. I mean no criticism, how could I, being the master of all assassins? But in truth, you have done the people of Storwin a great service, and for that, I thank you. I was just doing my civil duties, sir. That, and, well, I've always wanted to know what it's like to become a spy. And I gotta say, it was pretty awesome. He then tells me to go speak with Barros Alexton, but also to be careful and to not let anyone else know that Leskavar died by my hand. Oh, and he ends with, as far as Trias goes, well, speak to no one of him, ever, if you can help it. Once I meet back up with Barros, he's very pleased to hear that the mission was a success. Along with his report, he managed to schedule me for an audience with, you guys aren't going to believe this, the king himself. And he says that the audience is scheduled soon, so I'd better hurry. My goodness, I did not know this was going to be happening today. I would have put on something a little more appropriate, but apparently there's no time. I wonder if he's going to officially hire me on as a Stormwind MI6 agent. So I head back to the castle and, oh man, it's not actually the king. It's Lady Katrana Prester.
Take this, mage, as a token of the king's appreciation. I am only sorry he cannot present it to you himself, but he is away on a diplomatic mission and shall not return for some time.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of bummed about that, but at least I got a new ring. Check this out. The Seal of Rin. Dang, that is nice. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Psych, I'm not doing that. No, actually, I have something else in mind. But before we get to that, I want to finish up this old quest that's been sitting in my pocket. I just need to grab this spellbook from Lakeshire real quick, and we'll hand it over to High Sorcerer Andromath. There we go. Ooh, another quest to upgrade my mage's robe. I guess we'll do this one as well. Wait, you're not going to send me across the world just to find out that the robe isn't actually worth it, are you? Oh good, this one isn't too far. Looks like I just need to acquire a bunch of silk from some spiders in Duskwood. Now I'll spare you the details, but what should have been a quick little side errand turned into a long drawn out ordeal because I kinda sort of forgot where to find the carrion recluse spiders. Yep, I ran all over Duskwood searching for them. It took me almost 30 minutes before I finally stumbled into them at the Ravenhill Cemetery. To make matters worse, there weren't that many of them, their spawn times were pretty long, and there were quite a few players in the area killing mobs as fast as they could spawn. But eventually, I did manage to acquire the 8 out of 8 spider silk. So I head back to Stormwind, hand over the materials. I love how when I hand over the silk, the robe merchant actually walks around the store as if she's working on the robe. That's pretty cool. And there we go, the Astral Knot robe. I'm happy to say that this time around, the mage robe was actually a pretty nice gear upgrade. Along with plus 10 armor, it also boosted both my spirit and stamina by 6. Not to mention, this robe is stylish. I like it. Okay, I pick up another side quest, restock on my runes of teleportation. Definitely don't want to run out of those. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. As most of you know, I've been spending a lot of time in Duskwood lately, but now that I'm level 30 and it seems like I've completed most of the quests that I could find here in this haunted zone, I'd like to move on to a new region, one that is more appropriate for a level 30 mage. It's time to venture out into the unknown. It's time to find some booty. So first things first, let's take a look at the map to see what my options are. All right, we've got the Deadwind Pass directly to the east, and then Stranglethorn Vale to the south. I also have some other quests that would require me to travel to places such as the Wetlands or the Arathi Highlands, but for now, I think I'll just stay in the area. All right, I've made my decision, and truthfully, there was no real decision to be made. The moment that I saw the words Deadwind Pass, I knew that was exactly where I wanted to go. What can I say? The thrill of danger calls to me. Guys, I'm feeling really good about this decision. What could possibly go wrong? The Dead Man's Crossing. That's not ominous at all. Oh wow, there's actually some dead corpses hanging from this tree. But there doesn't seem to be much of anything in this zone, besides a few of these vultures flying around. I guess I'll just run straight through to this next zone, the Swamp of Sorrows. This place looks interesting. Oh, there's someone. Ooh, shoot. A level 37 orc. Is this a horde zone or something? Now the smart thing to do in this situation would be to hightail it out of here, but let's face it, I'm not exactly the sharpest cookie of the bunch. I don't know what compelled me to start attacking that orc. I know full well that the classic WoW gods frown upon players fighting higher level mobs with red numbers next to their profile pictures, but for some reason, I do it anyway. He pretty much resists everything that I throw at him, and just as you would expect, I end up dying. During the fight, one of these new player tips popped up. It's been a while since I've seen that, basically telling me that I was engaging in PvP combat, which I'm a little confused about, because that was definitely an orc enemy mob, not an actual player. But maybe this zone is considered a PvP area, so any sort of fighting that happens is registered as such. I don't really know. I'm then respawned by the Spirit Healer, and oh wow, I am right smack dab in the middle of this zone. I'm gonna resurrect really quick and see if there's anything for me to explore. Oh look, there's a person, Zari. Excuse me, madam, where am I exactly? She doesn't seem interested in talking. Yep, she just hopped in her mount and there she goes. Oh, wait, nope, she's attacking me. I'm so confused right now. Isn't she a human? I'm just gonna stand here. Nice. And off she goes. Well, there you have it, folks. My first glimpse of PvP in Classic WoW. I mean, I honestly can't believe that a person, after a new player walks up to you and asks for help, would just turn around and kill them. Like, why? For what purpose? It didn't seem like they gained anything from that. Anyways, alright, I've seen enough here. I clearly have no idea what's going on, so let's just call it quits and Hearthstone back to Darkshire. No worries, when one door closes, another one opens. My search for booty continues. We're headed south into Stranglethorn Vale. Okay, here we go. Cross this bridge. Discovered Stranglethorn Vale. Very nice. Kind of reminds me of Lakeshire. Oh, but there's like tropical palm trees. Interesting. Looks like we've got some sort of rebel camp up ahead. Hopefully friendly inhabitants this time. Ahoy there, Sergeant Yoha. Please don't kill me. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Oh, no reason. She then jumps right into a tale about a man named Colonel Curzon that's a brilliant tactician and outnumbers us 10 to 1. She wants me to enter his camp to the east and kill all of his men. Whoa, okay. First off, who is Colonel Curzon? Second, whatever is going on, it sounds like you're pretty much screwed. 10 to 1 is really, really, really bad odds, like really bad. And third, I don't even know you. We literally just met and you're asking me to go and slaughter a bunch of men for you? All right, fair enough. Looks like I need to kill 15 Curzon jungle fighters. Ooh, jungle fighters. I've never been to the jungle before. That sounds like fun. Oh, and she also wants me to retrieve for her some jungle remedies and venom fern extract. Apparently, this Curzon fellow also has a superior form of healing support for his army that she needs me to help neutralize. I don't know who you are. I don't know who this colonel guy is, but you can count on me. Now, which way to go? It kind of looks like there's a path leading this way. Nope. That's a dead end. Oh, wow. I take it back. It's not like Lakeshire at all. Stranglethorn Vale is definitely a jungle-themed zone. There's lush, dense vegetation everywhere. Palm trees, hanging vines, and there's a bunch of panthers stalking around. As long as I don't have to kill Bagheera, I'll be fine. The quest log says the Curzon compound is to the east, so that's exactly where I'm headed. Thankfully, it doesn't take me long to find it. I'm able to acquire the venom fern extract right away, and oh my word, what happened here? It looks like some sort of massacre. It was at this moment that I stopped to ask myself, what am I even doing? It all started off as an innocent dream. I just wanted to reach level 60 and become a master of World of Warcraft. How did it come to this? Is the price of my ambitions really worth all this bloodshed? But then I remembered something that Sergeant Yoa said to me. Kill 15 Curzon jungle fighters. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. So I scoured the area looking for these jungle fighters so that I can burst them into flames with my fireballs. Let's be real, we've already come this far, so there's no point in growing a conscience now. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the last of the 15 Curzon jungle fighters. And you know what? Screw the rest of the jungle remedies. I don't really feel like collecting those right now. When I turn in the quest to Sergeant Yoha, she says, now that you've had a taste of the forces we're up against, do you still want to throw your lot in with us? No, I don't. I still don't even know who us is. Context, people. I need some more context. You know what I really want to do? I want to find that booty. And everyone knows who's best at finding booty. Pirates. So, what am I going to do? I am going to turn myself into a pirate. Oh yeah, baby. Now we're talking. We're ready to go hunting for some serious booty. Real quick, guys. What's a pirate's favorite letter? You think it'd be ARG, but it's actually the C. Okay, be honest. I know that I got all of you with that one. No, but seriously, if I got you with that one, you owe me a soda. For real though, I'm not kidding. All right, where the heck are we going? I really just want to explore the jungle a bit more. Ooh, check out these huge wooden rope bridges. There's a little dirt path here. I wonder where this goes. Discovered Gromgal Base Camp. Oh boy, you know what? I'm good. I think I've had enough interactions with orcs for one day. Let's see if there's anything if I head to this northern corner of the map. Okay, how is it that I've run so far into this unknown part of the map and nothing has been revealed to me? What the heck? Whoa, we got some raptor dinosaurs over here. All right, there we go. The ruins of Zulkunda. That finally revealed a little something on the map. I tell you what, man. Honestly, guys, I'm feeling a little bit leery about this zone and my current level. Most of the mobs I've run into are at least 2 or 3 levels higher than me right now. Level 33 tigers. Oh my gosh, a level 36 goblin? Yeah, there's no way I can fight any of these mobs. Guys, I don't know if I'm going to find any booty in this region. Honestly, I should probably turn back at this point, but I really want to reveal more of this map. Oh gosh, a level 39 troll mystic. I think this is the end, boys. Wait, maybe I can get away? No, an elite ogre. 2 of them. Dang it. Most people would probably call it quits at this point, but strangely enough, now I'm just even more determined to uncover the rest of the map. Resurrection sickness? Why, ZMAC? Why would you do that? Because I don't know. That was really stupid. Yeah, that was incredibly dumb of me. Oh gosh, bad kitty, bad. Oh, what's this over here? There's some massive serpent heads at the entrance of this place. Oh, never mind. More elite mob types. Man, this zone is perilous. Literally everywhere I turn, there's something that wants to kill me. Dang, there's gorillas? That's wild. I kind of feel bad killing gorillas though. Not sure why. Maybe the whole situation with Harambe. Okay, we've made it to the ruins of Zulmamwe. And oh my gosh, guys, there's some humans up ahead. Maybe they can help me out. Now this was no chance encounter, friends. No, the classic WoW gods placed these fellow adventurers along my path for one purpose. And as Marceline spoke, it all made sense. I realized exactly why I had been feeling such a strong force pulling me to the south. It was the booty, calling to me, beckoning me. Booty Bay, the promised land, a land flowing with milk and honey and booty. I was destined to reach this place, just as I was destined to run into these two travelers. Some might say it's pure luck, others mere coincidence, but I reject these claims, for there are no coincidences here in the world of Azeroth. Every path is guided, every meeting foretold, and the classic WoW gods will reveal all in due time. So after heeding these strangers' advice, I make my way back to the road where I was told that I will be safe, at least what I thought was the road. Turns out it was the wrong road. And if I had followed it, I surely would have met a grisly fate, the promise of booty slipping through my grasp. But it turns out these strangers I had run into were not mere humans. No, they were my guardian angels. After instructing me to head back to the road, they must have discerned how much of an idiot I was, because they followed me just to make sure I made it there safely. And with that, we exchanged some parting words before they galloped away on their mounts, disappearing into the hazy fog of the jungle, never to be seen again. As for me, I continued down the road, thoughts of Booty Bay drifting through my mind like the sea breeze that calls a ship home. And finally, I see it, the entrance. It appears as the mouth of an enormous shark with razor-sharp teeth, ready to engulf any traveler that would dare step inside. I, for one, am more than happy to be swallowed whole in order to see what awaits me on the other side. As I run through the cavern of wooden planks and dimly lit lanterns, I catch the first glimpse of my destination, Booty Bay, the coolest town that I've yet encountered during my entire time playing Classic WoW. It's a vibrant but slightly chaotic port town, built on the side of a cliff and directly over the water. It's a jumble of wooden walkways, rope bridges, angled platforms, and a little bit confusing to navigate, if I'm being honest. Although, I do love that you can hop from roof to roof, almost as if it was designed to be traversed in an unconventional manner. And as I make my way to the top of the town, I look out over the bay, and there I finally see it, the booty that I've been searching for. A reminder of what this journey is all about. One hell of a view, and a chance to take it all in.
Level 60, the coveted number for all those that dare to embark on a journey in World of Warcraft Classic. Many have tried, most people have failed, and according to the developers, only 10% of characters created ever made it past level 10. That means there are millions of new characters out there stuck floating in cyberspace, waiting for someone to log back in and finish the job. And that's where they'll remain until the end of time, or until Blizzard shuts down their servers. So what is it that sets apart those that make it all the way to 60? What does it take to reach this iconic milestone? Is it dedication, perseverance, passion, a strange affection for prolonged suffering? Whatever it may be, I've made it my unwavering obsession to fulfill this one singular purpose. And just as Samwise Gamgee once said, I made a promise, Mr. Frodo, a promise, and I intend to keep it. But not all stories have a happy ending, and even the greatest of heroes are faced with challenges that they simply cannot overcome. In this video, I continue my journey to reach level 60, taking a little detour to visit the Dwarven wetlands in the northern part of the kingdom, and coming face to face with the most unlikely of foes, one that has the power to put a stopping halt to my story. Is this the end for Zemak the Human Mage? Will our hero's epic tale be cut short? Or am I just trying to add some suspense to the intro so that you'll watch it all the way to the end? No, actually though, something pretty terrible happens, so yeah. Anyways, let's get into it. One of the great things about classic World of Warcraft is that it offers new players a massive open world free to be explored in whatever way they might choose. There's not a main story quest that guides players on a linear path throughout the world of Azeroth. No, it's up to you to decide what you want to do, where you want to go, and how you want to level up. You get to forge your own path. Sounds awesome, right? Well, it is. But with this freedom comes a few challenges as well, especially as you venture into some of the higher levels. Namely, having to ask yourself, what the heck am I doing? And where should I go from here? Ever since I hit level 30, these questions have been nagging at me. The initial progression from Elwynn Forest to Westfall to Lakeshire to Duskwood felt very natural. No one was holding my hand, it just sort of happened that way. And I'm really glad it did. But now, my path going forward feels a bit more hazy or uncertain. Yes, I've discovered and explored around the Stranglethorn Vale, which is definitely better than some of the alternatives. But, as I mentioned before, a lot of the mobs here are way above my pay grade, and I'm still not sure if this is where I want to be. That being said, I'd like to check out some other regions of the map to see if maybe they'll be better suited for my particular level. Now, of course, this game has been out for over 20 years, and veteran players have completely mapped out every inch of this game. If I wanted to, I know that I could pull up a leveling guide or download an add-on to navigate me through it, but what would be the fun in that? I'm going to stick with my initial premise of avoiding guides and see what I can discover on my own. Now, before I get ahead of myself, the first thing that I'm going to do is return to the old Worgen stomping grounds to top off my XP bar and reach level 32. I'd really like to train my new abilities if possible before heading out on my adventure in search of a new zone. There might be a better option for doing this in Stranglethorn or maybe somewhere else, but for now, this is just what I know. It's quick, easy, and it works. There we go, level 32. Beautiful. Time to head back to Stormwind and visit Janaea to see if she has any ability upgrades for me. This glass of milk is tasty. What an absolute delight. I said, time to head back to Stormwind to see if Janaea has any ability upgrades for me. Oh, right. Sorry. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's go! Rank 3 Conjure Food. Ooh, and it's pumpernickel. How delicious. Fun fact, you might already know this, but pumpernickel bread is not actually made with pumpkins. I guess I just assumed because of the name that it had some form of pumpkin in it. Now I'm kind of interested to see what it tastes like in real life. Rank 3 Flame Strike, and that's pretty much it. As you can see, there are a bunch of abilities that I've read through and just don't really know if they'd be worth adding to my action bar at this point. At least, not yet. After dropping some stuff off at the bank, I decided to take a griffin over to Lakeshire. Why? Well, being a huge Lord of the Rings fan and all, there's a particular place that I've been meaning to check out for a while now. The Gates of Mordor. No, I just saw on the map that there was this region called the Burning Steppes connected to Lakeshire. And of course, the very first mob that I run into is an obsidian elemental with a skull on it. Meaning that if I don't get the heck out of here, I'm about to get squashed like a tiny little bug. I had a feeling it was going to be a dead end, but hey, it was worth the shot. No worries though, on to plan B. I have a couple quests directing me to a zone in the north called the Wetlands. Time to pay another visit to the dwarves. Man, I really love this snowy mountain biome. Makes me want to create a new dwarf character. Easy there, Z-Mac. Don't go getting any crazy ideas. Okay, we've made it to the city of Ironforge. The only real reason I wanted to come here is to pick up the Ironforge teleport. That will for sure come in handy and save me some travel time going forward. Next stop, Loch Madan. Thankfully, I've already made the long, slow trek across the winter wonderland that is Dun Moreau, so I'm able to just hop on a griffin and before I even know it, I'm there. And now, it would appear the only way to get to the wetlands from here is by running there on foot. So, here we go. Wow, the devs really like incorporating these tunnels into the dwarven landscapes. Don't get me wrong, I like them, and it gives the different areas more of that unique racial themed feel. But yeah, from what I can remember, I don't think there's anything like that in the adjacent human zones. And here we are. I've made it. The wetlands. It's kind of a gloomy, flat span of terrain littered with small bodies of water throughout. Lakes, rivers, ponds. I would categorize it as more of a marsh than a swamp due to the fact that there's a scarcity of trees and it's more dominated by a variety of different grasses, reeds, cattails, and other herbaceous plants. There's also a dense purplish gray fog that hangs in the air, and I'm not gonna lie, this place is kind of a Debbie Downer. As I continue down the road, I eventually reach my destination, all the way on the far side of the zone, the Menethil Harbor. It's no Stormwind City, that's for sure. Just a small fortified harbor town with a single castle placed right in the center, surrounded by a handful of local businesses, including these stables. Don't worry, bud, we'll be together soon enough. But don't let its humble appearance fool you. This harbor serves a very important purpose for all members of the Alliance in Classic WoW, but we're not going to get into that right now. The first thing I'm going to do is make sure that I unlock the flight path so that I don't have to run across the entire world again just to get here. I then speak with the first quest NPC that I run into, First Mate Fitzsimmons, right outside the local inn. He starts telling me this story about the Third Fleet, or the Doomed Fleet, that was attacked by some dragons that were being controlled by orcs. Apparently, he was on the voyage and was actually the sole survivor. So I'm here on the edge of my seat waiting for him to finish this story, and wow, he's gonna sucker me into buying him a drink. Otherwise, he won't be able to continue his tale. Seriously, dude? Hey, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, am I right? Alright, you've already roped me in, and I do want to hear the rest of this story, so I'll get you your drink. Once inside, I run into a few more quest NPCs. One of them we'll get to later, and the other, well, I'll be totally honest, I forgot about this one, but it's actually one of the main reasons I traveled up here to the wetlands in the first place. I'm supposed to be looking for a metal called Lightforge Iron, and this dwarf here, Glorin Steelbrow, is going to help me get it. Ah, and I've already found a connection between the Lightforge Iron metal and the First Mate's story. Both of them involve this so-called Third Fleet. Interesting. Steelbrow tells me if I want to find this precious metal, I should search the wreckage of the Flying Osprey south of Menethil Harbor. And the last quest is from this guy named Vincent Heil, who misses his brother and wants me to sail across the entire world just to check up on him. Okay, let me get this straight. I just met you, and you expect me to just drop whatever I'm doing to go check on your brother who lives on another continent? What do you think I'm doing here? Just prancing around looking to run errands for anyone and everyone that I meet? I'll reward you with some leveling experience. Okay, I'll do it. And last but not least, I buy the First Mate his flagon of Dwarven Honeymead, which I must admit sounds really good right about now. Alright, here you go, buddy. This better be good. After downing the flagon with a few swift gulps, it seems to loosen his tongue, and he continues with his tale. I am the sole survivor of the ill-fated Third Fleet of Kul Taras, wrecked off the coast to the north. Yeah, you already said that. Let me finish. Although I'm the only member of the fleet still breathing, I'm not the only one still walking about. Wait, what do you mean? On one of our ships was hidden a great and terrible treasure, and the eerie power of it keeps the souls of my brothers trapped within the ship's rotting hulls. If you can free some of my brothers, then perhaps you can break their curse. Break the curse? Who cares about the curse? How do I get my hands on this treasure? I mean, oh no, that's just terrible, losing the rest of your crew like that. So sorry for your loss. I will definitely help you break this curse. I don't even care at all what's in it for me or about this great terrible treasure that you mentioned. So is it like a lot of gold, or what kind of treasure are we talking about here? Alright, so I've got to go kill a bunch of these cursed sailors and bring back something called a snuff box to First Mate Fitzsimmons. Let's start off with the Lightforge Iron quest. So I head south, and it doesn't take me very long at all to stumble upon this waterlogged chest. Looks like there's only one measly piece of metal inside. It turns out the local murlocs have gotten a little bit greedy and stolen the rest of the precious metal for themselves. And for that, they must pay the ultimate price: death. So I run around killing any and every murloc that I can find. After about 20 minutes, I acquire the 5th and final Lightforge ingot, bring it back to Glorn Steelbrow, and he tells me to bring the metal to a weaponsmith in Stormwind named Grimmin Elmore so he can fashion me a weapon that will give Morbid Fell a run for his money. Now here's my predicament. On one hand, I could be selfless and return to Stormwind to acquire this weapon in order to help the good people of Darkshire. Probably save a few orphan children, maybe a couple damsels in distress. Or I could forget about all that and go after this cursed treasure. I'm sure the women and children will be fine, probably. Let's go hunt some treasure. Before I head out, I want to take a look around this castle really quick. I do have to point out that I'm pretty sure most of these castles are just copy and paste replicas of each other. The interior design might be slightly different, but the layout of all of them is definitely the exact same. Oh, and would you look at that, another dark, creepy, empty basement. I am thankful though that curiosity got the best of me, as it so often does, because I run into a dwarf named Captain Stoutfist, and he has a quest for me that sounds important. He tells me, the Dragonmaw Orc clan was all but destroyed by the end of the Second War, after they lost control of their red dragon pets. The dragons were not very happy with their old masters and fiercely hunted the Dragonmaws. What few remained fled from Grim Batal and into the mountains east of Welgar's excavation. Now they've gained strength and have an encampment northeast of Menethil. We want you to attack that encampment. Gather and bring me their war banners as proof. Ugh, freaking horde. Hate those guys. Looks like I'll be adding some orc hunting to my to-do list, but first, let's go find this treasure. I mean, free those cursed sailors from their eternal doom. Yeah, pure motives, baby. Totally pure motives. Don't worry, boys, I'm here to help. Wait, what the crap? They turned me into one of them. Yeah, not even close, baby. What actually is this? Curse of the Eye. Cursed by the Eye of Paleth. Physical damage dealt is reduced by 8. Casting speed reduced by 20%. You fools! You think that will slow me down? I can just use my remove lesser curse ability to get rid of that one. Oh look, there's a couple other people hanging out down here. What's up, guys? So after taking down the necessary amount of cursed sailors and marines, I scour the ships for something that looks like a snuff box. Basically, I'm just looking for a box because I have no idea what a snuff box is. But it turns out I was looking for the wrong thing the entire time. I wasn't supposed to be looking for a box, I was supposed to be looking for a guy carrying a box. And eventually, I do find him. His corpse just floating around in the bottom of this shipwreck. First mate Snellig. Kinda creepy, honestly. Mouth's just wide open, dangling around like that. Alright, guess I have to wait for him to respawn, along with these other chaps that show up wanting to kill him as well. So we just stand here, waiting, and aha, there he is. Get him, boys. Nice. After grabbing Snellig's snuff box, I decided to explore around the region a little bit more, just to see if there's anything else of interest in these parts. Nothing too crazy. Although, I do take the time to pop in and say hello to this band of gnolls at their encampment, and I must say they were quite rude about it. So, I make sure that none of them are able to see the light of day ever again. Next up, the Dragonmaw Orc Raiders. I'm able to find them on these mountainous hills over here, and there are a lot of them. So I do what us mages do best. Group a bunch of them up, use my Frost Nova, and of course, I missed this one guy. There's always that one guy that screws everything up. Ah yes, that's much better. Feel the wrath of the almighty mage Zemek. Mwahahaha. And it doesn't take me long at all to acquire the 8th and final Dragonmaw War Banner. With that, I head back to Menethil Harbor, meet up with Captain Stoutfist, hand him the banners, he tells me good job, and then explains that this group of warring orcs are led by a guy named Nekrosh. Apparently his father was killed by the very dragons that their clan used to control. That's pretty crazy. But now, Nekrosh is planning to lay siege to Menethil Harbor. He's setting up catapults to destroy the town and docks as we speak. But we can't have that now, can we? Stoutfist then hands me some tinder and tasks me with destroying these weapons of mass destruction. Aye aye, Captain, you can count on me. Now back to our quest for treasure, helping out, who am I kidding?
I'm just in this for the treasure. So I return to First Mate Fitzsimmons, hand him the snuff box, he tells me thanks, and let's see what he has to say here. To break the curse and free all of my brethren, the thing stowed on my ship must be retrieved and cleansed. I don't know what it was, but I do know that it was stored securely in the ship's strongbox, which Captain Hallandor lorded over. My old captain is still in my dreams. I know he walks my doomed ship, the Intrepid. Get the key from him and use it to open the Intrepid's strongbox. Then, after you have the cursed thing, bring it to the priest Glorn Steelbrow in town. Okay, so I have to get the Intrepid strongbox key by what would appear to be murdering Captain Hallandor. But wait, he's already dead. Does it still count as murder? So once again, we're left with a difficult decision. Save Menethil Harbor and all of its inhabitants from impending doom, or keep looking for this treasure. So I head back to the shipwreck, kill Captain Hallandor, grab the key, and I'm an idiot. When I originally read through the quest, I thought it said bring the key back to the priest, so I left the area thinking that I had completed my task, even though, well, I hadn't. Anyways, I'm not the only idiot around here because it turns out the orcs were having some technical difficulties of their own with their catapult death machines. Probably user error, let's be honest. And I'm able to make it just in time to destroy the catapults before any harm can be done. I'm thankful I showed up when I did because I am sure that if it was any later, those catapults definitely wouldn't have just been sitting there waiting for me to arrive in order to destroy them for my personalized questing experience. Crisis averted. Now, I've experienced a lot of strange things during my time in the world of Azeroth, but this next encounter might just take the cake for weirdest things ever. After completing the quest, the burning catapult starts talking to me. And it's talking in third person, which makes it even more weird. I mean, I've heard of Moses and the burning bush, but a burning catapult? Never in my wildest dreams. This game never ceases to amaze me. The burning catapult then instructs me to kill Chieftain Nekrosh, and oh my gosh, even the talking burning catapult wants me to chop off someone's head. You just can't make this stuff up. The quest log doesn't actually give me any clue or direction as to where Nekrosh resides, but I kind of just assume he's more than likely further down into the camp. And I happen to be right. To my delight, there's a level 27 night elf named Eagle Eyes just standing here. I guess he was probably pondering the situation and calculating whether or not he'd be able to take down these mobs on his own. Yeah, it doesn't take long to figure out, no, he would not have been able to complete this quest on his own, because even with my help, we're still cruising around on the struggle bus. So much so that he actually dies during the first attempt. The second time around, we try to come up with a better strategy, and of course, all of the mobs respawn right as we're about to execute the plan. Not a huge deal, we'll just take them out really quick. Alright, here we go. We've isolated the chieftain, just us versus Nekrosh now. Oh boy. It would appear that he's immune to fire damage. This is going to be very difficult. Eagle Eyes tries his best to maintain aggro, but Nekrosh here is really craving some human mage pie. I do my best to kite while dealing damage, but the elf's health bar is depleting fast. Our situation is dire. I don't think we're going to make it out of this alive, not without some sort of miracle. And that is when she appears. No, like seriously though, this girl just pops in out of nowhere. A level 60 human warlock. The classic WoW gods have smiled on me once again. She pulls out a little razzle-dazzle channeling spell and pretty much makes Nekrosh look like a little ant pile for her to step on. He's quite literally dead within seconds of her showing up. And before we even have the time to thank her, she's gone. Eagle Eyes and I just stand there for a moment in disbelief as to what just happened.
Did we just encounter a guardian angel in classic WoW? I'm not really sure. All I know is you can say there's no such thing as WoW angels, but as for me and Eagle Eyes, we believe. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I have to saw off this guy's head and shove it into one of my bags. With that, I head back to the harbor to turn in my quest, and this is the part where I realize I forgot to open up the Intrepid strongbox and wasn't actually done with the quest. So I head back to the Lost Fleet, kill more of these cursed crew members, search the ship, find the strongbox, open it up, and oh my, now I have inanimate boxes speaking to me. What an odd day this is turning out to be. Inside the box is the treasure that Fitzsimmons was telling me about, a blackened orb pulsing with an eerie light called the Cursed Eye of Paleth. The Strongbox instructs me to take this orb to the priest Glorin Steelbrow, which is exactly what I do. And would you look at that, it turns out I'm not the only one the first mate has been exploiting for free flagons of ale. I should have known better, but it did lead me to this little piece of treasure, so I guess it was worth it. Anyways, I hand him the cursed Eye of Paleth and nice, level 33. Steelbrow tells me, I can't lift the curse from the Eye of Paleth. The eyes were crafted by a human priest, so you'll have to go to Stormwind to find someone who can help you. Speak with Archbishop Benedictus. He is head of the Cathedral of Light in Stormwind. He can help. I hope for your sake. Alrighty then. Looks like I'll need to pay a visit to Stormwind at some point. But before I do that, the stench from this bloody head is really starting to make me feel nauseous. So I head over to Captain Stoutfist, hand over Nekrosh's head. He's very thankful for the service. I get to choose one of these 2 rewards that are completely useless to me, and that's that. I don't think there's any other quests over here related to the orcs in the wetlands. Nice, another zone free of corruption thanks to the benevolent acts of Zemak the Human Mage. Now before I head back to Stormwind, there's another quest called Malin's Request that requires me to travel to a new region, the Arathi Highlands. When I look at my map, it appears to be the adjacent zone just north of here. So before returning to Stormwind, I decide to pursue this endeavor. Little do I know, this is about to be the worst decision I'll ever make in Classic WoW. I head out of town following the road east and then north until I come across a few of these Dwarven quest NPCs. Truthfully, I don't think I end up completing any of these quests, so I'm just going to skip them for now. This area is called Dunmoder. It appears to be an elite area with tons of mobs, and since I don't have a group of friends to accompany me, I think it's best to just avoid it altogether. Back to the task at hand. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, crossing the bridge into the Arathi Highlands. Holy crap, this bridge is absolutely massive. Definitely the biggest one I've seen so far in Classic WoW. Now most players would just kind of run through here, not really taking the time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. But me, that's just not in my nature. So I decide to run around and explore a little bit. And you know the phrase, curiosity killed the cat? Well, I'm the curious cat in this scenario. And for reasons that I could not actually explain to you, I decide that now is a perfect time to practice my parkour abilities on this bridge, which leads to me falling down this massive chasm into the body of water below. No problem though, I'll just swim to the nearest land spot where I can simply climb out of the water. But as I look to the left and to the right, it doesn't look good. I really have no idea how far of a swim it might be to the nearest exit point. I could potentially Hearthstone or teleport out of here, but then all that time I spent running from Menethil Harbor to the Arathi Highlands would be totally wasted. So I don't want to do that either. My final conclusion is that my best way out of here is, well, drowning and respawning at the nearest spirit healer. So that's exactly what I do. Now, in hindsight, I should have just spoken to the spirit healer, taken the res sickness penalty, and gone about my merry way. But I didn't want to miss the initial experience of running into the Highland Zone for the first time. So I start running back to my corpse with the hopes of resurrection. If you thought me falling off the bridge was the worst part of the story, oh no, my friends. It's about to go from bad to absolutely catastrophic. As I near the place where I jumped off, I figured that the game won't take into account the vertical distance and will recognize that horizontally I'm standing right next to my dead body. Well, I assumed wrong, because even though I'm essentially right on top of the grave symbol on the minimap, it doesn't give me the opportunity to resurrect. Thinking that maybe if I just get a better angle, it might work out, I get on top of this ledge by jumping onto this giant metal chain. I get as close to the edge as I possibly can, but no luck. And this, my friends, is where I make the fatal mistake. I step down into this little boxed wall area. Seems harmless, right? Wrong. When I attempt to jump onto the giant metal chain to get out, yep, you guessed it, I am stuck. And not just momentarily stuck, I am eternally stuck. Since my character is in ghost mode, I have zero options other than trying frantically to find a small little spot somewhere where I can weasel my way out. I can't use teleport, I can't use my Hearthstone, and I can't be summoned by other players. After a few minutes of trying every little nook and cranny to escape my self-made prison, it's hopeless. So I do the only thing that I can. I Google what to do if you're stuck in Classic WoW. At first, I'm optimistic because a lot of people are saying all you have to do is use the stuck character service and player support will manually move your character to a safe location, and that it shouldn't take more than 10 to 15 minutes. So that's what I end up doing. Now, all I can do is wait. So I wait, and I wait, and I wait some more. 2 hours have now gone by with no response. It's getting late, and what was supposed to be a fun, relaxing evening of playing Classic WoW has now turned into an absolute nightmare. I'm stressing out. I've dedicated 6 months of my life to this journey. I do not want this to be the way that the story ends for ZMAC the Mage. Will I have to create a new character and start all over? My mind is racing. 3 hours have now gone by and I have to work in the morning, so I have no other option but to exit the game and leave my fate up to the Classic WoW gods. I lay my head down on the pillow and I cannot believe this is happening. My greatest foe yet in Classic WoW. A small little wrong step that causes me to get stuck. Eventually, I fall asleep, hoping and praying that when I wake up in the morning, I'll be able to continue my World of Warcraft journey. But without the intervention of player support, ZMAC the Mage is royally... They tried to keep me down. They tried to contain me within those 4 walls. I was on my way to becoming the greatest WoW player the world had ever seen, when a simple misstep threatened to unravel my dreams and put an end to our hero's journey. Why? Why did the Classic WoW gods allow this to happen? Had they become jealous of my rise to fame? Was it fear? Punishment for all the heads I've chopped off and collected along the way? Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe this was all just a test of my mental fortitude and resilience, a test to see if I have what it takes to prepare me for an even greater challenge that is yet to come, an opportunity to look adversity directly in the eye and say, you haven't seen the last of me, pal. This isn't over. Gosh dang it, I will find a way to escape these 4 walls, and when I do, I'll come back even stronger. I'll be reborn just like Gandalf in the 2 Towers when he fell from the bridge of Khazad-dûm. But instead of saying, you shall not pass, I'll be saying, I shall surely pass.
Because I'll have reached my evolved form. Nothing is going to keep me from...
Oh, nice. Thanks, Blizzard support. So yeah, I got out of my predicament thanks to the help of the stuck character service. I was incredibly relieved the next morning to find my character magically transported to the gates of Stormwind City. I was genuinely so stressed out about it. Of course, looking back now, I really didn't have anything to be that worried about. It's just the first time that sort of thing has happened to me, so I panicked a little bit. A few people mentioned in the comments that I could have found someone to resurrect me and then teleport out of there, which I didn't really think about. But I do remember asking for help in general chat and no one was responding to me. So regardless, I probably would have been stuck there until Blizzard came to my rescue. All that being said, our journey to level 60 continues and we've got some juicy stuff to cover today. Exploring unknown territories, discovering some absolutely bonkers XP farming spots, my first ever voyage across the sea, and I come across the best drop I have ever gotten in Classic WoW. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. Alright, so my ghost has transported back to Stormwind City here, and of course, since it's not possible to fast travel while dead, there is no way that I'm running all the way back to my corpse. Or will I? No, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So I find the closest spirit healer, and interestingly enough, I'm actually resurrected back in the Arathi Highlands. Not really sure how that works, but hey, I'm not complaining because it saves me a little bit of travel time. I take a quick look at the map, and as you can see, I've got a lot to uncover. It's definitely going to take me some time, but this is one of my favorite parts of the game, especially since I'm not using any guides. There's nothing telling me what to do or where to go. I just get to run around, explore the world, and see what I can find. Since I died on my way into the zone, I head back towards the parkour bridge. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. And don't worry, this time around, I'll avoid any and all of my daredevil stuntman antics. Looks like it's raining pretty hard, so kinda hard to see much of anything. I don't think it was raining the first time I got here. Actually though, how does the weather work in WoW Classic? I've never really paid too much attention to it. Can it rain in any of the zones or just certain ones? Is it on a set timer or is it just completely random? Ooh, check out this giant rope bridge. Oh shoot, I forgot I have to wait out this resurrection sickness. Don't mind me, fellas, just going for an afternoon stroll. There's a little waterfall off to my left, a big old Stonehenge looking structure, another smaller bridge next to this stream that connects to a small pond, and right away I can tell this zone is a lot more diverse with its elevation when compared to previous zones like the wetlands. There's a bunch of hills and giant boulders jutting out of the ground, and I think maybe that's a mountain range off in the distance. Kind of hard to tell. Okay, what do we have here? Hammerfall sounds kind of cool. Let's go that way. I bet no one else actually stops to use these directional signposts. Just me. But when you don't have something or someone telling you exactly where to go, they're kind of lifesavers. Oh, also, I have never been the kind of person that sticks to roads in video games. Usually, it takes a lot longer to get around that way. But in my situation, I'm actually saving myself time since in Classic WoW, they always lead to a city or outpost or something of importance. Otherwise, I'd just be running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Okay, guys, can we just acknowledge this for a second? I've said this before, but look at this. I'm practically halfway through the zone and the map still hasn't revealed anything to me yet. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, how is that possible? There we go. Hammerfall. All right, let's see what this is. Ah, nutsack. Some sort of horde base camp. Hopefully this isn't another one of those horde PvP zones again. I guess we'll try the other option. Stromguard. Not feeling particularly hopeful about that one either. Oh wait, what's this? Refuge Point? I could use a little bit of refuge right about now. I'm gonna check that out. Oh, nice. There's actually a Griffin Master here. And apparently I have a quest to turn in here as well. I'm thinking this is where I need to be. Oh, that's right. I picked up Malin's request a long time ago in Stormwind. Just kind of picked it up randomly from a guy in the Mage District. I'll be honest, I totally forgot about that. All right, Square Toe, what do you got for me? So Malin sent ya. I don't care if Muradin rose up from the dead and whisked you here on a dragon. I don't really get that reference, but yeah, I'm busy. Talk to Crichton if you need something. All right, will do. I don't really know what I need from him, but I'm sure it's something important. What do we have over here? Some sort of League of Arathor PvP entrance. Unlock this flight path, very nice. Oh, this bonfire is amazing. Just what I needed to warm up these old rickety bones of mine. I'm telling you, there's no cartilage left in either of my knees. Nope, straight up bone on bone in these bad boys. Now, if only I had some chips and hummus to munch on. Oh look, it stopped raining. It's almost as if I logged off and got back on hours later. All right, let's introduce ourselves to Captain Niles. Oh, wow, she jumps right into it. We are fighting a war for Stromguard and we are losing. The ogres, the syndicate, and we have divided our once great city, and each faction battles the other into a bloody stalemate. But our forces dwindle while our enemy grows. We need help from the town of South Shore, but supplies are difficult to receive while the syndicate holds territory between us. Go to the syndicate base in Northfold Manor and slay them. Then perhaps pressure on our supply trains will lessen and more will get through. Wowzers, yeah. Okay, I think I can manage that. Look at Apprentice Crichton just waiting so patiently for me over here. Talk to him real quick, and I guess it's not just me. Square Toe, the dwarf guy over there, comes off as rude to everyone that meets him. In the meantime, Crichton suggests that we work on something a little more reproductive. Look, Crichton, you seem like a nice guy and all, but let's just say I'm more of a Captain Niles kind of guy, if you know what I mean. Oh, wait a second. Productive. He said productive. My bad. So yeah, Malin sent these guys out here to collect some reagents, and now Crichton wants me to do his work for him. I have to find these so-called witherbarks, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that polite civil discourse is not going to be an option. Okay, first things first, I need to find the Northfold Manor. That's where all these syndicate bad guys are, supposedly. What is this? Dabbery's farmstead? Nope, these are all just a bunch of innocent farmers trying to make a living out here. Well, I'm already over here, so let's see if I can reveal this portion of the map down south. The Goshek Farm. Wait, this kind of looks like the farm we just came from, except this one is run by orcs instead of humans. Holy crap, did I just discover one of the best XP farms in the game? There are so many orc mobs over here, and they're all melee, which is perfect for me. I don't know if it's just the mage class or what, but man, this seems so broken. I'm getting over 1,000 XP just for killing a few of them. I mean, that took me like, what, 20 seconds? When you compare that with how long a lot of the quests take and how much XP you get from those, which, let's be honest, is not always a lot, it's no wonder a lot of people just run around power farming. I'm going to continue on with my questing, but I'll keep this place in the back of my mind. I plan on coming back here at some point. On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Ooh, what's down here? The Circle of Inner Binding. No way. I love this person's name. I should have gone with Gandalf Boy or something like that. Welp, mistakes were made. Let's just forget about that one. Round 2, here we go. Oh boy. Don't worry guys, I got this. Yeah, I don't got this. All the dinosaurs are mad at me because I haven't gone out to see the new Jurassic World movie yet. Well, guess what? You can't spell Jurassic World without Chris Pratt. You think just because they throw in Scarlett Johansson, I'm gonna go see it? Okay, that actually might work. But no, seriously, I'm actually more excited for the Freaky Friday sequel coming out soon. Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis back in action. Talk about a dream come true. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, questing and exploring. So I discovered the Stromgard Keep, and it actually looks really cool, but yeah, the first mob I come across is a level 36 elite. Probably going to need to come back here with a friend or 2, or 3. Okay, maybe 4. Well, look who we have here. It's my old nemesis, Brum Winterhoof. Clearly he's no match for my ever-growing wizardly powers. Yeah, I guess I'll let him live. For now. And here we are. I finally found the Northfold Manor. Oh shoot, what the? Where did that guy come from? Looks like there's some invisible syndicate rogues skulking around over here. I just have to kill 10 of these highwaymen and 6 of the mercenaries. And there you have it. 16 out of 16 mobs slain. So I return to Captain Niles, turn in the quest, and she wants me to bring her some badges from that Stromgard Keep place. So basically, you want me dead. That's what it sounds like. Is it because of the comment I made earlier to Princess Crichton? Because I can assure you, I meant no disrespect. Alright, before I go any further, I think it's about time that I give a little bit of attention to my tailoring profession. Can't really remember the last time I did anything with it. So I head back to Iron Forge, and actually, German Stonebrow tells me I'll need to travel to Stormwind if I want to further my training. I then teleport back to the Mage District, find Giorgio Bolero, and continue working on that for about an hour or so. Apart from a couple pieces of gear that are actually useful for me, I end up putting most of the items on the auction house. It's definitely hit or miss at this point. Sometimes my crafty gear sells, other times it doesn't. Hopefully, I'll eventually get to a place where my tailoring is beneficial for higher level players and sells more consistently. For now though, it's back to the Arathi Highlands. I'd like to find this Witherbark village place, but first, I can't resist doing a little bit of power farming at this orc spot. I mean, legitimately, like one group of these guys fills up almost an entire one of these small little bars down here. And just like that, I am now level 34. Let's go. And we all know what that means. Time to pay a visit to our good friend, Miss Cannon. Dang, the only thing that really looks worth it to me is the Cone of Cold upgrade. Janaea, I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. Okay, back to the mission at hand. Diplomacy with the Witherbarks. I find their village and, of course, you can imagine how talking through things peacefully turns out. Looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty yet again. Ugh, they've got a bunch of ranged axe throwers. I hate when I have to fight enemy mobs on a level playing field. I'd much rather freeze them in place and melt their health bars as they stare at me, wishing there was something they could do about it. And there we go. This one took a little bit longer due to the RNG loot drops, but I successfully acquired all of the quest items. So I head back to Refuge Point, speak with Crichton, hand him all the items, complete the quest, and he informs me that he believes Squirto is in a better mood and that I should try talking to him again. Sure enough, he is. He even takes the time to apologize while also slipping in a subtle dad joke, which is always going to earn a few brownie points in my book. I might have been a little too quick to judge this guy after all. Anyways, he needs me to retrieve Trelawney's wand in Boulder Fist Hall, the dwelling place for a bunch of ogres here in Arathi. But oh, it's a red quest. I'm gonna have to put that one on hold for now. But that's okay, because there's actually something else that I've been really looking forward to. Traveling to the Dust Wallow Marsh.
It's on the other side of the world, and I've been instructed to take one of these ships at Menethil Harbor in order to get there. Apparently, it's this boat over here on the left. Well, it's been a minute or two and nothing has happened. There's also no one else on board, so yeah, I'm thinking this is the wrong boat. Oh, wait, there's another dock over there. Let's go check that out. Oh, that's gotta be it. This ship is actually moving. Oh yeah, baby. A bunch of other players are here, but I'm going to ask someone just to be sure. Okay, Bible female dog nodded at me, so we're going with it. Okay, we're moving. Here we go. Not gonna lie, this is pretty sick. How long does this usually take? I like the fact that you have to physically get on the ship and stand around with all the other players. I've never experienced anything like this before. Most games that I know of, when it comes to traveling overseas and stuff like that, you just talk to a guy and then it will jump to a loading screen before teleporting your character to the desired destination. Again, another fantastic way that Classic WoW maintains that sense of immersion and groundedness for its players. And honestly, it really doesn't take that long at all. But here we are, Theramore Isle. Wait a sec, gotta get a selfie real quick in front of this ship. Man, I look good. This place looks interesting. So where are we exactly? Okay, I'm on the continent of Kalimdor. Let's talk to the Griffin Master here, see if I can fly anywhere. Nice, new flight path discovered. You don't know any flight locations connected to this one. Well, that's a little bit contradicting, Baldric. I'm getting some Stormwind City vibes, except a lot smaller and slightly depressing. Look, it's a practicing guard. Yeah, whack that dummy with that sword. All right, let's check out the Citadel to see if there's anything that I can help out with. Looks like I'm supposed to talk to this guy. James Heil. James Heil. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, I remember. This is from that random guy in the Wetlands Tavern. Sounds like his brother was involved in something that went down in the Shady Rest Inn. If you have any information about what happened there, nope, can't say that I do. I would urge you to speak with Captain Vimes about it. If I hear anything, I will be sure to let him know. And one more quest NPC that, spoiler, I'm going to be making a dedicated episode for at some point in the near future. In the meantime, I have decided to take the Theramore Isle Citadel as my own. And for my first order of business, I would like a glass of milk. Wait a second. Whoa, they have a trauma surgeon here in Theramore. That's legit. Oh, wow. Yeah, like I said, this place is kind of depressing. Heyo, except for the ruler that runs this place. Hello there, Lady Jaina Proudmoore. It is an honor to meet your acquaintance. The name's Z-Mag. You've probably heard of me. Yeah, she pretty much tells me she's busy and doesn't have time to talk. After running around the city and familiarizing myself with the local shops, I decided that it's time to venture out into the bleak wilderness of the Dustwallow Marsh. And bleak it is. Everything out here is either dead or dying. Apart from some different shades of brown and gray, there's not a whole lot of color going on. Not a great vacation cruise destination spot, that's for sure. Oh geez, the spiders can turn invisible? That's terrifying. Now truth be told, apart from working on the quest that shall not be named, I don't accomplish much of anything while I'm out here. The most exciting thing that happens is stumbling upon this Murloc village along the coast. There's a ton of mobs to farm, and I might have just found another really OP power farming spot. So I try to group some of them up, and it doesn't go so well. Probably because they're a couple levels higher than me, but I won't give up so easily. When I go for a second attempt, everything is going well until, oh my gosh, a swarm of Murlocs aggroes me out of nowhere from behind. Pretty sure another player was running by and accidentally dragged them into me. After a couple more attempts with no success, I decided to continue exploring the rest of the zone, and I'll be honest, it's just not my favorite region. Maybe for some people the doom and gloom, lifeless landscape speaks to them, but it's just not my cup of tea. Also, I died like another 4 or 5 times, so yeah. That didn't help at all. My mind wanders off to thoughts of palm trees, panthers, and pina coladas. I know what this means. The jungle is calling to me, and when the jungle calls, I must answer. Although my time here in the Dustwallow Marsh was short, I'm sure I'll be back at some point. After whipping out a little razzle-dazzle teleport magic, I say smell you later to Theramore and then travel back to Stormwind, where I'm able to catch an early morning flight to the Goblin City of Legends, Booty Bay. A few levels earlier, I abandoned Stranglethorn Vale in search of greener pastures, specifically for leveling. But now that I've gone through the wetlands and at least some of Arathi Highlands, I've gained a couple of levels and I'm hoping that this time around it will go a little more smoothly. And what a decision it was. What I didn't know is that I would soon stumble upon the best loot drop that I have ever experienced in Classic WoW. And man, it is good to be back, baby. This has got to be one of my favorite views in the entire game. Gotta soak in some of that sun after being deprived of it for so long in the marshes. Gosh, that place was depressing. Okay, so we're back at the Salty Sailor Tavern, and I'm going to be picking up a few different quests. First, and probably the most important one, as I will soon find out, Krazik has a quest called Investigate the Camp. He tells me, I've gotten reports of a group of hunters that have set up camp upriver of the Adventure Company mining camp on Lake Nasferidi. Now, normally I wouldn't care, but I heard that Hemet Nessingwary was one of the hunters there. He's certainly well connected if you catch my meaning, and you never can be too safe. Why don't you go check out the camp and see what they're about? Alright, not sure who Hemet Nessingwary is or why he's important, but I can do that. The other quests are supplies to Private Thorson and ooh, the Haunted Isle. That sounds interesting. Oh nice, the Baron is actually right over here. My gosh, I've never really paid close attention, but the goblins are kind of creepy looking. They've just got this sinister, sharp-toothed smile permanently plastered across their face. Gotta keep my guard up in this neck of the woods. After relaying the story to him about the haunted island off the coast, he replies, interesting. Some time ago, I seem to remember reading a book once that suggested, of course, a troll legend it was. If what Krazik purports is true, perhaps I will soon be able to add the Stone of the Tides to my collection of ancient artifacts and relics. The Stone of the Tides? What's that? Oh, it's not important. But if there is indeed a goblin mage and water elementals haunting the island, it could mean the Stone of the Tides can be mine. I want you to locate this haunted island. Find out what's going on. Okay, I'm not doing anything for you unless you tell me what this stone is and why it's so important. Alright. If you want to find out more about the Stone of the Tides, take this script to the Stormwind Library. They should be able to find you a copy of the book I first came across the legend in. I mean, I could do that, or you could save me the trip and just tell me more about it right now. Could it be that Gazban actually discovered the stone? And he refuses to go into any further details. Alright, fine. Keep your secrets. But it might be a while before I return to Stormwind. There's some other things I have to attend to, like investigating the camp that Krazik was telling me about. I just have to find it first. The quest log says the camp is upriver of the Adventure Company mining camp on Lake Nasferidi, so what better way to find it than getting my feet wet and going for a little swim. Aha, success! I've found it. When I introduce myself to Barnel Stonepot, he tells me, welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Wait, what? I don't get it. Oh, never mind. He then goes on to inform me that we are in the presence of the one and only Hemet Nessingwary, a renowned war hero and master big game hunter. And he wants me to go speak with him to see if he'll give me any hunting pointers. Oh gosh. I will say the max number of only 20 quests at a time is really annoying. I keep having to look through my quest log to abandon quests just so I can pick up new ones. And I don't always know which ones to keep and which ones to get rid of. I'm sure the devs have their reasons for this, but I don't really see the point. Anyways, I speak to Mr. Hessingwary, who says to me, jolly nice to make your acquaintance, Zemak. Haven't seen a mage around these parts for some time. I situated myself with this expedition for one purpose, to hunt a great and elusive beast. Saying that you're a hero of sorts, I'm willing to let you take part in the hunt. But you must first prove yourself. I shall teach the ways of raptor killing to you, Ajax will train you with tiger hunting, and Sir Erlgardin is a master of panther tracking. Previous skill and I'll let you in on the big hunt. Oh, heck yeah, this sounds awesome. I'm curious to find out what the big hunt is. Yeah, you remember earlier how I said that this was the most important quest I picked up in Booty Bay? That's because this hunter's camp offers a ton of level appropriate quests in the area, something that I was struggling to find last time I was here. 3 of them are animal hunting quests for raptors, panthers, and tigers, and the 4th one is from Barnel Stonepot called the Green Hills of Stranglethorn, which is actually a really fun concept for a quest. Apparently, Master Nessingwary wrote a novel novel called The Green Hills of Stranglethorn and trusted Mr. Stonepot here to proofread it for him. But a huge gust of wind through the camp took the pages and scattered them all throughout the jungle. At first, I was thinking it was just going to be 4 individual pages that I could search for and find on the ground or something like that. But actually, it turns out to be multiple pages per chapter, so 15 total. And what he fails to mention is that you have to loot them off of enemy mobs throughout the zone. And as far as I know, all of the pages have completely random drop tables, so basically there's no good reason to hyper focus on it. This is just a quest to pick up early on in your Stranglethorn adventures that hopefully by the time you're done with the zone, you'll be able to turn it in for some XP and the special treat of reading Emmett Nessingwary's novel, if you want to take the time to do that. Spoiler, it takes me a really long time, but I do end up finding all of the chapter pages. I'm not going to be pointing them out along the way because it's just way too much and too random to keep track of. Real quick, I just want to point out that I really appreciate the devs adding the quest for new players to discover the camp. If it wasn't for Krasik sending me here, I really don't know if I would have found this place on my own. Now for the next hour or so, I pretty much just run around slaughtering innocent wildlife, collecting loot, and wondering why I'm such a terrible person. I'm not going to bore you with all of the raw footage, but as promised, towards the end of farming the Panthers, I did come across the best loot drop that I've yet experienced in WoW Classic. And lucky for you guys, I was actually streaming, so you get to hear my live reaction to what is about to transpire. Without further ado, here we go.
Resisted that again. That could be the same amount of satisfaction as someone that spends months, years of their life. Oh, what is that? Guys, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Do you guys see this? Holy crap. What? Starfaller. 32.9 damage per second. A blue wand. I just got a blue wand drop. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Mount money. How much does it cost to get a mount?
Yeah, I get a blue wand drop called the Starfaller. As you can tell, I genuinely cannot believe it. It's by far the best item that I've looted throughout my entire time playing WoW. So yeah, needless to say, I'm incredibly excited about it. And it gets me stoked thinking about all the other possible rare loot finds I might come across on my journey going forward. After that huge dopamine rush and finishing the first couple of hunting quests, I return to the camp, turn in the first couple of quests, reach level 35, and each of the quest NPCs follow up with another slightly more difficult challenge. So now, instead of killing young Stranglethorn tigers, I have to hunt down Stranglethorn tigers, without the word young in their name. And the same goes for the Panthers, as well as something similar to that with the Raptors. I don't really know, they're kind of their own thing. But I knock those quests out and decide that it's probably about time for me to get some rest. Ugh, the worst part about Stranglethorn Vale is having to run back to it after every single time that you log off. I've heard rumors that the Westfall Inn is the best place for weary travelers in the northern part of Stranglethorn, which honestly, a soft, cozy bed in Sentinel Hill sounds absolutely perfect right about now. There's just one thing that would make it even better. Thankfully, Heather tells me she just received a fresh new shipment this morning. So I take a load off, warm up my toes by the furnace, and reflect on this incredible journey that I'm on, while guzzling down a glass of ice cold milk. Ah, that's the stuff. After that, I head to bed, still giddy with excitement, smiling softly as Starfaller rests by my side, and eventually I drift off to sleep under the warm, soothing glow of candlelight. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but it turns out World of Warcraft players really like their mounts. Now, seeing as I'm somewhat new to the WoW community, when I first heard about this, I was like, really? I mean, mounts are okay, but personally, I'm more of an Almond Joy guy. Yeah. No, but seriously, ever since I entered the world of Azeroth, I've been hearing about these creatures of legend that can carry you around on their backs at staggering speeds, decreasing a player's overall travel time, and making them look really cool while doing it. So, of course, I knew that I had to get my hands on one. There was just one problem. You don't actually unlock mounts in Classic WoW until level 40. And if you don't already know this, it takes a decent chunk of time to get there, especially if you're not using any leveling guides and have no idea what you're doing, or if you're just really bad like me and you die a lot. Yeah, that doesn't really help at all either. Oh, also, it costs like 80 gold, which for new players, that's kind of a lot. So initially, the thought of acquiring a mount of my own sounded like more of a pipe dream, something that was beyond my reach. However, slowly but surely, I've climbed my way up the mountain that is the classic WoW leveling experience, and recently I came to the realization at level 35 that I was actually getting kind of close. So I decided for this video, we are going to do what MMO players do best. We're going to grind it out. This video will not end until I reach level 40 and finally unlock the coveted, the almighty, the all-glorious classic WoW horse mount. So ladies and gentlemen, strap in, because it's gonna be a bumpy ride. No, actually though, maybe go to the bathroom real quick, grab yourself a drink, and get cozy, because you're in for quite the adventure, my friend. Without further ado, let's get into it. Okay, if we're going to reach level 40 by the end of this video, we have some serious work cut out for us. There's absolutely no time to waste. Oh crap, how do I get out of this thing? Not only do I need to level up, but I also need to figure out how to acquire 80 gold so that I can actually buy the mount. We left off running around Stranglethorn, mindlessly slaughtering all of the wildlife, and guess what? We're going to be doing a lot of that yet again. There's not like a classic WoW wildlife protection service, is there? Because if there is, yeah, I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble. Now, one of the nice things about being a YouTuber, especially for you guys watching, is that I can turn long, drawn-out menial tasks that take hours in real time into short little segments that occur over the course of a few seconds. For example, I can say the phrase panthers, tigers, and raptors, oh my, and boom, just like that, hours of killing countless innocent animals have passed, and I'm able to return to the jungle encampment to turn in some of the quests. Oh, and I also completed a quest called Bad Medicine. Basically, there's this guy named Colonel Curzon that used to be a talented and noble soldier from Stormwind, but after leading an expedition into the Stranglethorn Vale, he lost his marbles and fell victim to some foul magic, becoming possessed by a powerful ogre mage named Myzoth. So yeah, now he's one of the bad guys. While many of his men stayed loyal to him, there was a small group of soldiers that band together and rebelled against him, hence why there is now a rebel camp in the northern part of Stranglethorn, which is where I picked up this quest. Apparently, he's got a bunch of healing support from his medicine men, and if we're ever going to take him down, we need to infiltrate the compound and steal the medical supplies so that we can use it to heal our own forces. So that's exactly what I do. After I'm done, I return to the rebel camp, hand it in, receive a follow-up quest from Sergeant Yoa, and of course, she has me going right back to the place I just came from for a follow-up quest because, well, this is classic WoW, and that's just how we do things around here. What the heck is a Curzon head shrinker? That sounds interesting. Anyways, where was I? Oh, that's right. Destroying the local ecosystem. At this point, I'm really close to reaching level 36, so I figure why not just top off real quick at this raptor spawn area. Unsurprisingly, a fellow adventurer named Hurricane takes notice of my incredible magical feats of power and wants in on a piece of the action. Of course, being the kind and generous soul that I am, I tell her to get lost and find another mage to mooch XP off of. No, just kidding. I understand that us mages can be a little bit selfish with our AoE power farming. There's not always enough mobs to go around, so we team up and I help her get all the raptors that she needs for her quest. Now, right before I hit 36, we end up parting ways, and most of you might think, nice, he's almost level 36, just kill one more grouping of the raptors and that'll be that. End the session on a high note, go get some sleep, bada bing, bada boom, easy, right? Well, not exactly. I decide to take a little look-see over this hill here, and what do you know? It's a band of blood scalp trolls. I should be able to take them out, right? Wrong. I miscalculated, as I so often do, and end up dying. At that point, I'm just annoyed and say, screw that, I'm going to bed. But that's okay, because let's be honest, who wants to level up to 36 off of some measly blood scalp trolls? Talk about lame. Everyone knows that there's only one mob type that you should ever level up with when you're about to hit level 36. The legendary Stone Mob Basilisk. Oh yeah, baby. 1 level down, 4 more to go. Real quick, if you're enjoying the content, be sure to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel for more future stuff. So after reaching level 36, I waste no time paying a visit to our good friend Janaea. And it's a good thing I do because I get some massive ability upgrades.
An increased fireball. Let's go. Oh, baby. Sweet baby Jesus. Guys, this is amazing. Blizzard rank 3. I am so happy to see that. And not only that, but I get to pick back up with the mage class questline. This one is called Return to the Marsh. Apparently, there's a hermit named Tabitha in the Dustwall Marsh that I'm supposed to go and visit. I'm not going to do that right now, but keep this in the back of your head because we'll return to it later. Right, next up, I head to the cathedral, replenish my supply of runes of teleportation, and run into this guy named Archbishop Benedictus. Holy crap, dude. This guy's on some steroids or something. He's huge. But yeah, I turned in a quest to him that I guess I completed at some point. Honestly, I don't even really remember what it was. And the reward is pretty much useless to me, so yeah. Oh well, now back to the question about how I'm going to afford my new mount. Well, for anyone that didn't see the previous episode, I happened upon a super lucky rare drop, a blue wand called the Starfaller. As much as I really want to try it out, the community told me that it would be more valuable for me to sell it rather than to use it. So after much deliberation and a few tears shed, I decided to put it up on the auction house for 24 gold and 50 silver. By far the most expensive item I've ever sold in World of Warcraft. I guess now we'll just wait to see if anyone wants to buy it. In the meantime, back to Stranglethorn we go. And actually, I didn't have to wait very long at all because someone buys it within a matter of minutes. I guess that means I probably undersold it, but you know what? I'm not trying to be greedy. A win is a win. And I'm now that much closer to being able to purchase my new horse friend. So I'm not complaining. On my way back to the jungle, I have the bright idea of trying to find a shortcut over the mountains, and well, this happened. Again, I thought, did they like put that in there just for fun? Like just a... Guys? Gosh dang it, no. It just used my Hearthstone. Can I blink? Yeah, but like that's not gonna F in the chat, boys. I mean, what the heck? Oh, yeah, yes. Okay, Abe, you're a genius. Guys, we're good. Yeah, thankfully, I was able to just teleport out this time around, but still, I gotta learn to watch where I'm going. Now for level 37, I wish I could tell you there was some epic storyline or hilarious encounter, but truthfully, it was kind of just a string of miscellaneous quests and very random decisions on my part. I visit this troll camp, murder a bunch of them and cut off all of their ears, find the venture company base camp where I attempt to collect some of their personal belongings. They're not too happy about that. Decide to rank up my Frostbolt and switch to a full-on Frost Mage, and then travel back to the Dustwallow Marsh. For what purpose, you might ask? Who the hell knows? No, but actually, I want to see, now that I've got my rank 3 Blizzard, if I'm able to power farm some of these Murlocs, since the last time I tried, it didn't go so well. Oh yes, it's absolutely glorious. Look at all those numbers. Of course, all heroes have their setbacks. Mine just happened to be a little more frequent than most. But I got some travel snacks from Nepsy, a bottle of nectar and cheese, so that puts a smile on my face and gives me just the boost that I need to continue on. So I head back out, kill a bunch of mudrock spike shells for a local chef, because apparently the forked tongues of some of the creatures are a delicacy in these parts. Sounds kind of disgusting to me. And I reach level 37. Huzzah! One step closer to our 4-legged companion. To celebrate this forgettable and not so impressive milestone, I decide to head back to one of my favorite spots, the Salty Sailor Tavern, and share my accomplishment with some of my new goblin friends. They tell me they couldn't care less and then proceed to make fun of me when I mention that I don't yet have enough gold to purchase my mount, because apparently they had that sort of cash flow by the time they were 7 years old. Right. Well, anyways, I turn in a few of the quests, chuckle at the fact that goblin fishing poles are actually sticks of dynamite, and receive some follow-up ones in return. Nothing super important. One is to help Krazik collect some bloodstone ore in order to repair a crockpot, and the other is to acquire 18 skull splitter troll tusks so Kabak here can continue with his fake tiger fang forgery selling business. Apparently, it's very difficult and expensive to kill wild tigers, so he's settled with just murdering some of the Stranglethorn natives instead. Of course, we threw out our moral compass a long time ago, so I agreed to it. And holy crap, I just got struck by lightning. Oh, it's just one of the world buffs. Increases movement speed by 10% and all stats by 15% for 2 hours. Dang, that's nice. I also pick up 2 more quests from this guy, Crank Fizzlebub. Love the name, by the way. First, he asks me to hunt down some basilisks and bring him back a bunch of singing crystal shards so that he can sell them for profit. And second, he wants me to acquire for him 12 samples of Zanzil's mixture, which is used to control other people's minds so that he can sell them for profit. I'm starting to pick up on a recurring theme around here. All right, now that I have a log chock full of nearby quests, let's start knocking these out. First up, collecting the tumbled crystals from the Venture Company base camp. There must be a relatively low drop rate for these items because it takes me around 30 minutes to acquire just 8 of them. Next, I really want to find these crystal-eating basilisks. I'm kind of fascinated by that concept. The quest log says they're along the shores south of Zulkunda to the north, so let's head over there. Oh, they do look really cool. Very colorful. And oh wow, they actually have a bunch of crystals poking out of their skin. Ugh, another low drop rate quest item. This is taking forever. Well, you know what they say, when life gives you lemons, throw them back and demand for an ice cold glass of milk. No, trust me guys, everyone says that. It's a thing. But yeah, so instead of just standing around waiting for the basilisks to respond, there's a bunch of these saltwater crocolisks nearby that I decide to farm while I wait. And by the time I'm done collecting the singing crystal shards, I'm basically level 38. So I figure, why not just finish it off since we're already out here? There we go, only 2 more levels to go. At this point, I'm starting to get really excited. Not too much longer before I get that mount. Alrighty then, let's head back to Booty Bay, turn in a couple of these quests, pick up another one from Fizzlebub. Of course, he's sending me back out to find him some more crystals. And finally, pay another visit to Janaea to see if she's got any good ability upgrades for me. Conjure Mana Jade, rank 4 Arcane Explosion, rank 3 Mana Shield, rank 5 Fire Blast, dang, and rank 7 Frostbolt. That's legit. Thanks, Janaea. Now, I know this is kind of crazy. I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't want to come off as bragging or being a show-off, but I recently entered into a senior citizen beauty contest and I got 2nd place. Of course, it would have been nice if I had won. I think we all know it was probably rigged or something like that, but hey, I still got 10 gold from it. So I just received that in the mail. And then the other surprise, I must have looted this blue drop called Sutarn's Ring at some point. I genuinely have no recollection of picking it up, probably because I've been farming stuff for hours at a time over the last few days, but anyways, it's actually worth quite a bit. So I put it up for 23 gold, along with a few other items, and fingers crossed, that should put me right around the 80 gold benchmark. With that out of the way, it's time to resume our adventures. Now, some of you might remember way back from my time in Westfall, there was this guy. He was a woodworker at the Sentinel Hill Inn, and he was just slaving away, swinging his hammer over and over and over. Sadly, it didn't seem like he was accomplishing much, but still, I was inspired by his heart, his passion, his determination. Well, I'm happy to say he's still here. He hasn't moved from his perch, and he continues to swing that hammer to this very day. What a legend. Okay, so this next quest is called Special Forces, and I picked it up earlier, but it wasn't really relevant until now. Remember Colonel Curzon in the rebel camp? Yeah, this is just a little follow-up quest from that. Before, I had to kill the medicine men. Now, I'm targeting some of Curzon's highly trained forces. Yeah, the weird head shrinker guys. So this should be interesting. It doesn't prove too difficult of a task, especially since I team up with this level 41 night elf named Ruby Ray. And then she asks if I want to become a member of her OnlyFans. So I tell her, no thanks, I'm not looking for a guild at the moment. To which she seems kind of confused. But anyways, yeah, we kill a bunch of these commandos and head shrinkers, and I end up dying because I went in thinking Ruby had my back, but she must have been busy or something. Probably sending messages to her OnlyFans guildies. So I come back, we finish the quest, and then try to take on Colonel Curzon. Of course, this is totally pointless because I don't even have the quest to kill him yet, but hey, at least this time as I die, I'm able to give a theatrical performance. Ruby is pretty broken up over it, so we try once again, and don't worry guys, this time around, yeah, I definitely die again. You frickin' crit me for 207, just insane. So yeah, that was that. I had to log off and I never heard from Ruby again. But hey, my Sutarn ring sold. Wait, what the crap? Auction house cut, 1 gold and 15 silver? That's highway robbery. What kind of tax laws are these? And yeah, that was it. Nothing else sold, but we're pretty much there. And I still have 2 levels to go before I need the full 80, so I should be good. The next day, I head back to the cave looking for some vengeance, and this is actually kind of fun. A guy named Shim Sneakin actually recognizes me in the game. We decide to team up, and thanks to him, I turn in the Special Forces quest so that I can pick up the next one and actually get credit for finally killing Colonel Curzon. We're honestly having some great conversation, but then my phone rings and unfortunately, my wife needs me for something. I honestly can't remember what it was, but family comes first. I'm sure a lot of you can probably relate. Thankfully, when I hop back on later, I'm able to group up with not just 1, but 2 new friends, War Imp and Racelock. And at this point, I'm hoping this is one of those 3rd times a charm moments because honestly, I just want to get this thing over with. The good news is we make our way to the back of the cave and take out Colonel Curzon, no problem. So I do what I do best, chop off his head and throw it in my pack. The bad news is that on our way out, I get a little too cocky and end up getting myself and one of my teammates killed, which leads to me running naked through the jungle. It's actually kind of nice though. The breeze feels good and yeah, maybe I should do this more often. So I turn in the Colonel Curzon quest, and after all of that excitement, I think it's time to take a breather, settle down a bit, and work on some professions. As most of you know, I chose tailoring as my primary profession, and that's really the only one that I've spent any time on. My biggest holdup has been collecting enough silk, but now that I have some, I get to work and I'm able to progress to 172. Alas, as refreshing as this has been, all good things must come to an end. Back to the jungle we go. My gosh, the amount of times I've had to run from Westfall to Stranglethorn, I swear. Okay, I actually found an interesting quest which I'm pretty excited about, because I feel like it's been a minute. So let's take a closer look at it. It's called Curzon's Mystery. Colonel Curzon was once a great noble man. I must find what caused his fall into depravity. He may be under the sway of troll magic. To confirm this, I must study some of their legends. There are 4 tablets hidden within the troll ruins of Stranglethorn. I must see what is written on these tablets, transcribe their markings, and bring the transcriptions back to me. The first tablet is in the Balal ruins, the second is in the Vile Reef, and the 3rd and 4th are in the ruins of Zulkunda. Yes, we got ourselves a little scavenger hunt. Let's go find these tablets. At first, I was expecting some sort of small, discrete stone tablets that were going to be impossible to find, but they were actually these giant, massive tablets standing up out of the ground, so that made it a little bit easier. The first troll legend in the Balal ruins I find quite easily. The second in the Vile Reef was more difficult, so I get some help from a friendly druid named Big Teddy. And for the 3rd and 4th legends in Zulkunda, I team up with a warrior named Fade Striker because there are a ton of troll mobs in the area, some of them being hunters and casters, so yeah, not feeling too confident walking into this one alone. After some time, we're both feeling lost, neither of us know where the tablets are, and some of these fights are getting a little too close for comfort. So I do what I must. I send up a Hail Mary and ask the classic WoW gods for a little favor. To my delight, they're feeling generous today and send us a level 60 she-elf goddess and her pet pig named Bjorn to guide the way. Field Marshal Purplefish is her name. She wastes no time striking down her foes with ferocity and precision, only needing a couple of arrows for every troll. Fade Striker and I stand in awe. It's a beautiful sight, and also slightly terrifying. So after all the trolls are vanquished, I collect the 3rd tablet, we make our way to a different area, and I find the 4th and final tablet. Thank you, Purplefish, for all of your help. You're an absolute legend. When I go to turn in the quest to Brother Nimitz, he tells me that he's going to study the tablets to see if there's some link between the trolls and the evil that has possessed Colonel Curzon. Nah, there is nothing really helpful in those tablets. I know this because I already read through them all. Just trust me when I tell you guys, none of it really made any sense. And this next quest is kind of hilarious. Nemets wants me to bring back for him some skull splitter fetishes. Why, you may ask? I have no idea. He just says, while you're waiting, go and get these for me. Nice. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll do it. On my way there, I end up having a very strange but also heartfelt encounter. A gnome lieutenant named Twan tells me that he'll be going on a long journey far away. He doesn't know when or if he'll be back, so unfortunately, he won't be able to bring his beloved tabby cat named Stifler along for the trip. He came across my pet sitter ad in Stormwind that I put out months ago back when I was looking for some part-time side hustles, and he thought it sounded like a good fit. So, of course, I agreed to watch over Stifler. Truthfully, I'll be glad to have some company. Twan's only request is that if he doesn't return, to not let Stifler remarry. Okay, I'm a little bit confused by how that works, but alright. After saying his goodbyes and shedding a few tears just like that, Twan is gone. I wonder if we'll ever get to see him again. But okay, where was I? Oh, that's right. I was on my way to go kill some skull splitter trolls. So yeah, I start cutting down a bunch of these trolls, and actually I still have the quest to collect these tusks for that goblin merchant in Booty Bay, so that's what we'll start out with. And would you look at that? Level 39. Only one more level, guys. We're nearly there. I can almost feel the breeze flowing through my balding head of hair as I ride around on my gallant stallion. Now it's time to make the final push. So I finish collecting the tusks and fetishes, head back to the rebel camp, turn in the quest, and then this next interaction was just too funny. I had to include it in the video. I find myself playing a game of Hearthstone Chicken with this guy named Oki. I have no idea how or why it started, but it was absolutely legendary. Basically, we both just kept pretending that we were going to Hearthstone at the same time, but at the last second would cancel to see if the other guy went through with it. And I could tell Oki was getting a kick out of it as well. It went on for a few minutes until finally we both agreed to actually go through with it. Up next, I decided to finish killing some of these Shadow Mob Panthers while also trying to collect some of these singing blue crystals from the goblins outside of the nearby mine. Of course, they're 2 levels higher than me, so you can imagine how well my plan turned out. After dying a couple more times, I said, screw this, the jungle is overrated, I'm not wasting any more time with that. Let's head back to the place where dreams go to die. And of course, I have to stand next to these two while waiting for the ship. Just look at them all smug and happy riding around in their mounts like a bunch of hotshots. No, I'm just kidding. They were actually a couple of very nice ladies. But anyways, here we are, the Dust Wallow Marsh. Remember that mage questline I received from Janaea a little while back? Well, I'm actually looking for a woman named Tabitha. She's supposed to be able to help me obtain my mage's wand. And it's been a minute, so I could definitely use a little upgrade. The quest log says she's west of Theramore, and I'll be honest, it takes me forever to find her. I end up running around the entire zone, dying, and then after making my way back over here, finally finding her in this small cottage. It wasn't a total waste though, because I actually find a really nice farming spot nearby that I'm about to show you guys. Wait, what about Tabitha, you ask? Well, my friends, that's a story for another time. One that deserves a little more attention than what we have for this video. I promise you though, it'll be worth the wait. So anyways, yeah, I call upon my mage ancestors, dig deep into my roots, and I do what all of us MMORPG players do best. I grind. It really doesn't take me too long, probably about an hour or so, and it was actually really enjoyable because I had one of my favorite TV shows of all time playing on my second monitor, Community. Shameless plug, this in my opinion is one of the greatest comedy sitcoms of all time. The character development, the writing, the creativity, all of it. It's just so good. If you haven't seen it, you need to check it out. I promise you it's 100% worth it. All right. There we go, level 40. I'll be honest, it's not the most exciting way to reach level 40. Probably would have been cooler to reach it during some sort of dungeon or epic questline, but here we are. Regardless, I am super excited. Level 40, guys. I've got my 80 gold. I am now finally able to unlock my first ever mount in WoW Classic. Like, this is huge. Okay, so I teleport back to Stormwind and wait a second. Where do I even get my mount? Where might one find a noble steed for purchase? Eastvale Logging Camp. Oh, okay, nice. I know where that is. Let's head over there. Of course, I have to pay a visit to my old friend Remy 2 times in Goldshire. There's just something about this place that gives me all those warm, fuzzy feelings inside. It's kind of strange, because like, even though I didn't play the game back when it first came out, I've already developed my own sense of nostalgia for the human starting zone, which is pretty cool. And I'll be honest, I know I've still got a lot to learn and so much more of the world to explore, but I already miss the days of experiencing everything for the first time. Running around Northshire Abbey, killing kobolds, hearing the iconic soundtrack of Elwynn Forest playing on repeat, dying over and over to the Defias gang, just having no idea what I was doing. Okay, well, some things haven't changed, I guess. But yeah, anyways, I guess what I'm saying is you only get one opportunity to experience a game for the very first time. And with Classic WoW, it doesn't matter if it was 2004 or 2024. Either way, it has a way of leaving a mark and claiming a special place in your heart. And speaking of a special place in your heart, I'm not sure if there's going to be much of anything more memorable than my first ever mount. As I approach the Eastvale Logging Camp, giddy with excitement, I take a look around and then I see him, a majestic brown and white spotted horse with legs that appear to be wearing white fuzzy socks. As I approach, I notice that unlike some of the other horses nestled away in the comfort of the stable, this one is standing near the fence, looking outward at the open forest, almost as if he's longing for freedom, for adventure, to see what awaits him beyond the confinement of these wooden logs. Then he looks at me, and within those eyes, I see myself. Somehow, I recognize him. I understand him. It's difficult to explain, but I know that this horse was made for me, and I for him. There was no real choice to be made. It had already been made for me. Now, there's only one thing left to do. So, I introduce myself. Hello, friend. I think I'll call you Nelson. You and I, we're going to have some epic adventures together.
Yeah. Z-Mac on the mic. Classic WoW.
So I've been playing this game, it's insane, yeah, you might have heard of it. Racking up all these hours, guess I'm kinda nerding with it. 100 hours, 6 months, Z, yo, that's kinda whack. But I just tell my haters, go stand in the back. I got one simple goal, and that is a back. To reach level 60, become a master of World of Warcraft. Got a couple tunes, but my main is a maid. Yeah, he likes to drink milk, and he likes to get laid. First time, no questie, no guides, it's true. But why Z-Mac? Cause I'm better than you. I'm about to hit the milestone, level 45, and I'm just that good. Yeah, I barely even died, okay, maybe I'm stretching the truth just a little bit, a handful of times, but I promise not. Yeah, I swear that's it. I'm grinding every dungeon, every quest, every fight, chasing mob XP till I see the morning light. Just unlock my first mount, now I'm riding in style. Nelson is his name, yeah, we about to go viral. Take a look at the charts, cause my name is on top. When that frostbolt crits, all my enemies drop. Pop, pop, taking my shot, my DPS don't stop. Except when I'm running low on mana, which is actually a lot. Now I'm spitting these bars, guess I better wrap it up. I could do this all day, but Zoe said that's enough.
Tell my fans, tell my haters, let's get back to the game. Z-Mac out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in this epic adventure through classic World of Warcraft, we have made it to the Big 4-0, which I've been told is still technically not even the halfway point to level 60. And most importantly, after countless hours, I have finally unlocked my faithful steed companion, Nelson. No more walking around on foot like a measly peasant, who, through a community nickname contest, actually didn't get the most amount of votes. Wait a second. What kind of shenanigans are going on around here? Okay, hold on. I can explain. As I was creating the video, the last time I checked the survey, Nelson did have the most amount of votes, so that's what I went with. I guess it was soon after that Bean had crept into the lead, but I just never saw it. Sorry about that, guys, but at the end of the day, this is a dictatorship and I actually really like the name, so Nelson it is. Anyways, each day I get closer and closer to fulfilling my goal of reaching level 60 in Classic WoW for the first time ever. And today is no different. There is so much to cover. I end up experiencing not just one, but actually 2 new dungeons, receive the most powerful mage's wand that I've yet encountered, get mixed up in a scuffle with some bloodthirsty pirates, and on top of some hilarious run-ins with other players, I also get tricked into visiting this notorious spot where I get the biggest shock of my life. So without further ado, grab yourself a drink, get cozy, and let's dive into it. Real quick, if you're enjoying the content, be sure to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel for more stuff. And as always, a huge shout out to my Patreons for supporting the channel throughout these creative works. YouTube is something that I do for fun at the moment since I'm still working a full-time job, but if I ever do want to make it anything more than that, I'll need a lot of people to hop on board. So thank you guys so much for your continued support. All right, where should we start? Probably right where we left off. I'll be honest, some of it might be a little jumbled around, but bear with me. Last episode, I mentioned a couple of quests from Tabitha, but there just wasn't an adequate amount of time to really dive into those, so let's take a look at those now. Oh, and if you don't know who Tabitha is, join the club, because neither do I. No, just kidding. She's one of the main NPCs for the human mage quest lines, and she lives out here in the middle of nowhere in Duskwallow Marsh. Janae's the one that sent me to her in order to acquire the all-powerful Mage's Wand, which turns out to be quite the adventure. So after completing the initial journey to the marsh and return to the marsh quest, I can't even remember where I got the second one from, Tabitha offers me 3 new quests. And from what I can tell, if I want to obtain my Mage's Wand, I need to complete 2 of these, Items of Power and Hidden Secrets. For the first, Tabitha gives me a set of instructions to obtain some very specific items that she'll need to help craft my wand. And for the second, I'll need to visit a place called the Shimmering Flats to find this guy named Magus Tirth, who apparently used to be a great mage and scholar, but has recently found himself with a bit of a drinking and gambling problem. Sounds like my kind of fellow. And the third quest, well, let's just say it's one of the most time-consuming quests that I've yet experienced in Classic WoW. But in order to progress the mage's questline, you have to do it. So yeah, that's fun. Skipping forward to it, you have to run all the way through the Barrens, and not through Mulgore, which of course I had to learn the hard way. As a new player, not using any guides, when I looked at the map, I just thought I could cut through the zone, but yeah, turns out you can't. So I wasted 20-something minutes running around the edges of the region just trying to find a way over the mountains. I did, however, have a fun little encounter with this random threesome of gnomes. Still not totally sure what they were doing over here, but the conversation was nothing short of entertaining, that's for sure. But anyways, as I was saying, you have to run all the way through the Barrens, through the Stone Talon Mountains, and then make your way to the southernmost point of Desolace, all while trying to avoid the high density of mobs along the way. Did I almost die to one of these Stranger Things Demogorgon dog mages? You better believe it. Thankfully, I just need to take down one of these Burning Blade summoners while avoiding dying from everything else nearby that's trying to kill me, which I somehow managed to pull it off. Call it a miracle, call it luck, maybe it's a little bit of both. Either way, I'm able to get it done. Now for the wand quest. The first one requires even more traveling. Sadly, I hadn't unlocked my mount yet. Like I said, my storytelling here is a little bit jumbled, so bear with me. But at least for this one, there's a worthwhile destination towards the end of it. Interestingly enough, in order to get to these Shimmering Flats, you have to go through a zone called 1,000 Needles. Not 1,000 needles, mind you, just 1,000 needles, which feels very unnatural to say. Why is it called that? I have no idea. But it's this massive canyon region where you have to take an elevator called the Great Lift, lowering players down to the canyon floor and allowing them to run through the zone. Definitely giving off some orcish Orgrimmar vibes. As I reach the Shimmering Flats, there's a massive shift in the landscape. Instead of being surrounded by towering cliff walls, it's just this desolate, flat, wide open plain, and it's just totally pale, almost nothing in sight. Eventually, I find Magus Turth right where Tabitha said I would, at the racetrack. Jeez, dude, calm down. He immediately threatens to polymorph me into something. He doesn't actually say what that something is, but after letting him know why I'm here to acquire the Rituals of Power book, he agrees to help me out. He just needs me to assist him in opening up his magically locked strongbox, which is sealed by a secret phrase that our friend here has somehow forgotten. And the only one that can help us is his assistant, which, of course, has recently gone missing. So after asking around the racetrack and gathering all the necessary clues, I finally find him. That's right, he has been turned into a chicken. But after beckoning him to me, he magically transforms back into a human and shares with me the secret phrase. Turns out, Magus is actually the one that turned Plucky into a chicken. He simply forgot that he did it. Or maybe he was drunk when it happened. I don't know. But anyways, now that we have this secret phrase, I should be able to unlock the strongbox and obtain the book, right? Right, guys? Wrong. Magus also forgot to tell me that he actually sold the book to a member of the Scarlet Brotherhood clergy. So now I have to travel to this place called the Scarlet Monastery. And would you look at that? It's actually a dungeon. So what started off as a simple retrieval quest for my Mage's Wand has now turned into a full-fledged questing campaign. Where even is the Scarlet Monastery? Oh geez, it's all the way up north on a totally separate continent. That's so far away. Why, Blizzard devs? Why? That seems like such a random spot to place the book. All right, well, anyways, I've added the Scarlet Monastery to my to-do list. You will get to see it later in this video, but we're not headed there just yet. My top priority right now is to find the nearest Griffin Master, so I don't have to run across the entire continent just to get over here again. And as I'm sure many of you already know, the nearest one can be found in the next zone over, Tanaris, at a goblin town called Gadgetzan. As soon as I lay eyes on it, it's giving off vibes of the desert villages of Tatooine from Star Wars, if you know what that is. I'm really excited to dive deeper and start questing in this area, but we're not quite there yet. Instead, I say bon voyage to Gadgetzan and head back to Stormwind to meet up with Janaea for some ability upgrades. Also, now that I'm level 40, I can unlock the major city portals, so that's pretty cool. But now, back to the mission at hand, my Mage's Wand. According to Tabitha's instructions, I'll need to acquire a jade as well as 10 witherbark totem sticks, which can be obtained from killing the witherbark trolls of the Arathi Highlands. Once complete, I take the sticks to the Circle of Outer Binding, place them on the center stone, and wait for lightning to strike. Sure enough, the totem sticks are transformed into something called a bolt-charged bramble, which I'm assuming Tabitha will be using to help form my wand. Oh, and I almost forgot, right before this, I happened upon this strange shard hovering in the air, so of course I had to check it out. It started me off on this quest called the Princess Trapped. Apparently, there's some sort of Earth Princess trapped deep beneath the Arathi Highlands by a bunch of evil giants. I don't really know, but it sounds like fun. So I go on a slight detour to collect these motes of Mizrael, and to my great pleasure, look what I find. A bunch of kobolds. I did not expect to come across any of these guys again. I don't think I've slaughtered any kobolds since my time back in the Elwynn forest. All the fond memories. But enough of that. After I collect all of the motes, I turn in the quest to another one of these floating shards. Now I really know that I'm losing my marbles. I'm having conversations with a bunch of floating rocks. But oh dear, these stones of binding are the things keeping the princess pinned beneath the earth. I'm then told that I need to run around Arathi and collect some keys in order to unlock the strongest stone, the Stone of Inner Binding. So that's exactly what I do. And I have to point out, I am thoroughly enjoying myself. These are the types of quests that are my absolute favorite in Classic WoW. After visiting all the different stones and gathering all the keys, I head to the Stone of Inner Binding, where Mizrael says she can feel the shackles about her loosen and that I am a very noble mage indeed. Oh, stop it. There's just one final piece to the puzzle. I need to obtain something called the Rod of Order from a stone watcher named Fazruk. This rod can be used to open up the keystone, the last lock that holds the princess chained down. There's just one problem. I can't find this Fazruk guy anywhere. And honestly, I'm just too impatient to wait any longer, so I call it quits and pick back up where I left a couple days later. And actually, I'm really glad that I did, because this is one of the most fun, memorable nights that I've ever had in Classic WoW. First, I team up with this guy named D-Butts. Yes, his name is D-Butts. We're running around the zone trying to find Fosric, and then, this is hilarious, a dwarf named Wobblegut passes me on his goat and recognizes me immediately. So he messages me and joins up with us, along with one of his buddies, just in time for us to find the big ol' Stonewatcher giant. And of course, it's a level 42 elite. Well, unfortunately for him, I brought me some backup. Oh geez, Yorin almost got smoked. But apart from that, we take him down without too much trouble. Now, why do I say this is some of the most fun I've had? Because somehow, in the year 2025, spontaneously and organically, I've never met any of these guys before. We group up, we're hunting down mobs together, everyone's chatting, having a good time. Man, it just really brought me back to the good old days of MMORPGs when people were ready and willing to not just group together, but also to just have fun together. I don't know, everyone was super friendly, super hyped, and yeah, it was just a ton of fun. And to top it off, another massive elite level 42 giant keeps spawning every time someone turns in the quest, which is pretty hilarious and definitely catches me off guard. But finally, it's my turn to talk with the Keystone. And after killing another one of the giants, it would appear this story continues with a quest called Mizrael's Allies. I'm kind of disappointed to find out that we don't actually get to meet Mizrael, at least not unless I continue with the quest line, which I don't, so yeah, sorry guys. But the random player encounters are not over yet, and I've saved the best for last. While Nelson and I are just standing here hanging out on the side of this hill, a couple of night elves named Zilchi and Ixius approach me, and after waving, Ixius says something that immediately tips me off that she is a true ZMAC fan. We then exchange some friendly dialogue, and it's kind of fun because she actually ends up joining the community Discord as well as the Patreon, and she just celebrated her birthday a few weeks back. So, happy belated birthday, Ixius. Now keep her name in mind because we have not seen the last of her. But back to our main objective, obtaining that wand. In order to do that, I need to travel to the Scarlet Monastery. So I make my way northwest to the Hillsbrad foothills, venture north towards the Redridge Mountains, and what the heck is this? Some sort of massive magical purple dome shield thingy. What in the world? Dalaran. Oh man, I can't get inside of it. I am very curious to find out what this place is. But anyways, I continue north through the mountains, kill Grandpa Vicious. Don't ask me why, I just randomly saw him and thought to myself, yeah, I'm gonna kill that guy. Discover the Tearsfall Glades, which I now know is the starting zone for the undead race. Try to take a peek into the Undercity, get chased off by these terrifying Undercity guardians. They kind of look like distant cousins of the Stitches guy from Duskwood. All right, I'm leaving. And then follow the road signs until I reach the monastery. Now this place is very interesting. There appears to be 3 different Scarlet Monastery dungeon options, each of them correlating with a different range of player levels. Dude, what? So you open up these doors and then there's just a big old mob of people standing inside? I am so confused. Thankfully, I just need to complete what seems to be the lowest level of difficulty from the 3 dungeon options, the Scarlet Library. So I queue up, and I don't know if it usually takes a while or if I just get super lucky, but I find a group of 5 right away. We enter the dungeon and yeah, it's fun. Nothing too crazy that stands out to me. We make our way through the monastery, a bunch of elite mobs everywhere. I pretty much just sit back, let the tank pull mobs, and then we DPS them down as best we can. You carry the taint of the scourge. I actually understand that reference, sort of. Oh, nice. I end up winning the dice roll for a chest, and there's actually some green boots inside, but mine are actually better, so I just end up giving them to this level 30 guy named Freezerburn. He probably needs them more than I do. Oh, and one of the party members shares a quest with all of us called Mythology of the Titans, so we're able to pick that up. I mean, hey, it's free XP. I'll take it. And there we go, guys. The Rituals of Power book at last. Now that I've got the book, I ditch the group and say smell you later. No, we end up finishing the dungeon, the final boss being Arcanist Doen. Not really sure who he is, but he drops a really nice item, the illusionary rod, that I would love to get my hands on. 17. I rolled a 17. Yeah, so obviously I don't actually get it, which I'm kind of bummed about, but oh well. At least I got what I came for. So now there's only one thing left to do. Return to Duskwallow Marsh and pay a visit to Tabitha in her sad, creepy little cottage. Holy cow, what is going on? On my way back, I run into this huge guild called the Wipe Club. They're all just traveling around together in a pack. Guess that's what some people do around here. Yeah, I've got a bunch of friends too, guys. We do this sort of thing all the time. They're all just really busy right now. I'm so lonely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. I have finally unlocked my mage's wand, and let me tell you, this thing is totally worth it. Not only does it do 13 more damage per second, but it also increases the damage done by frost spells and effects by up to 9. That is huge. So stoked about that. All right. Again, I went a little bit out of order because I was just all over the place, and this kind of made more sense to tell it this way, but now we are back to where we should be. Oh, and I'm level 41 now. After turning in the infernal orb that I got from running all the way to Desolace, I get the next quest, the exorcism. Tabitha tells me there's actually a demon trapped inside the orb, and apparently I'm the most qualified person around here to do it. Never mind that she's a level 62. I didn't even know that was possible for NPCs to get higher than level 60. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit jealous. But anyways, here goes nothing. After a fair bit of kiting around, and to everyone's surprise, I'm able to take the demon down without too much trouble. Tabitha seems pleased, so much so that she then tasks me with retrieving a mysterious power source from an obsidian sentinel in Uldaman, wherever that is. I'm sure I'll figure that out eventually, but for now, I was really vibing with the Rothi Highlands earlier, so I decided to head back there to continue with my questing, and I have a ton of fun while doing it. For the sake of time, I'm not going to cover all of it, but I spend a lot of my time grouped up with other players in the Stromgard Keep, hunting down named bosses, chopping off more heads, collecting quest items, and getting killed by all of the level 40 elite mobs. I mean, come on guys, it wouldn't be a true ZMAC the Mage video without a couple of deaths thrown in there, am I right? When all that is said and done, I decide that it's probably about time to head back and do some more questing in Stranglethorn, which is exactly what I do. Now to be honest, there's nothing too crazy or exciting about the next couple of levels. I complete a bunch more quests for Hemet Nessingwary's troop, including finishing up all 4 of the Green Hills Stranglethorn chapters. I did end up buying one of the pages, but all of the other ones I found on my own. Hunt down both the Elite Panther Bagthera and the Elite Raptor Tethys, complete a quest that requires me collecting some singing blue crystals from the Venture Company mining goblins. These guys are freaking throwing bombs at me, what the heck? And then, you guys remember the Haunted Isle quest? Yeah, neither do I. But apparently, I started and completed it because Baron Revelgaz has the follow-up quest for me called the Stone of the Tides. Something about a goblin mage and water elementals on a haunted island. He then tells me that if I'm interested in learning more, I should head to the Stormwind Library to borrow the book that speaks more about the legend. So that's exactly what I do. Sure enough, Daniel Tovald hands me the book, and on page 5, we find that the Stone of the Tides allows its bearer to control water in many of its forms, and that it's actually a physical manifestation of the powers of the Water Lord, whoever that is. And the story goes on for another 6 pages or so. When I returned to the Baron looking to turn in the quest, I realized that actually wasn't a part of the quest. That was merely a little sidebar just to get a little more information about the stone itself. All right, off to find this haunted island. I'll be honest, I had help from some friends for this one. This was actually in the middle of a 12-hour community live stream, hence some of the Discord icons and stuff that you saw earlier. But anyways, I find the island and, oh, that's it. That's all I have to do. So I return to the Baron. He sends me right back to the island. I would expect nothing less from Classic WoW. I collect 6 water elemental bracers in order to counteract this terrible curse, speak to the Baron again, and I have to admit, guys, I totally dropped the ball in finishing this quest. I never actually went back to Dalaran, and now that I'm retelling the story, I'm kind of bummed about it. But I do have some good news. You remember Ixius from earlier? Well, she tells me about a little get-together happening at the Gadget Zon Tavern. And of course, I'm not going to turn her down, especially since she tells me that she's bringing her grandpa's stash of cherry grog. So we eat, we drink some more, we dance, and enjoy the full effects of our cherry grog beverages. I'm feeling light as a feather until, oh gosh, I think I'm going to be sick. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I've never been one to hold my liquor. But seriously, this was an absolute blast. Everyone was having a really fun time. People on the live stream were going crazy. I was laughing my head off, and it was all thanks to Ixius. So Ixius, thank you so much for making this special memory possible. Probably my favorite experience with the community thus far in Classic WoW. Okay, on with the tale. For the rest of level 42, I decided to just chill for a bit and farm some of the local raptors here in Stranglethorn. It's okay, guys. These are the bad guys in Jurassic Park. Well, the original movies anyways. And there we go, level 43. Now you guys know that I'm a huge fan of Booty Bay. It's exotic, it's beautiful, I love the coastal vibes, but it's also owned by a bunch of greedy goblins that don't offer allegiance to anyone. Well, except for whoever has the deeper pockets. Now what sort of person do you think might be drawn to a lawless port town full of shady business where you can come and go as you please without too much risk of getting in any real trouble? It's pirates, guys. Pirates. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and I have somehow found myself in the middle of a seemingly long-standing feud between two of the big-name pirate factions, the Blackwater Raiders and the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Now, I'm told that it is possible to side with the Bloodsail Buccaneers, but for the most part, it's highly advised, especially for new players, to follow the simpler path that the devs have laid out for us. Because if you don't, not only is it a very long and difficult grind, but you also lose access to the entire town of Booty Bay. I don't know about you guys, but to me, that sounds absolutely terrible. So yeah. Anyways, I pick up this quest from First Mate Kraz called the Bloodsail Buccaneers, and without a ton of backstory or explanation, other than him telling me they're rivals, he asks if I'd be willing to help him out by scouting the cove north of Booty Bay. Well, not really doing anything else, so why not? I honestly thought it was just going to be one of those discovery certain area quests, but it turns out I actually find a Bloodsail correspondence with a red X drawn precisely at the spot at which I'm standing. And this is what it says. You men are to secure a camp at this location and keep quiet. Wait for the signal from the southern command post before attacking. If anyone approaches you, kill them. Well, that's some conveniently placed important intel. First Mate Kraz is definitely going to want to hear about this. So I immediately head back to Booty Bay and report my findings to him, to which he is outraged. Shiver me timbers, so the Bloodsail Buccaneers are planning some sort of attack on Booty Bay? Why, the nerve of those scoundrels. Booty Bay will always be run by the Blackwater Raiders. This is bigger than I thought. Report what you have learned of Fleetmaster Seahorn at once. The old sea dog is around town somewhere. Now at this point, I am giddy with excitement. It's always been a lifelong dream of mine to get caught up in a scuffle between some bloody pirates. However, despite the news, Fleetmaster Seahorn isn't too concerned about the threat. In fact, he says, they might as well throw themselves off the Overlook cliffs. Kind of morbid, but okay. He then tells me, Kraz speaks highly of your dedication to the Blackwater Raiders. I mean, I completed one single quest for you guys and it really wasn't even that hard. I don't know if I'd call that dedication. I am going to trust you with a mission of extreme importance to the fleet. Did you hear anything that I just said? You know what? Never mind. Infiltrate the so-called southern command post the Bloodsail Buccaneers have established on the wild shore. Raid the encampment. Bring me their charts along with their written orders. We shall see exactly what those scum are up to. Haha, now we're talking. Let's go hunt down some pirates. So I make my way to the southern shores, discover the Bloodsail Buccaneers hideout, find the charts, obtain the written orders, and with the help of my friend Florencella, finish killing all 10 of these swashbucklers. Now you're probably thinking, alright, time to head back to the Fleetmaster to turn in the quest. Well, you'd be wrong. During the massacre of the Bloodsail Buccaneers, I had some people tell me there was this super cool place that I just had to visit. So of course I trust them. No one would
ever take advantage of me being a complete noob, right guys? Well, it turns out this super cool place they brought me to is called the Gurubashi Arena. And if you hop down into the arena, your character is automatically flagged for PvP, making you vulnerable to anyone and everyone else that is in there with you, including an invisible skull-leveled night elf rogue named Kiefer's Angel that can use a single ability and one-shot you for 1,580 damage. Yeah. Now, truthfully, guys, I know I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I did suspect something was amiss beforehand and refused to jump into the arena until they told me exactly what would happen. So why then did I so carelessly jump down into the arena, you ask? Well, I had agreed to duel Clytus here since he was level 35. I figured it sounded like fun and I might stand an actual chance. But yeah, I did not anticipate the invisible rogue coming out of nowhere and assassinating me. And as it turns out, neither did my friends, or so they said. No, they said it was just some random person hanging around waiting for unsuspecting victims to jump into the arena. So to Kiefer's Angel, whoever you are, know this. I will reach level 60 one of these days. I will become stronger than you could possibly imagine, and when I do, I will have my revenge. Anyways, with that out of the way, I returned to Fleetmaster Seahorn, but not before reading through the orders. It looks like the Bloodsail Buccaneers are planning some sort of attack on Booty Bay, and whoa, what is this? You blokes are responsible for salvaging anything that might be of use for our little project with Van Cleef and the Dead Mines. Wait, so are the Bloodsail Buccaneers in cahoots with the Defias Brotherhood? It's kind of what it sounds like. Interesting. As you can probably guess, our bullfriend here is not very happy. But now that he knows the enemy's plans, instead of waiting for them to make the first move, he wants us to shut them down and implement a swift counterattack by assassinating the Bloodsail leadership. Sounds a little bit crazy, but it just might work. So I head out to try and find a companion that can help me take down these so-called leaders, but not before picking up a couple more quests that just so happen to both pertain to the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Perfect. They call me the Quest Efficiency King. No, they don't. They don't actually call me that. All right, let's go kill some pirates. Oh, wait, never mind. I guess I'm going to run off and do this other random quest that I have no recollection about. What even are these things? It's like a snake, lizard, dragon thing carrying a trident. Well, whatever they are, I'll tell you this much. They make for one heck of an AoE power farming session. Okay. Actually this time, let's go kill some pirates. So I head to the wild shore, go head to head with all of the nearby mobs, manage to not die a single time, and Z-Mag, what are you doing? We're supposed to be taking down the Bloodsail Buccaneer leadership, not gallivanting around power farming these creepy looking dragon things. Well, there's level 44, guys. Time to cash in and see if I have any ability upgrades. Ooh, rank 4 Arcane Intellect, rank 5 Conjure Food, yo, rank 4 Blizzard, and rank 8 Frostbolt. Let's go. That is huge. Very nice. Oh dear. What happened to this random dead Tauren guy just hovering in the air like that? Corpse of Mailbox Cow? Okay, that's actually pretty hilarious. How did they just purposely die right there? I guess that's just a thing that people do for fun in Classic WoW. All right, anyways, where were we? Oh, that's right. I still have to pull off the assassination attempt on those head honcho pirate guys. So I run into and team up with this guy named Gordas. And let me tell you, I'm glad he's on my side. I would not want to be one of the pirate leadership right about now. He's got a 5-level advantage over them, which in classic WoW terms is basically like watching your little brother who just hit puberty take on the senior year starting quarterback. Yeah, it's not going to end well. And Captain Stillwater's last words are nothing, because we just completely own him that fast. We then continue on to the next ship, take down Fleetmaster Farallon, add "oh no you didn't" to the pirate assassination squad, raid the last and final ship, get wrecked Captain Keelhaul, turn into quests, speak with Fleetmaster Seahorn, and wait, that's it? That's the conclusion to the Blackwater Raider vs. Bloodsail Buccaneer saga? Well, that's disappointing, to say the least. So anyways, as you probably noticed, I mentioned to you guys at the start of the video that there would be 2 first-time dungeon experiences, but so far, I've only covered 1. Don't worry though, I am a man of my word. So here we go. Truthfully, I was getting a little bit tired of being in the jungle. It It's hot, humid, way too many bugs, and I could use some change of scenery. So I take a look at my quest log and realize, wait a second, I've got a couple quests for this dungeon in the Badlands called Uldaman. Now that sounds like a good time. So I make my way over there, get plugged into a group relatively quickly, and we venture into the dungeon. I get quite lucky because some of the other party members are able to share even more dungeon quests with me as we go. So this is definitely going to be a huge boost of leveling XP. Can't really complain about that. It's funny though, because I thought we had already started the dungeon, but after like 10 minutes of fighting elite mobs, we come across the actual entrance. So we start making our way through the dungeon, green and tan tiled floors, Romanesque architecture, massive pillars, super high ceilings, and trogs. Lots and lots of trogs. And it turns out there's actually some small puzzle mechanics in Uldaman which I haven't really come across in other dungeons in Classic WoW, at least not that I can remember. So I'm excited about that. The main question is how to open up the hidden chamber. This note says that we have to combine a medallion and the shaft of soul in order to create the staff of prehistoria, which can then be used to unlock the sealed chamber. And I just so happen to be the one to grab the shaft. So Pot Beast trades me the medallion, I forge the staff, we fight our way through this cave area, and I place the Uldaman key staff on the keystone, which then in turn opens up these massive chamber doors, and of course, a crazed lady giant that kind of looks like a statue, but also maybe Thor's wife, starts attacking us out of nowhere. Ironia is her name. We're forced to bring her down, which is a real shame because I'm sure we could have been good friends had we met in different circumstances. Nonetheless, we venture further, and oh boy, now we're taking on a bunch of these evil dwarf fellows. Oh, wait, nope, back to the trogs again. And yes, here you can find me in my natural habitat, lying on the ground, lifeless, the release spirit option hovering over me. How did this happen, you ask? I have no idea, guys. The only thing I did was walk straight into 5 of these level 44 elite trog mobs. Like, really makes no sense how it happened. But thankfully, I'm the only nincompoop on the team and I'm able to be resurrected. Eventually, we reach the final chambers where the members of my group do something to wake up these sleeping stone keepers. We slap them around for a bit, and just as I start thinking it's about to be over, holy crap, like 10 mobs rush out from behind a door to try and take us out. Thankfully, my team has me to chunk them all down. And last but not least, there's this guy. Again, my teammates do a little magic trick, but no one tells me what's going on, so of course, it's not until after he wakes up that my team starts shouting, "Run!" to which I happily oblige. In fact, all of us are running like hell to avoid getting smashed by this terrifying stone god creature, Arcadius. And now, ladies and gentlemen, witness my unbelievable heights of skill and prowess in battle. Okay, well, I'm doing some damage at least. And just like that, the big old stone statue guy tumbles to the ground. Nice. So we finish the dungeon. I pick up this quest called the Platinum Discs, which is pretty much just a way for the devs to incentivize players to learn more about the history and lore of the failed experiments by the Titans, the Trogs, and then the successful Earthen, aka the Dwarves. And by that, I mean for most players to just click to the dialogue and not read anything. Me, on the other hand, I do read through it and really appreciate the depth that's added to the Azeroth world due to some of these fleshed out origin stories. I'm not going to go through all of it because it's a really long conversation, but I highly encourage anyone that's interested to go check it out for themselves. Once I'm done with that, I turn in the quest and receive 4,200 XP. Holy crap, that's a lot of XP just for that. Hey, I'm not complaining. And last but not least, I return to Ironforge to turn in some of these quests, which ultimately brings me to level 45. Let's go, baby. What an incredible adventure it's been thus far. Only 15 18 levels away from level 60 and one step closer to my ultimate goal of becoming a master of World of Warcraft. If you made it to the end of the video, thank you guys so much for watching. Be sure to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Again, a huge shout out to my patrons for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate your continued generosity. If you'd like to become a part of the Patreon family, be sure to click on the link listed in the description below. You can support the channel for as little as $3 a month. Any and all contributions are much appreciated. Thank you again, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
For the past 11 months of my life, I have embarked on my new player journey through World of Warcraft. Throughout my time, I've tried out a few different classes along with a number of different races, but my main character is a human mage. Right from the start, I knew that I wanted to set the goal for myself to reach level 60 and become a master of World of Warcraft. And I didn't want to sell myself short. I wanted the true classic WoW experience, which could only mean one thing: no guides and no questie, just as it was when the game originally launched. So that's what I did, and I have to tell you guys, it has been an unforgettable leveling experience so far. Last time I explored through the Arathi Highlands as well as the Stranglethorn Vale, and I got to experience not just one, but two new dungeons for the very first time, the Scarlet Monastery and Ulduan. And after all that, I was able to reach level 45, which brings us to today. In this video, you'll get to see me experience a brand new zone, another first time dungeon, probably my favorite one so far, some pretty huge gear upgrades, one of the craziest endings to a quest that I've ever seen, and last but not least, you guys will never guess how I end up reaching level 50. It is actually hilarious. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into it. One of the biggest challenges that I've come up against as I venture into some of these higher level zones is figuring out and finding regions that will be best for my current level and then navigating through them in a way that sort of makes sense. Well, I'm happy to say that today that's not going to be a problem because I have discovered an absolute gem of a zone, Tanaris. This place is a landmine of opportunity for both questing and leveling. Situated at the southernmost point of Kalimdor, Tanaris is a neutral zone home to the goblin town of Gadgetzan, the place that I previously said reminded me of Tatooine from Star Wars. And the surrounding region only reinforces my first impressions because, guys, this zone is basically just one big massive desert. And because of its scale, even though it does require longer travel times, it does a great job of capturing that feeling of immersion and true open world exploration. So after finishing up a couple things in Booty Bay, I head to the docks, interact with this person named Pancake Kitas, gift them with some milk as a token of friendship, hop on the boat, make my way to the goblin town of Ratchet, and since I already have the flight path unlocked, I'm able to use a griffin to make my way to Gadgetzan. And the first NPC quest giver that I run into is none other than Marlin Noggenfogger. Quite the name, if you ask me. And Marlin has a huge dilemma. He's thirsty. Kinda makes sense since, well, you know, you're living in the desert. But I am not here to judge. I am simply here to serve and protect the good creatures of Azeroth. Well, except for those filthy scumbag horde players. Anyways, he needs me to collect something called a laden dew gland because apparently that's going to allow him to create a drink that will finally quench his terrible thirst. And of course, I agree to find it for him. I also have a couple other quests, the Water Pouch Bounty and Waste Wander Justice to complete as well. So I make my way out into the desert, and one of my favorite things to do whenever exploring a new zone is to try and reveal a bit more of the map in order to get a better feel for my surroundings. And sure enough, my curiosity pays off because I come across this place called the Steamweedle Port, for which I'm rewarded with a couple more quests. The most notable one being from a goblin fashion designer named Haughty Modiste, or Modiste, and the quest is called Pirate Hats Ahoy. There is, however, a bit of an ethical dilemma here. You see, this small goblin lady provides the latest trends in apparel to all of the nobles across Azeroth, and not just the Alliance, but the Horde as well. So, by helping her, I'll actually be indirectly supplying this stuff to some of the Horde leaders. I I kind of hate the fact that I'll be making some of them look fashionably relevant. Screw it. She tells me that her buyers will wear whatever it is that she decides is in style, and right now it's pirate hats. So I hesitantly agree to collect some for her. After that, I make my way back into the desert to start working on the Wastewander Bandits and Water Pouch Bounty quests, which conveniently I'm able to complete both of them here at the Noonshade Ruins, since the mobs that I need to kill are also the same ones that drop the Water Pouch quest items. Fantastic. So I head back to Gadget Zan to turn those in, receive some XP as well as a water company care package, and I pick up a follow-up quest called, you'll never guess it, more Wastewander Justice. Very original, I know. After that, I'm really looking forward to starting the Pirates Ahoy quest and discovering this place called the Lost Rigger Cove. What can I say? I'm a sucker for pirates. But before I do that, we have a few errands to run. First, a friend named Trilliana teaches me a thing or two about enchanting gear, and by that I mean she enchants all my gear for me. Of course, I show her my thanks by gifting her with a glass of milk. Next, I return to Ironforge to complete some old quests that I forgot to turn in, run into this guy named Domhnall who ends up recognizing me, and of course I gift him with a glass of milk as well. Come on guys, I can't let anyone that meets me just walk away unmilked. Wait. That came out wrong. Anyways, I then travel all the way back to the Dustswallow Marsh to visit Tabitha in order to turn in the dungeon quest called Power in Uldaman, which I completed in the previous video. She then says to me, hey, while you're here ZMAC, do you mind dealing with some outdoor pests that keep giving me trouble and messing with my garden? So I tell her absolutely, not knowing that these pests are called mana surges, and they're not actually pests at all, but rather magic casting ghost creatures that fling lightning bolts at you until your health bar is diminished all the way to 0. Yeah, I died. Surprise, surprise. But I somehow still managed to make it back in time to kill 12 of these things for the quest, which actually rewards me with a really nice staff called the Celestial Stave. I just now realized that I haven't gotten a main hand weapon upgrade since my time all the way back in Westfall, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And also probably my own fault because, well, I'm lazy and never actually put forth any effort to upgrade it. Anyways, now that that's done, I can head back to Teneris, knock out the more Wastewander Justice quest with some help from a few friends, of course, and finally get started on the Pirates Ahoy quest. First things first, I need to figure out where this place is. All it says is head down to Lost Rigger Cove. Well, I guess if I follow a path straight down from Steamweedle Port, it'll probably be somewhere over here. There we go. I'm able to find it without too much difficulty, and I get to work slapping around some of these scallywag pirates. Not gonna lie, it's kind of a nice beach area they've got over here. Might need to break out the old beach towel and sunglasses. Have myself a little R&R as they call it. But anyways, as I'm busy flinging frostbolts and collecting pirate hats, I end up grouping with this guy named Milk Me Dry. Ironic, I know. And it's actually a really good thing that I do because he shares with me not just one, not just two, but 3 different quests that I'm able to capitalize on while we're here taking down pirates in the Lost Rigger Cove. Where he found all these quests, I have no idea. But I'm thankful that I ran into him, that he was willing to share those with me because they don't really require any extra effort on my part to complete. And yes, one of them does involve me chopping off some guy's head, a wanted pirate named Andre Firebeard. So we find him and take him down with no trouble at all. These pirate ships, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. You see, this guy named Stoli needs us to retrieve his shipment of rum from one of the pirate captains that supposedly stole it from him, and he's somewhere over here on one of these ships. We storm the ship, getting a little bit over our heads. Thankfully, I keep my wits about me and skillfully outmaneuver all of the enemy pirate mobs. No, I died. Yeah. But not to worry, because my friend Milk Me Dry is an absolute legend. Sorry, the name just, it gets me. They somehow survive. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know. It's a he, it's a she, but it's a he, probably. I don't know. We'll just call her a she. Anyways. And since she's a druid, she's able to res me, which is actually super nice. Saves me the long trek back to the Pirates Cove. So anyways, we both decide that Stoli's shipment of rum is not worth the cost of our lives and end up just finishing up some of the other quests. I'm able to reach level 46 during the process, and we throw a little dance party once it's all said and done. Milk me dry, it's been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. After going our separate ways, I head back to Steamweedle to turn in the quests, make a quick visit to Janaea and Stormwind to upgrade my abilities, and then return to the Pirate's Cove to just chill out for a bit and get some AoE farming in. In the midst of that, another person, Kimberly, recognizes me and thanks me for making the videos. So of course, again, I gift her with a glass of milk. And right before she leaves, she asks me to put her in one of the episodes. Psh, yeah, right. Like that's gonna happen. But anyways, I keep grinding away, and right before I hit level 47, I die again. Whatever. So I run all the way back to my corpse, finish out the level, and decide that it's time to work on my tailoring profession. That'll help me blow off some of this steam. Really just iron it out, if you know what I mean. No, seriously though, I think it would be really cool if I could get to a place where I'm actually able to craft some decent gear for myself. And also, getting a little cash flowing into my pockets doesn't sound too bad either. So after doing that for a short while, I get it to like 185 or something like that. I'm back on the road and ready to continue my adventures out in the desert. I return to Gadget Zen and pick up a handful of quests, 2 of them belonging to the Zul'Farrak dungeon, which we will get to later, and the other 2 being the Thistle Shrub Valley. Try saying that 10 times fast. Which leads me to the most epic quest finish of all time and the Dune Mall compound. Andy Lynn over here tells me that there's a large bank of nomadic ogres that just recently arrived in Teneris, and according to her, they need to be destroyed. Now, before I figure out where the heck I'm going, I stop on the Steamweedle port to turn in a quest, and on my way to the Dune Mall compound, I run into this random goblin named Marvin Rivet Seeker. Looks like he's stranded out here in the middle of the desert, but he has a quest for me called Gazridian. He tells me that he's a scientist and treasure hunter, researching ancient troll artifacts made from a rare material called Gazridian, named after the Hydra god Gazrilla. He then asks if I'd be willing to collect more of these ornaments to help with his personal studies. Now there's one thing that makes this the best quest in the entire game. I get to wear this cool nerdy hat called the Gazridian Detector. And once I put it on, I'm able to see all of these spots in the minimap where I'm able to collect all of the ornament quest items. It's the best. I also discovered this place called the Gaping Chasm, but I don't really end up doing anything in here, and also I'm terrified of bugs, so we'll just skip over this part. Wait, is that a bug stuck in the ground? Holy, yeah, I'm getting out of here. After finishing up with all the Gazridian ornaments, I continue my search for the Dune Mall compound, and would you look at that, here we are. Just look at all these ogres standing around waiting to be pulverized into smithereens. What a beautiful sight. So I make light work of them, finish off their leader, and that's strange. I don't have to chop off any of his body parts. This feels weird. Just doesn't feel right. I'm just gonna walk away, leaving a perfectly good head behind to slowly rot and decay in the sand? Wait, what is wrong with me? I seriously need to stop playing this game. Anyways, I finish up killing the rest of the ogres, turn into Gazridian ornaments, and now it's time to find this place called the Thistle Shrub Valley. Nailed it that time. And what the heck is that? Valley of the Watchers. Yeah, I think I'll just stay back here. That's okay with you. And here we are. Did you guys know that thistle shrubs are actually distant cousins of the Ents from Lord of the Rings? It's true. Don't mention that to them though. They're still a little bitter that Peter Jackson didn't choose them to star in the films. It's a sensitive subject. But anyways, here we are, friends. The moment you've been waiting for. One of the greatest questing moments of my entire journey in World of Warcraft. Behold, a turtle. But not just any turtle, a talking turtle named Tuga. Apparently, his wife Torta sent him out on a mission to fetch them some dinner, and don't ask me how this happened. He says he took a wrong turn somewhere. Tuga managed to walk across the entire Teneris zone before realizing his mistake. So now he is hopelessly lost, and the worst part of all, his wife is out there worried sick about him and also probably starving to death. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stakes have never been higher. It's up to me to get this turtle back home safe and sound. Oh, but there is a catch. I only have 30 minutes to do so. Wait. 30 minutes, I've got plenty of time. Since I'm already out here, I need to collect that laden dew gland for the thirsty goblin quest, so I'll just snag it off one of these thistle shrubs before I head out. That shouldn't take me that long, right? Bro, I've been killing these things for the last 18 minutes and still have not gotten the quest item. What is going on? Oh my gosh, finally. Okay guys, I have almost exactly 11 minutes to get Tuga back home. I don't even know if it's possible at this point, but gosh dang it, these turtles are counting on me, so we're at least going to try. Oh my gosh, Tuga, you are so slow. You know that story about the tortoise and the hare? Okay, well, forget about that and let's get a move on. The worst part about this whole ordeal is that Tuga refuses to run away from a fight, so not only do we have to make it back across the entire desert, but I also have to bob and weave in between all the different mobs scattered everywhere. Or we have to stop to kill whatever mob it is that aggroes on Tuga. Guys, I genuinely don't know if I'm going to make it in time. 1.5 minutes left. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's the beach. 30 seconds left. Where the heck is Torta? There's not like an indicator on the minimap. Is that her? No. Oh my gosh. Oh, there she is. 14 seconds. Please, 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 please. I'm going to be so pissed if I don't get this. Okay, I think I got it. Wait, where's Tuga? Oh my gosh, dude. 3 seconds to spare. That is actually insane. My adrenaline is pumping right now. I cannot believe that just happened. Oh my gosh. I got so lucky there at the end. If I had gone right instead of left back there, I definitely would have ended up failing the quest. That's crazy. Okay, what did I get here? The Band of the Great Tortoise. 120 armor. That's pretty nice. I don't know if I'm going to end up using that, but either way, that was one heck of an experience. And Tuga swims off into the sunset or the ocean. I don't know how I'm going to top that going forward, but maybe with another first time dungeon experience. That's right, folks. It's time to step up my game and take on the Zul'Farrak dungeon for the very first time. I've heard some really good things about it, and I have a number of quests that I can cash in on by completing it, so why the heck not? We start off by finding myself a crew and then getting escorted to the entrance of ZF, that's what a lot of people call it, by none other than Opie's dad. I don't know who you are, Opie, but I gotta say, your dad's a pretty cool guy. Once we arrive, it appears that the gang's all here and we start making our way through the dungeon. Now, something that my good friend iDucky does before all of his dungeon runs that I absolutely love is he shows you guys some of the best possible loot items that he'd be able to get for his specific character when completing these runs. So I'm going to copy him and start doing that as well. Some of the big ticket items that I'd be absolutely thrilled to get are the Spell Shock leggings and Zumra's Vexing Cane. Either one would give me a boost to both stamina and intellect while also increasing my potential damage output. That would be fantastic. Now truthfully, I don't really know much about the dungeon itself or why it is exactly that we're here. I do know that Zul'Farrak is the capital city for the Sand Fury trolls, but that's about it. As we make our way through, one of the first things that I notice is that it's not underground, which from my experience is kind of unique for a classic WoW dungeon. Instead, it's outdoors, although you will often find yourself running within the confinements of these ginormous city walls. The streets of the city feel almost like a labyrinth of sorts at times, and of course, the dungeon theme matches the same terrain and building style of the surrounding desert region. Sun-scorched ruins, pyramids, troll temples, all of that good stuff. And as we continue moving forward, grouping and taking down all the mobs in a nice orderly fashion, I forget how much leveling XP some of these dungeons actually give you without really having to even think about it, which is a big reason why it's one of my favorite things to do in WoW Classic. Well, that and the potential for good loot. Oh, and speaking of leveling, I am now officially level 48. Let's go. After taking down the first named boss, Thika the Martyr, we approach this large, wide open area, and to my surprise, there's a bunch of these scarabs just scattered around everywhere. Kind of reminds me of that one scene from The Mummy where there's a bunch of scarabs that burrow inside a person's body and then crawl up their arms and legs all the way to their, well, you get the picture. Anyways, on to the next named boss, Antisul. See if he drops anything good. The Lifeblood Amulet. Not terrible, but not exactly something that would be great for me. And we're back at the creepy scarab spot. Thankfully, my team is willing to group up a bunch of these things because I actually need to kill a large number of them in order to complete one of my quests. Oh, that is just so satisfying right there. Nothing gets the dopamine receptors flowing like a good old blizzard bomb on a giant group of mobs. After collecting all the scarab shell quest items, we continue on until we reach the third named boss, the Witch Dr. Zurma. And this is the guy that drops our first big ticket item, the Zumra's Vexing Cane. Let's see if we can get lucky. Holy crap, that's a lot of mobs. It's not the cane, but he does drop some pretty nice gloves that I could actually use. Although I was already gifted some of these Dreamweave gear items from my friend Magentra, so I don't technically need these bad boys. I guess I'll just greed and see what happens. Oh, nice. I actually end up getting them regardless. Very cool. I need to figure out how to amp up my mana pool or regen or something. I am always running out of mana. The tank eventually leads us to this massive pyramid staircase, which I can only assume is like the city's main temple or something like that. I mean, seriously guys, this thing, it's huge. We take down this executioner guy and then something really interesting happens. It would appear that our party has just freed a bunch of captured prisoners, one of them being what looks like an Alliance sergeant. Maybe we'll get a little bit of story out of this after all. And then the craziest battle ensues. For some reason, all of these trolls just start spawning and charging up the stairs at us. They are not happy that we released the prisoners. Oh baby, that's a lot of mobs. I don't really know what's happening, but we fend them off and eventually the sergeant gives the command for us to make our way down to the base of the temple staircase. Ooh, what's this? The Jinxed Hoodoo skin. Aw, man, I can't equip it. And then out of nowhere, the sergeant yells out, "What? How dare you say that to me?" Wait, did someone say something? I'm so confused. After all we've been through, well, I didn't like you anyway. Who is this guy talking to? What is going on? Oh, I guess we're fighting them now? I'm so confused. I have no idea what's happening. All right, so I guess we just have to kill that guy. So much for there being any hope of a story. And when I asked my group why they turned on us, I received this response. They were programmed to. Okay, well, you got me there. But no, seriously, it's kind of funny. This guy responds with, "Honestly, I've never paid attention," and I guess that's the end of it. No one seems to know the story behind this dungeon at all. Maybe someone watching this video can help me out. But anyways, we make our way to the next couple of named bosses, take them down, and they drop the Chief's Enforcer, which, based off my party's response, is not what they were hoping for. Apparently, this guy was looking for the big bad pauldrons. At first, I thought that was it, but then they tell me to follow them down this corridor and holy mother of pearl, what is that? Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, it's Gazrilla. That's the Hydra deity that Marvin Rivet Seeker was telling us about. I did not know it was an actual creature. I thought someone had just made it up, or at least it was just something that was found in a history book. Wow, a 3-headed Hydra. That is awesome. We eventually put the creature out of its misery. I'm not sure the Sand Fury trolls are going to forgive us for that one. And it drops something called the Gazrilla Fang. Chance on hit surrounds you with electricity, dealing 10 nature damage to any who strike you for 15 seconds. That's pretty cool. And would you look at that, I actually won it. Nice. I don't think I'll be using it, but still. Once that's all said and done, I tell everyone GG, Hearthstone back to Teneris, started a bunch of quests, and get totally sidetracked with this random quest to help return someone's pet robot chicken. Sounded like a lot of fun at first, but took forever for me to find this stupid thing, and then I end up dying just trying to get it back to its owner. So yeah, I basically just say screw it. I guess we'll never know why the chicken crossed the desert. Now, if you've been following along at all on some of my community live streams, you're probably aware of one of my biggest grievances with the mage ability progression, Conjured Water. The last time I received a Conjured Water upgrade was 13 levels ago. 13! Why? It has been taking forever whenever I sit down and replenish my mana with the level 35 water spell. Could I go out and simply buy some upgraded water so that it doesn't take so long? Of course, but that's not the point. It's the principle of the matter. Why do I have to wait so long before being rewarded with a Conjured Water upgrade? That is crazy to me. So anyways, yeah, now that I'm level 48, I decide to pay a visit to Janaea, and I am praying that I'll finally get the next Conjured Water spell. Please, Janaea. Please. Please. No, dude. It's not until level 50. Bro, I am genuinely so disappointed. Whatever, I'm just gonna buy some better water. I cannot do this anymore. All right, where were we? So I end up heading back to Teneris, turning the Thistle Shrub Valley quest, and then hop hop on a griffin to Duskwallow Marsh in order to speak with Tabitha for the very last time. That's right, folks, once I turned in the Tiara of the Deep quest that I finished during the Zul'Farrak dungeon run, I'm sad to say that my business with Tabitha is complete. No more having to travel around the entire world to fetch things for her, only to have to run all the way back through this godforsaken zone to complete her quest. No, I'm just kidding. She's actually the one that gave me both the Ice Fury one and the Celestial Stave, both really nice pieces of gear, so I'm definitely thankful for my time spent with her. And now, friends, we are getting very close to the moment that you've all been waiting for, the mysterious way in which I reach level 50. There's just a couple things left to cover. First off, I kind of feel like grinding out the rest of the way to 49, and what better way to do that than murdering some South Sea pirates by the droves. Ah, yes. Feels good to be a mage. There you have it, folks, level 49. Incredible, I know. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, there she is, my first ever World of Warcraft streaker. Quixana is her name, and of course, I'm not going to allow her to have all the fun without me. Oh my gosh, dude, my guy is jacked. I didn't even realize I could take my shirt off. I look pretty dang good for an elderly, balding mage. So we run around for a bit, and everyone on the stream is having a good time with it. I personally really enjoy these spontaneous community moments. I feel like these are the sort of things that make MMORPGs so special. Not the naked lady part, but you know what I mean. Anyways, for the final stretch, I decided to do another ZF run just for fun. Definitely don't get teamed wiped right towards the end of it. Discover another brand new zone, the Searing Gorge, which we will go more in depth with in a future video. And finally, the pinnacle, the zenith, the climax that you've been waiting for. If any of you somehow guessed the manner in which I reached level 50, I will be shocked. While completing a quest and grinding out some of these dark iron dwarves, I came across a peculiar drop item, the Grime Silt Outhouse Key, which when I click on it, it opens up a quest dialogue. The key to freedom. It says, the small brass key looks simple enough. The only thing that seems to make it stand out are some words scratched into the head of it. Dark Iron Outhouse. Do not duplicate. You have no idea what it means or what it will lead to. Very interesting. So I take a look around and what's this over here? That looks like an outhouse to me. So I approach, and sure enough, it is. What does this quest dialogue over here say? Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I reached level 50 for the first time ever in Classic WoW while talking to a random guy sitting in an outhouse who is taking a giant crap. If that's not poetry, I don't know what is. I genuinely don't think I could come up with a better way to bring in the big 5-0. If anyone out there actually guessed it, let me know in the comments and I'll send you a special gift prepared by none other than yours truly. Freshly made, handcrafted with care. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Well, that just about wraps it up. Be sure to keep an eye out for the next Classic WoW episode. I've been told by multiple people that YouTube hasn't been showing my videos in their recommended feed. I guess that's just the algorithm for you, so be sure to turn notifications on so you don't miss any future episodes. If you made it to the end of the video, thank you guys so much for watching. Be sure to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Again, a huge shout out to my Patreons for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate your continued generosity. A little over a year ago, when I started playing World of Warcraft for the first time ever, not using any guides or questie because I wanted to have the true vanilla WoW experience, everyone told me about how incredible the new player experience is and how amazing it feels starting a new character. They were all hyped and nostalgic about the earlier zones, Elwynn Forest, Dunmarrogue, Durotar, Shadow Glen, you know what they are. Well, they're definitely not wrong about those things, but what most people don't tell you is that the late game leveling holds some of the best content in the entire game. Okay, maybe some people do tell you that, but no, seriously, it's where the world of Azeroth really starts to open up. There's just so much to do. The quests, the zones, the community, and of course, the dungeons. It's not just about XP anymore. You actually start chasing some of that higher tier gear, which is really fun and exciting. In my opinion, this is peak Classic WoW. Last time on this crazy wild adventure, I explored through all of Teneris, helped a poor desperate turtle reunite with his
his cranky, starving wife, experienced the Zul'Farrak dungeon for the first time, and left off with reaching level 50 while helping some poor chap who got stuck in an outhouse without having anything to help him wipe. In this video, you'll get to see me level through multiple different late game zones, explore the Elwynn lands for the very first time, complete some really fun and creative quest lines along the way, encounter the scariest creature in all of Azeroth, and last but not least, experience the greatest MMO dungeon of all time. Of course, I'll be highlighting some of the rare loot that I get along the way, and did someone mention death rolling? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so we left off with me hitting level 50 while helping out that random guy who was taking a crap in the outdoor squat shack. However, before we go any further, I have to talk to you guys about this new zone, at least new for me. The Searing Gorge. It's where this story begins and actually where it will end as well. So yeah, it's important. This place is hot. It's very hot. There's a lot of lava and scorched rocks and metal machinery and stuff like that. And the sky is this smoky orange blood red color. It's kind of like dwarven industrialization meets hell on earth. Yeah, it's not where I'd take the family for a summer vacation, I'll tell you that much. But no, overall, it's a pretty cool zone. Very unique. I don't think I've seen anything else quite like it so far. It fits that dwarven fiery forge theme, and the more that you explore, the better it actually gets. You see, as you find Thorium Point, kind of the little hub spot for the region, and you pick up a bunch of the quests, it'll lead you down some mechanical elevators and into this underground cave area called the Slag Pit, where you get to kill a very, very special mob type that is exceedingly bountiful down here. Slaves. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the slave population in Classic WoW is astronomical. And it's not enough that these poor wretched souls are being held captive and forced to grind their lives away in these torturous work conditions. Now they also have to worry about me, an old balding mage harassing them as they do it. Terrible, I know. But at the same time, if you think about it, I'm sort of putting them out of their misery in a way, so some might call it an act of mercy, just kind of a matter of perspective. And I get a lot of XP from farming them, so yeah, I'm not gonna stop. But anyway, we got a lot going on, so I'll try to sum it up as best I can. I meet this really cool looking dwarf guy named Hansel Heavy Hands. He just looks freaking awesome. Kind of want to be him when I grow up. I get another visit from my stream streaking friend, Krixana, a quest called Forging the Shaft? ? I end up facing my toughest opponent yet. No, not Trademaster Kovich, his pet mechanical bird named Clunk. Actually, this thing gave me a run for my money. Also, I had to kill a bunch of these fire dinosaurs in the slag pit for the quest called Incendosaurs, whatever a saur is more like it, which I thought was kind of funny because I'm a child. And last but not least, I group up with some friends to take down a named boss called Overseer Maltorius. And yes, I did chop off his head. Just one more addition to my ever-expanding decapitation portfolio. So all in all, I enjoyed the Searing Gorge. It's not my favorite zone in the game, especially since there weren't really any long, memorable quest chains or stories, at least not that I could find, but it's still a pretty cool zone nonetheless. And we're not totally done with it yet. The best is still yet to come. Oh, and I managed to hit level 51 before moving on to my next destination. Be sure to grab some vitamin C and a bottle of NyQuil because we are headed to the Western Plaguelands, where sickness and disease are running rampant. But seriously though, every single mob type here is plagued or a zombie or undead or something along those lines. Even the fog is this sickly yellowish color, kind of looks like puke. It's the kind of place where after you leave, you just want to go home and decontaminate yourself with a shower or bubble bath, because you just feel gross, you know what I mean? But anyways, the rally point here is called Chillwind Camp, and the first NPC I run into is named Commander Ashlam Valorfist, who after welcoming me to the front lines explains that we're here on behalf of the Kingdom of Stormwind to counter the threat of the Growing Scourge, an army of undead that wishes to extinguish all life and turn Azeroth into a rotting wasteland, because apparently there into that sort of thing. And I'm actually able to turn in this quest, a call to arms the Plague Lance, which I picked up at some point. I think it was from a dwarf in Ironforge, if I remember right. But yeah, the commander is basically just happy that I'm here, warns me of these dangerous frontiers, and tells me that there are plenty of opportunities for me to get my hands dirty. Wonderful. And the first quest he has for me is called Clear the Way. There's this city that the commander wants to invade called Anderhall, but it's well fortified, except for the Eastern Road, which relies on a place called Sorrow Hill to act as a first line of defense. Do I pay attention to those instructions? Not at all. My job is to take down some of the skeletal mobs to help clear the way and prepare for an attack on the city. And then I'm introduced to the Argent Dawn, a worldwide organization that doesn't care if you're Alliance or Horde, just as long as you like killing zombies. And I wish I had better understood what this actually was. Officer Pureheart hands me something called an Argent Dawn Commission. With this, you'll start racking up markers of heroism as you kill Scourge mobs and quests through the Plague Lands that you can eventually turn in for later rewards, which sounds great, but I forgot to put it on. So unfortunately, I don't actually benefit from any of that until much later on. In fact, I really didn't dive much into the Argent Dawn stuff at all, which now I'm kind of bummed that I didn't. But anyways, then this Nathaniel Duma guy tries to sucker me into gathering 100 termites for him. 100 termites. You know how long it takes to gather stuff in this game? I feel like that would take forever. You know what? I don't want to offend the guy though, so I'll pull the old accept the quest with no intention to complete it trick. Yeah, I'll go get those termites for you, buddy. Absolutely. All right, now where the heck am I going? I gotta go find some skeletal flares and slavering ghouls. What is this place? The Ruins of Anderhall. Okay, it's some sort of undead ghost town, and oh gosh, that's a level 56. All right, I think I wandered into the wrong part of town here. Wow, that is a lot of mobs. Holy, yup. All right, time to leave. Luckily, I end up finding some skeletal flares and ghouls at this place called Fellstone Field. It's definitely not where I was supposed to go. I was supposed to be looking for Sorrow Hill, but we're level 50 and we're already here, so it works. All right, there we go. 20 out of 20 mobs killed. Let's head back to the camp to turn in the quest, and I died. Trying to run through the Ruins of Anderhall. Nice. You guys want to know what's really fun about this spot? If you die here, as soon as you resurrect, there's just so many mobs around that you just instantly die again. It's great. I love it. Anyways, I'm able to turn and clear the way, and the commander then offers me a follow-up quest. But I tell him it'll have to wait because I have something very important that I have to do first. Time to kill some more of these slaves in the slag pits. No, just kidding. It's time for another dungeon. This time we're running through Moradin. And yes, it is my first time, so we'll see how this goes. I'm accompanied by, looks like another mage, a druid, a tank, and a warlock. Perfect. Now, I looked up rare mage items for this one, and I'm not gonna lie, guys, I didn't see anything particularly impressive. There's a few items with nature resistance, but apart from very specific scenarios, I don't know when I would actually be using that. So I guess we'll just roll the dice, see if I get anything good. So here we go. Looks like the first enemy mob type are these hairy half goat, half man creatures, also known as Mr. Tumnuses. Oh, and we've also got another relative to the Ents from Lord of the Rings, the Deep Rot Stompers. Now these guys, they actually did get some short cameos in the films. If you look closely, they were mostly used as stunt doubles for some of the more dangerous action scenes, like getting set on fire. But anyways, so basically, Moradin is this corrupted nature dungeon. It starts off very mild, almost ethereal, but then you slowly descend into these larger areas with poison swamps and massive caverns with beautiful waterfalls. I mean, just look at this. I would have never guessed this was down here. And then you get to the best parts with dinosaurs and elemental guardians and primordial behemoths, however you say that, and more three-headed hydras. It honestly feels like the dungeon evolves the further down you go. Needless to say, it's awesome, and I am really enjoying it. Oh, also, I hit level 52. so that's great. And last but not least, we fight this big, beautiful, four-armed, three-headed rock princess named Redridge. And let's just say her milkshakes bring all the behemoths to the yard, if you know what I mean. And she actually does drop a really nice mage item called the Eye of Redridge. Not really sure why, but for some reason, I decided to greed instead of need. Even though my Dreamweave circlet adds more damage, the plus 13 stamina and plus 10 intellect probably would have been worth it. But yeah, I didn't win the greed roll, so oh well, what can you do? Oh, and then one of the party member mentioned something about a crocodile boss, so we take down this guy named Rock Grip as well. Overall, a very enjoyable first time Marauding experience. And to think, this is only the second best dungeon that I'll be covering in this video. Yeah, pretty crazy, I know. All right, well, now that I'm level 52, it's time to pay a visit to our good friend Janaea to upgrade some abilities. Rank 4 Blizzard, let's go. Number go up makes me very happy. I do a little bit more tailoring, and you know what kind of sucks? The master tailor decided to set up his shop in the worst zone in the game, the Duskwallow Marsh. Not only is it the most depressing place in the world, but also the most inconveniently located place in the world. So yeah, it sucks. But anyways, I'm getting pretty close to max level for tailoring. I'm currently able to make mage weave bags, so that's pretty nice. And after I get to level 244, I decide that's enough for now and head back to where we left off, the Western Plaguelands. So I return to Commander Valorfist, apologize for the delay. He tells me, no biggie, it's just the fate of the entire Alliance kingdom that rests upon my shoulder. And then he gives me a couple more quests, all along the watchtowers and the Scourge Cauldrons. The first one has the word Anderhall in it, so there's no way I'll be touching that one at the moment. And the second revolving around some cauldrons that are emitting poison into the air and propagating the plague throughout the land. Ah, so that's why it smells like spoiled rotten eggs. I thought maybe that was just me. So he has me talk to High Priestess McDonald, and her plan is to create some sort of counter agent. All she needs is a sample from one of these cauldrons, the first one being at Fellstone Fields. So I make my way to Fellstone Fields and receive a proper welcome from the locals. Well, when life gets you down, there's only one thing to do. Go out and do some AoE farming. Turns out the next farm over, called Dalson's Tears, is a fantastic spot for just that. Not sure who Dalson is or why he was crying, but it doesn't matter. Ah, yes, I'm starting to feel better already. That is, until this random Scarlet Patrol party ambushes me from out of nowhere and decides to kill me. Gosh, I just love this game so much. Okay, but actually, I do have some good news. Someone tipped me off about this talent tree skill called Arcane Concentration, and oh my gosh, it is life-changing. Anytime you cast a spell, you have a 10% chance to get your next spell for free. For free! So I could potentially get my Blizzard cast, which is like over 1,000 mana at this point, for 0 mana. That is insane. So happy I found out about that, because it's going to make a huge difference in my gameplay going forward. And with that, I reached level 53. I know. I basically just power farmed the entire level, but don't worry, we're about to switch things up and explore a brand new zone. And not just any new zone. We're going to see the elves. And it's actually one of my favorites, to be honest, aesthetically at least. Much better than the Western Plaguelands, that's for sure. And who is it that leads me in the direction of this new zone? None other than the legendary, world-renowned, all-powerful Mr. Dink. That's right, Mr. Dink, the Ironforge Mage Trainer. He has a quest for me called Magecraft, and you guys know how much I enjoy the class-dedicated quest chains, so of course, I'm going to do it. Apparently, an Archmage Xylem has been asking around for someone of my expertise. Mr. Dink says he can be found in the region of Ashara. So after taking a quick look at the map, oh boy, looks like I'm going to have to do a bit of traveling for this one. I'm told the best route to get there is by taking a ship from Menethil Harbor, so here we go. I hop aboard the ship, make my way to a place called Dark Shore, unlock the flight path, and go in the completely wrong direction. I just thought based on the map, I could head north and I'd reach my destination, but nope, there's a giant mountain range blocking players from going that way. Does that stop me from wasting time jumping over the hills trying to find a shortcut? Absolutely not. But eventually, Nelson gets fed up with my idiocy and decides to take matters into his own hands. So begins the long trek through the mystical Elwynn lands. It honestly doesn't take that long, but it just so happens that I run into a gnome named Lil Glue that's headed in a similar direction, so I decide to tag along and follow her until eventually we go our separate ways. Not too much further down the road, I reach my destination, the region of Ashara, and right away, guys, I fall in love with it. Any biome that resembles the fall or autumn weather in a video game instantly earns brownie points in my book. It's my favorite season of the year, and if you've never had the privilege of experiencing it in real life, you are missing out. And the cool thing about Ashara is that it really does capture what it's all about. A beautiful display of red, yellow, and orange leaves on all the trees, a cool 50 degrees Fahrenheit with the sun shining and a light breeze. Perfect sweater weather. Telling you guys, it just doesn't get any better than this. But enough of my embellishment, let's go find Archmage Xylem. So I searched for his assistant, Seneth Limyo. Mr. Dink was right. He's not the kindest fellow I've come across. He teleports me to the top of the cliffs where I find the secret hidden tower, make my way to the top, get distracted by this elf named Joy Arnereth. Just think, even in 2004, devs were still using the magical powers of jiggle physics. Wait, where was I? Oh, that's right. I finally find the man I'm looking for and introduce myself to Archmage Xylem. I'm hoping he's gonna have a really sweet, epic quest for me. Oh, he wants me to help him collect some glittering magic dust for him. Not exactly what I had in mind, but all right, I'll do it. Apparently his apprentice had previously tried to trade with the Blood Elves for this magical dust, but he was killed on sight without hesitation. So, looks like we're going elf hunting, boys. I just have to find them first. Aha, here they are. So, I hear you guys like to take advantage of poor mage apprentices that come in peace looking to trade. Well, now you have to deal with me, and I don't deal too kindly with bullies that pick on the weak and innocent. Die now, Blood Elf scum. After I slaughter the entire Blood Elf village a time or two, I finally collect all of the magic glittering dust and return to Archmage Xylem to turn in the quest. I'm kind of curious to know what he wants to use this stuff for. Have you the dust? Yes, I do, good sir. Well done, Zemak. It never ceases to amaze me how persuasive a volley of arcane missiles can be. Well, personally, I actually prefer Frostbolt, but, you know, that's just me. So what was this magic dust for? You're not going to tell me, are you? He then follows up with another quest where he wants me to go out and collect some sort of enchanted coral for him. But honestly, I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I thought there was going to be like a story quest or something like that. So with that, I decide to take the community's advice. As beautiful as this zone is, I ditch Azara and head to a place that I'm told I have to go to since it will be well worth my time, the Ungoro Crater. And I'm actually really looking forward to this. I ran through the zone earlier in my journey, but quickly found out that I was way underleveled. But now it would seem that I'm at a perfect leveling spot. But within this zone resides the most terrifying, the most feared creature in all of Azeroth. Legend has it that it has consumed and devoured the likes of even the greatest World of Warcraft adventurers. Iducky, Anti-Jax, Willy, even Zaryu himself. Only a few lucky souls have laid eyes upon this beast and lived to tell the tale. The Devil Sword. Yes, this monstrosity tramps around the Ungoro Crater, preying upon any and all unsuspecting victims that stand in its path, always on the prowl, searching for its next meal. But I mean, come on, guys. We all know that I, Zemak the Mage, I'm not gonna get caught by that thing. You can see it coming from a mile away. I mean, come on, guys. But anyways, I make my way back to Marshall's Refuge to start the Jurassic Park adventure. Now, I'm not going to cover everything because honestly, there are just so many quests and stuff to do here, which is great. And actually one of the big reasons why I really love this zone.
And it actually reminds me a little bit more of some of the earlier level zones. Most of the quest givers are consolidated in one spot, and there's just kind of a natural flow to the region, which I really appreciate. I do, however, want to cover one of my favorite quests. It's called Crystals of Power, and the way that you start this quest is by spelunking in this mysterious cave filled with a bunch of multicolored gems. At the back of the cave, I find a small gnome named JD Collie, and this is what she says. You probably weren't expecting to find me in this cave, were you? My name's JD, and I really can't tell you much about how I got here, but what I can tell you is that this cave is my home now. I spend my time studying the strange crystals that can be found all over the crater. So I ask her more about these crystals of power. I'm sure you've noticed them, Z-Mac. They're everywhere. What am I talking about? Why, the crystals, of course. The crystals. They're all over the crater. Most people ignore them, but I have a strange feeling that they hold power within them. I've been doing experiments here with them for a while, but I can't seem to find anything. Well, I haven't yet anyway. Say, I'm running a little low on the crystals I have here. Think you might be able to collect some more for me? So I agree to go out and collect 7 power crystals of color: red, yellow, blue, and green. I'm very interested to see where this quest leads. As I run about the zone, killing dinosaurs, weeding out evil plant creatures, collecting bones and glands and supplies and all that fun quest item stuff, I simultaneously collect all of the different crystals that JD needs for her research, and once I have enough, I return to her cave to turn them in. She thanks me since she can now continue with her experiments, and then she has 3 separate follow-up quests for me, although they're basically the same thing, just in different locations. She says, during my stay here, I have heard strange rumors about mysterious pylons existing out in the wilderness of the crater, Z-Mac. I guess that they're quite large, with crystals lining their interiors. Although I've never seen one, I can't help but think that the rumors are true, and that these pylons have something to do with all the crystals we found. So why don't you help me put my curiosity to rest? Supposedly, there's one in the eastern area of the crater. You think you can find it? And then she says something very similar for a northern and western pylon as well. So I head out and, amidst some of my other questing, find the 3 different pylons. They're these large circular statues with big old crystals sticking out of them. So I examine them, take notes of everything I find, and then return to JD to tell her all about what I have found. After turning in all of the crystal quests, a final quest pops up called Making Sense of It. The information you have given me about the pylons is very interesting. Give me a moment to do some calculations, Z-Mac. Speak to me again in a moment, and I should be able to give you the answer we have been looking for. So, exactly 1 moment later, we speak to her again, and it would appear that she's cracked the code. Alright, Z-Mac, this is fascinating. I can only hope that my diagrams are correct. I compiled everything into this manual, which you can have. I believe I can answer any questions you have about the crystals now. So, here's what's so interesting and really cool about this quest, and why I wanted to cover it for you guys. After you complete it, you now have the ability to collect more of the crystals, combine them at the different pylons, and create a variety of buffs for your character. I don't really know if late game dungeons and raid groups utilize these buffs, but still, I would imagine they could be helpful. And regardless, it's just a really cool concept. Completing a quest that not only gives you an immediate reward, the leveling XP, but helpful tools that give your player an advantage moving forward. I really like that. Now, as to the rest of the Ungoro crater, it's a ton of fun. It's great, really. There's just so much to cover and so little time that I'm not going to get to all of it, unfortunately. Although I might circle back and make a dedicated video for the quest chain that pays a tribute to the Zelda franchise, because that one is pretty cool. I haven't quite finished it yet. All right, now I know what you're thinking. Wow, Z-Mac actually managed to quest through the entire Ungoro crater zone without getting caught out by the Devilsaur? That's impressive. Well, it would be if that were true. I'll be honest, guys, it got me. I was farming some of these lovely flower creatures and Dimetrodons when, out of nowhere, seriously, I still don't know how he snuck up on me, the Devilsaur just comes charging in and one-shots me. I was already pretty low on health and mana, so yeah, I really had no hope of surviving that one. Well, I guess the Devilsaur wins out again. Just one more adventurer to add to the list of those fallen by his hands, or claws. But let me tell you this, I vow to return one day and take vengeance on this foul beast, to smite him down and restore honor to my name. For too long, he, or she, has laid waste to these lands and its wandering heroes. I will rid Azeroth of the Devilsaur's treachery once and for all. But anyways, so after all that, I am now level 54. Let's freaking go. Only 6 more levels to go. Oh, I also trained myself in daggers because I got this cool dagger that increases frost damage, and yeah, I just thought that would be pretty cool to use. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for, the climax, the pinnacle, the creme de la creme of classic WoW, the greatest MMO dungeon of all time, the Black Rock Depths. This dungeon is considered to be the best dungeon in Classic WoW by many and was verified as the rank 1 dungeon by none other than the legend himself, iDucky. So that means it has to be true. And I, for one, cannot wait to experience for the very first time. I told you guys this video would begin and end in the Searing Forge, so that's where we're headed. I have an idea of where the dungeon is, but it turns out I actually went to the start of the Molten Span instead. Yeah, not quite ready for that one yet. So after jumping off this massive cliff into some hot lava and barely escaping with my life, 19 HP to be exact, we arrive at the Black Rock Depths entrance. And for this special occasion, we're not doing it with just some random Joe Schmoes off the street. No, I have assembled the ultimate crew for this one. We've got the legend Purple Fish, who was actually featured in a recent video, Hey Elizabeth, otherwise known as Duke of Nerd, the greatest healer known to mankind, Doranbane, which is a reference to the Balrog in Lord of the Rings, so we know he's got the tank on lockdown, and Manway, a rank 9 Knight Champion Hunter, so the damage is going to be pumping. That we know for sure. So anyways, we head inside and start making our way through the dungeon. Now before getting ahead of myself, I want to point out some key mage items that I'll be looking for throughout this run. There's actually a ton because as we'll get into it, this dungeon is huge, but just to name a few, we've got the robes of the Royal Crown, Boreal Mantle, and the Omnicast boots, which are all a really nice boost to a variation of intellect, spirit, and or stamina, plus some damage output. And then another interesting item is a trinket called the Burst of Knowledge. Not only does it boost damage passively, but it also has an active spell that decreases spell cost by 100 mana for 10 seconds, which is pretty nasty if you ask me. So hopefully we'll see one or even multiple of these items throughout the run. All right, now let's talk about this dungeon, the Black Rock Depths. The name pretty much hits the nail on the head. It's a dungeon in the depths of the earth with a lot of black rocks everywhere. So yeah, that pretty much sums it up. No, but seriously, it follows the same theme as the Searing Gorge. It's this absolutely massive dark dwarf stronghold in the heart of the Black Rock Mountains. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it feels like the mines of Moria down here. It truly is like its own underground city. I lucked out and basically had my own personal tour guides that were navigating all the twists and turns for me, but I've been told that it can take anywhere from 3 to 5 hours if you really want to explore everything that this dungeon has to offer. Maybe slightly less than that if you have a more experienced group. It starts off in some sort of prison torture chamber area. There's a lot of these cages and a bunch of captives screaming and moaning in the background. It actually sounds kind of terrible. Oh, they're actually tortured slaves. That's a little bit morbid. But anyways, we get our first rare drop off of someone called the High Interrogator Gerston. And look at that, we're lucky right off the bat. The Kentic Amis, or Amis? I don't know how to say that. A nice little shoulder upgrade. Now, the nice thing about bringing a group of your own friends is that everyone's looking out for each other. So they told me to need on it to make sure I get it. Feels like a little bit of a cheat code, but hey, I'm not complaining. And oh yeah, this was right around the Halloween event, so we had a little bit of fun with some of the costume items. I got turned into a little gnome pirate. Thought I should mention that so people aren't wondering who the little gnome is on the screen. But that brings us to the next named boss, Lord Rakor, and he drops, the Mantle of Lost Hope. Not really good for me, but looks pretty great if you're a healer. Wait a second, what's going on here? You've been sentenced to death for crimes against the Dark Iron Nation. Boy, that doesn't sound good. I guess we have to fight our way out of this little gladiator arena. All right, I'm thinking this is one of the main bosses, Gorosh the Dervish. Nice, light work, light work. All right, what do we got here? The Flare Thorn, +5 intellect and increased damage done by fire spells. That's pretty cool. I love that mages in Classic WoW can train and equip daggers that are actually geared towards their builds. It's pretty sick. So after the prison area, the dungeon then turns more into a garrison. Whoa. Oh, this is the seating area for the gladiator arena. Didn't even know we had an audience. Apparently, if you attack one of these guys, all of them pull. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted to do it, but thankfully, I managed to restrain myself. Which leads us to the next named mob, Pyromancer Loregrain. He drops a really nice fire wand, actually. If it was ice, I would totally take it, but yeah, I'm not gonna really use this, so. And now, hold on to your bootstraps, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where the dungeon starts to blow my mind. The Shadow Forge City. Just look at this place. It literally is like an entire dwarven city inside the dungeon. It's actually insane. I mean, this is 2025 and I'm impressed. I cannot imagine being a kid in 2004 and seeing this for the first time. I would have absolutely lost my marbles. My little free-to-play RuneScape brain wouldn't have known what to do with myself. But anyways, eventually we reach this place called the Black Vault, where there's a bunch of locked safes with chests inside guarded by giant stoned guardians. And it's in the middle of this fight that Purplefish decides to expose me and my DPS numbers, or lack thereof, I should say. So we open everything up and I learned about a very important thing in WoW called ninja looting, which apparently I accidentally committed. When the group told me to open the chest, I just assumed they meant to take whatever was inside. Yeah. Oops. Well, at least I learned the lesson with a group of people that are a little bit more forgiving. I'll be sure to never do that again. And just for the sake of time and so that I don't just keep rambling on and on, here's a few more highlights to wrap it up. The Grim Guzzler, probably one of the most unique dungeon experiences I've ever encountered. I'll be honest, I don't know exactly what all is going on here, but there's some quests and stuff and you're trying to open a door for something, but all these hammered patrons can aggro onto you. Like I said, I don't really know. I'm just here to have a good time. Oh, and I also learned about death rolling. Purplefish teaches me how it works. We set the gamble at 15 gold, so the roll starts at 150, and my first roll is a 3. A freaking 3. Of course, I end up losing that one, but it was fun nonetheless. We do the Summoner's Tomb with a bunch of named enemy bosses, which was pretty epic, and finally, last but not least, we take down Ambassador Flame Lash, and guess what, guys? I get the Burst of Knowledge trinket. Let's go. I am so stoked about this one. Definitely going to come in handy moving forward, and a great way to end my first ever experience in the Blackrock Depths. So there you have it, folks. The Blackrock Depths, level 55 is complete, which means only 5 more levels to go. I honestly cannot believe it. I'm so excited and also a little bit sad that our journey will soon be coming to an end, at least the initial leveling portion, but that's all right. To everyone that's still watching, thank you so much. And if you've been watching the journey from the start, thank you for your support. It's been an incredible experience and it wouldn't be the same without you guys. And if you want to hear a little bit about why this video took so long to get out, well, unfortunately, I have had a real life injury. I have a severe lower back disc herniation. I'm out of work. It's difficult for me to sit in a chair for long periods of time, like 5 to 10 minutes really starts to flare up. So a lot of this video, I'm recording my vocals right now. I'm laying down on a mattress, holding the mic in my left hand with the keyboard on my lap. And yeah, it's been a really big challenge for me. I'm trying to view it, more as like a hurdle, keep a positive mindset. But yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take to heal. I actually might be getting surgery for it, which is not ideal, but supposedly, well, actually, truth be told, I've already had one surgery for this issue. It was successful, but then I re-herniated it again, so this would be like another surgery. So yeah, and it kind of sucks, but I'm doing what I can, dealing with it, and I'm just really happy that I finally got this video out to you guys. We've got one more episode, so hopefully I'll be able to get that one out. Like I said, don't really know. I don't know if you can hear that. My family is knocking on the door. Anyways, now I'm just rambling at the end of the video. I've never done this before, so hope you guys have a good rest of your day and week and month or whatever, and I'll see you soon.
There comes a time in every WoW player's life when they hit max level for the very first time, the coveted level 60. And for most people, that milestone happened a long time ago. But for me, well, I never got the chance to play World of Warcraft when I was growing up, but I've always wanted to try it out. So over the past year, I have been leveling a character in Classic WoW for the first time ever. No guides and no questie. It's been an incredible and oftentimes hilarious journey that we've been on. And today, 229 hours later, I finally reached my goal of hitting level 60 for the very first time. And you know what? I'm not even going to give you guys hints or teasers as to what's about to happen in this video. You'll just have to trust me when I say it's going to be fun, it's going to be epic, and you're going to like it. No, but seriously, you won't regret watching it all the way to the end. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the series finale, let's get into it. Alright folks, welcome back to this crazy, wacky adventure. Today is a very special day and we have a lot to cover. So we're just going to jump right in. In the last episode, I made a comment about Archmage Xylem's requests and how it felt underwhelming. And some people thought that meant I wasn't going to finish the mage's questline at all. But, well, the joke's on you because I did in fact complete it. And shame on anyone who doubted me. When have I ever started a quest chain in Classic WoW and not finished it? I mean, come on guys. They call me quest finisher for a reason. Yeah, that's what they call me. But anyways, I then decide to return to the Western Plaguelands because I've got some unfinished business. You see, I've been told by my good friend iDucky that I missed a bunch of quests, and one very important one specifically. Apparently, the devs had the audacity in 2004 to put some of the quest NPCs inside of buildings. So you actually have to take the time to explore through structures if you ever want to find them. Ridiculous, I know. But yeah, the first thing I do when I return is pick up a quest called All Along the Watchtowers from Commander Valorfist. Apparently, the Scourge are using the watchtowers in Anderhall as a means to control their troop movements, and he wants me to plant some of these beacon torches and mark each one of them because I guess that's going to somehow disrupt their communications. I don't really know. Maybe he's going to call in an airstrike or something. Anyways, I then find this lady named Marlene Redpath in Sorrow Hill, and I would go into more detail, but I'm told this is the start to a really cool series of quests, so we'll just save this one for a future video. But yo, check this out. Uther the Lightbringer. Okay, I'm actually really excited that I found this because I recently started playing Warcraft 3, one of the original RTS games, and I actually understand this reference now. If you're a WoW player and you haven't played Worldcraft 3, I highly recommend it, especially if you're someone that enjoys storytelling and lore. Maybe I should make a video about that. Then I get incredibly lucky with this 16 slot pumpkin bag. Someone told me it's like a 1 in 2,000 chance drop or something like that. I don't know if that's true or they were just yanking my chain, but I'm pretty excited about it. I'm then joined by my good friend Sky, who helps me out with finding some of these Western Plagueland quests. The first one is in this abandoned shack called Locked Away. But we've got to find a key to open up this cabinet, which can be picked up off of the corpse of Farmer Delson, and let me tell you, it took a long time to get my hands on this. Not sure if it's just a really long spawn time or what, but yeah. So I'm able to open up the cabinet and I'm rewarded with a nice little stamina ring. Next up, we head to the Fellstone Fields to complete the Cauldron quest that I picked up the last time I was here, make a quick stop to turn it into High Priestess McDonald, pick up the next Cauldron quest for Dawson's Tears, and make our way to Anderhall to start planting these beacons all along the watchtowers. See what I did there? In the midst of that, Sky leads me to this abandoned yet very important tavern where I meet an iconic
iconic NPC from the World of Warcraft franchise, or at least that's what I'm told. Her name is Chromie. Chromie, you've got a giant skull hovering over your head. So she introduces herself, and we learn that she is one of the Bronze Dragonflights, whatever that means, forever attuned to the ebb and flow of time. And then she tells me, "You could say that we have met before. To that end, we shall also meet again." Okay, well, now I'm just really confused. But I click on the quest she has for me called A Matter of Time, and she explains that the Scourge have been tampering with the timeline here in Anderhall, and she needs my help to stop them. Apparently, there's some sort of temporal parasite that feeds on these strands of time, and they're infesting the silos of the village. So she gives me a temporal displacer to reveal these parasites and asks if I'd be able to take care of these time-distorting pests. I did not have restore the existential timeline of Azeroth on my list of things to do today, but what the heck, I'll do it. So we head out and start taking down these parasites. The difficult thing about these mobs is that they can spontaneously duplicate. Don't ask me how, because I have no idea, but yeah, they can do that. So it kind of makes them a pain to deal with. Eventually, we do exterminate 15 of the big nasty blobs, stop for a second to admire the sheer terror of the Scourge army in the center of the town, and then some random guy comes out of nowhere and decides that it's a good idea to aggro all of them. So we make like sheep and get the flock out of there, barely escaping with our lives, finish up the lighting the beacons quest. The beacons are lit! And return to Chromie to turn in the Matter of Time quest, which is kind of hilarious because she says once the parasites are dealt with, I will be able to sense when this is achieved, but it's already been achieved. We just took care of them, so shouldn't you already know that? Oh, now time feels easier to mend now that I've said something. I'm thinking there might be some sort of placebo effect going on here, Chromie. I see no harm in rewarding you for your assistance, mortal. Well, yeah, I would sure hope not. We almost died killing those stinking things. So after thanking me, she says the Dragonflight could use my continued aid. I don't know. I was supposed to go on a date with this dwarven chick I met at a tavern last night, but all right, what is it that you need? I need you to reach into the world beyond this room. Allow me to explain. You see the difference in this room compared to the rest of Anderhall. My Dragonflight works in many different ways and in many different timelines. To mend Anderhall's damage, I now act from a different timeline as not to overly contaminate it. Yeah, I'm not really sure what this lady is going on about, but case in point, she needs me to locate some Anderhall watches that have been scattered throughout the city. So we head out and I find every single one of the lockboxes on my own. Absolutely no help at all from Sky, who just happens to be conveniently running in front of me the entire time. All right, guys, you got me, okay? I had someone help me out. ZMAC, isn't that cheating? You know what? It's been a long journey, and I've done almost all my questing alone for the past 50-something levels, all right? I just want to chill out and quest with a friend. And it's not my fault. He just happens to know exactly where each lockbox is located. After collecting all the watches, we return to Chromie, and I'm rewarded with the ability to purchase Chrono Boon Displacers from her anytime I want, which I learned essentially allows you to save active world buffs for later, for dungeons and raids and stuff like that, which seems pretty cool. Hence why everyone told me that this was such an important quest. After that, we make our way over to the farm where Dulcin is still crying, kill the Cauldron Lord, grab the key, acquire a sample. I feel like this stuff would be burning my hands. I mean, just look at that cauldron. Looks like it's freaking boiling lava or something. Kill some diseased wolves, get in an argument with iDucky about whether or not this World of Warcraft song has a bagpipe in it.
No, dude, it's bagpipes.
That's not bagpipes. That is not bagpipes.
No?
Have you ever heard bagpipes in your life?
Yes.
That is not bagpipes.
Turn in the Wildlife Suffers quest, return to Chilwyn Camp, and complete the All Along the Watchtowers quest, to which Commander Valorfus says, now that I have perfectly executed my mission, we can start our preparation for an attack on the Scourge. Ooh, sounds exciting. So he gives me a follow-up quest called Alas Anderhall that I definitely do at some point, because that's what I do. I'm the quest finisher. Anyways, I turn in the Cauldron quest to High Priestess McDonald, reach level 50
56, and of course, it's just never enough for her, so she gives me yet another follow-up cauldron quest. Not gonna lie, lady, I'm kind of tired of giving myself second-degree burns fetching all these samples for you. So instead of doing that, I head back to Stormwind, stop by to see Janaea, upgrade my abilities, and make a quick stop to check in with innkeeper Allison. You didn't happen to see a smoking hot dwarf lady in here earlier, did you? I was supposed to meet up with her. Wasn't sure if maybe she had asked about me or... Okay, yeah, no worries. Crying? What? No, of course not. It's just my allergies. Yeah, I'm allergic to, wood. Yes, it's terrible. I know. Oh, the Cenarian Circle in Darnassus needs my help? Okay, well, I'll consider it. Hey, Allison, I don't know if you know this, but there's like a man standing inside your body right now. Anyways, don't ask me why, but for some reason, I decided to go finish some random quests in the Ungoro Crater. Told you guys once, I'll tell you 1,000 times. I have no idea what I'm doing. But in the middle of trying to find one of the hotspots, I come across a dead body, a goblin to be more specific. As I poke around at what I presume to be a corpse, to my surprise, he's still alive. Turns out, he just passed out due to heat exhaustion. Well, my friend, it's a good thing I found you out here. Just think, if I had come at a later day, there's no way you would have still been lying here alive, waiting for me to complete a quest that I'd totally forgotten about. Let's get you back home. So I start leading Ringo back to Marshall's refuge and he passes out. But no worries, I just sprinkle a little razzle-dazzle water from his canteen onto him and he's good as new. Where am I? We're in the middle of Jurassic Park. Now let's get a move on. We've got a ways to go and I want to get back home before lunch. Also, there's a 25-minute timer counting down and it's kind of stressing me out. Ringo, would you stop passing out? How am I feeling? No, I didn't ask you that. Finally, we make it back to the camp, but of course, right before we reach the NPC, he passes out again. Maybe you could carry me? Ringo, what do you think I am, Samwise Gamgee? This isn't a hike to the top of Mount Doom. Look, we're literally right there. It's like 10 more steps. Spraggle, I didn't think I'd make it back. Ringo, you're okay. Wait, is there something going on between you two? Oh, I'm feeling faint, he says right before passing out again. All right, come on, guy. I just gave you some water like 2 seconds ago. See? He's fine. He's just being a little dramatic. Ringo, wake up. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. Okay, look, he was clearly faking it that time. You know what? Whatever. I don't care. Let me just turn this quest in and I'll be on my way. And Ringo just disappears into thin air. Okay, I think I've had enough dealings with goblins for one day. Let's take Allison up on that offer and make our way towards Darnassus. Oh, would you look at that? I run into this fine, young, red-bearded gentle dwarf, and he's got a quest for me to go and visit, you'll never guess, the Archdruid in Darnassus. Well, lick my boots and call me a pony. It's my lucky day. So after sailing across the world on the open seas, I land in Darnassus and run into this beautiful big-eared elf lady who tells me that I should check out the region of Winterspring. Sounds interesting. She says, there's no reason why you shouldn't travel there and study the ruins. Right, no reason, huh? Let me just add that to the list of 100 other things that I'm supposed to be doing right now. And oh, yep, my quest log is full. Guess I'll just get rid of that one. And there we go. I will add it to my schedule. Next up, the Centurion Enclave, or however you say that, where I'm about to experience quite the series of events. First up, we have Archdruid Staghelm.
Tyrande has no idea how to lead our people.
He's very upset at someone named Tyrande.
I have vision that she lacks.
Okay, that's a strange way to start up the conversation, but anyways.
I have vision that she lacks.
Okay, I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't be helping this guy out. I don't really know. He then continues on about wanting to test out the soil from the Ungoro crater. It's reportedly enriched with potent magical qualities. And then for the new frontier quest, he basically spits in my face and says, F you, go talk to someone else about it. Alrighty then, I'll go talk to Methrengel Bearwalker, or whatever his name is. And I gotta say, Mr. Bearwalker is a breath of fresh air after talking to that other guy. He thanks me for coming and apologizes for the Archdruid's behavior. He tells me there's been some mistrust amongst the Night Elf leaders. You can say that again. And then he suggests that I pay a visit to someone named Rabine Saturna in Moonglade. Wait, where is this Unguro Soil quest turn in? Luckily for me, I'm an inventory junk hoarder, and I just so happen to be carrying a jar of dirt. No, it's just a bunch of the Unguro Soil stuff. How do you measure out one Unguro Soil anyways? You know what I mean? Like, is it just a piece of dirt, or is it a full scoop, or is it a handful? Or anyways, thankfully, there is a little yellow dot outside of the minimap that leads me to this guy, Janal the Ditch Digger, who says, "Ah yes, the dirt. The Archdruid wants 20 loads per adventurer, and 20 loads he shall get. Let those who conspire against us fall to the wayside." All right, bud, calm down. We're just testing out some dirt here. Unload your precious cargo here, noble mage. Wait, what? Oh, I'm such a child. So I hand over my precious cargo, and Janal tells me that the Archdruid wants to speak with me again. Great, let's go see what he has to say.
Tyrande has no idea how to lead our people.
Yeah, dude, we know. You don't like her. All right, we get it. He then proceeds to give me the most annoying quest that I have yet received in Classic WoW, the Marrowgrain Research. You see, he wants me to help him create some of this Marrowgrain stuff, but the only way to do that is to mix a packet of Tharlendra seeds with 2 Ungoro soil inside something called an evergreen pouch, which I received from our friend Mr. Bearwalker downstairs. Here's the thing, you need 10 pieces of Marrowgrain, and there's a 10-minute cooldown on the evergreen pouch. So you might think, oh, that's not bad, just be sure to use it every 10 minutes. Well, there's another catch that I soon find out about. You're not even guaranteed to get Marrowgrain out of it. There's a bunch of other crap that comes out as well. So not only do you have to try to create some Marrowgrain every 10 minutes or so, which of course I forget about all the time, but even when you do remember, half the time you don't even get the quest item that you need. I kid you not, it took me till like level 57 before I could finally turn this quest in. Honestly, I almost ran out of Ungoro soil and had to go back to Ungoro Crater to collect some more. So yeah, it was pretty frustrating. I don't think I'm even going to talk about it again in this video. That's how upsetting it is. And you guys know there's only one thing to do to help me calm down: tailoring. And I am getting real close to maxing it out. Unfortunately, I have to go to Theramore to see the master tailor for this, but it's all good. There we go. Just take some deep breaths. Breathe in and out. Just relax. Let the needle guide you. Become one with the needle. Everything's good. Everything's good. You'll get all that Marrowgrain eventually. All right, where can I buy some rune threads? Maybe this chick's got some. I do not see them. Yeah, I don't think she sells them. Elenia, what the heck? I just traveled across the entire world to see this master tailor guy, and you're telling me you don't sell any rune threads? Unbelievable. All right, well, guess I'm headed back to Stormwind then. Oh, thank goodness. They sell them here. I knew I could count on you, Alexandra. So my tailoring break continues until I reach the level 275. And I have to say, I don't think it's the most lucrative profession in the game, but it is nice to be able to conjure up some rune cloth bags and make a little bit of change on the side. All right, folks, it's time to get serious. We're 15 minutes in and still only level 56. Wait, seriously? What the crap have we been doing? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It's time to go on an adventure. That's right, folks. We are headed to a brand new zone, and it's a good one, if I do say so myself. The region of Winterspring. But getting there is not so easy. First off, we have to take a ship to Darkshore, then fly to Ashara. Next, run all the way up through the region of Felwood until we get to a tunnel called the Timbermaw Hold. Now here's the thing. The tunnel is guarded by the Timbermaw tribe of Furbolgs. Furbolgs. And the best way to get through without getting mauled to death is to get your reputation with them from hostile to unfriendly. So even though they might give you a scowl or some dirty looks, they won't automatically place you on the dinner menu unless provoked. How do you improve their reputation, you ask? By killing their sworn enemies, of course, the Deadwood Furbolgs. Really struggle with that word. Nafian here is the one who explains a lot of this to new players, and he even gives a couple quests to help boost my reputation. Am I being used as a pawn in this political feud between two rival tribes? Absolutely. But it seems like the only way for me to reach Winterspring. And, as we all know, this game has asked us to throw out our moral compass a long time ago, so there's no stopping me now. So with the help of my good friend Falcon, we get to work. After everything is done and countless deadwood furbolgs have been slain, I managed to reach the reputation of unfriendly, which is the lowest possible reputation you can achieve before mobs will start pulling aggro on you. So here we go, through the Timber Maw Hold. Now I do want to pause for a moment to acknowledge this seemingly small detail that I would consider to be an example of exceptional world building. The devs did not have to add this complex historical relationship between the Deadwood and the Timber Maw tribes, but they did. And from my perspective, it added to my sense of immersion within the world, which I really appreciate. Once we've made it through to the other side, we arrive at our destination, the beautiful region of Winterspring. Of course, it's a snowy winter-themed zone, hence the name. Similar to Dunmorrogue, but at the same time, it feels a little bit different. Maybe it's the fact that I'm a higher level, or maybe it's these ginormous evergreen trees, but I don't know. Winterspring makes you feel like you just traveled to the Alaskan wilderness. Its expansive snowy landscape, riddled with hills, frozen lakes, and caves, is contrasted by the fact that there aren't any NPCs roaming around. In fact, I don't really see anyone. It feels isolated, but not in a bad way. It's more of a peaceful, serene type of place. It's kind of nice. So first things first, I turn in this Starfall quest that I got from that one lady in Darnassus, pick up a couple more from Jaren Stone Shaper, explore this underground tunnel area, and then I discover the North Pole. No, just kidding. It's the town of Everlook, a frozen goblin town that very much resembles the village of Gadgetzan, except for the fact that there's snow and ice everywhere. After taking a quick look around, I start gathering up some quests, and the main one that I want to focus on is this one, called Are We There Yeti, which I pick up from this nice young goblin lady named Umi Rumplesnicker. Why is it that goblins are the ones with all of the best NPC names? Anyways, she wants me to kill some nearby yetis and collect some thick yeti fur for her. Do the yetis pose a threat to the village? Does she need the fur to make a blanket to keep her warm through the frigid winter? Nope, she wants to pull a prank on some of her friends. Specifically, she plans to make a mechanical yeti that is sure to freak them out. So let me get this straight. You want me to go out in these treacherous conditions, risk my life, and start slaughtering the local population of yetis in Winterspring, all so that you can scare your friends and have a laugh? It's brilliant. What are we waiting for? So it's off into the wilderness for me. Time to hunt down some yetis. During my exploration, I run into some very unique, really cool looking, and frankly terrifying creatures along the way. But I finally managed to find the yetis and get to work. And let me tell you guys, this quest took forever. I don't know how or what the drop rate is for this thick yeti fur, but it legitimately takes me a full hour of grinding mobs to finally acquire all 10 of the furs, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, I return to Umi, turn in the furs, and then, no, Umi, why? She tells me to go back and kill some more of them, because this time she needs a couple of pristine yeti horns. Fine. At least it's for a good cause. So after questing a little bit in the ruins of Kelthoril, I return to the Ice Thistle Hills to resume my massacre of all the yetis. They're gonna jot this day down as like the Trail of Tears or something. Hey guys, you remember that one day when that old evil bald mage guy with the mustache just killed hundreds of our friends and family members? Yeah, that guy was a douchebag. Eventually, I collect both of the pristine yeti horns, return to Umi, she creates her mechanical yeti, and there's only one thing left to do. Go and scare the crap out of all of her friends. Look at them just running around in sheer terror. Oh yeah, this is why we're here, people. Watch small goblin people run away from a miniature mechanical yeti. Gosh, I love this game. It's definitely not the most efficient way to spend my time, considering the fact that her friends are scattered all throughout Azeroth, but it is well worth the laugh. And I always appreciate when devs add little quirky quests like this to help players have some fun and not take the game too seriously. Wait, am I seriously seriously still only level 56? All right, we gotta fix that real quick. Haha, there we go. The bodies. There's so many bodies. It's fantastic. And we're back. Oh shoot, I actually forgot to turn that Yeti quest in. Oh look, I get a little mechanical Yeti that's going to protect me as part of the reward. That's fun. So then I tried to do this other quest that involves some furbolgs in the Winterfall village, but as I ran through there, there's not a single furbolg to be found. Like, they're literally all dead. Wait, what is this guy doing? There's just some random level 60 rogue guy standing there in the back of this cave. Well, I tried. Back to it then. What? What's wrong with a little AoE farming every now and again? I'm not hurting anyone. I mean, apart from all these mobs that I'm killing. Fine. I'll get back to questing and exploration. Actually, you know what? I've got a better idea. Yeah, baby. This is what I'm talking about. Another Black Rock Depths run. Level 58. Let's go. And you guys thought this was going to be a 3-hour video. Huh. Not a single person in my party said congrats. I don't know why, but I feel slightly offended by that. Oh, that's interesting. It's a different name boss in the arena this time around. So is that on some sort of rotation, or is it just a random boss each time? How does that work? And this right here, this fiery weapon enchant formula, this actually turns out to be my biggest auction sale yet. I think it sells for like 50 gold or something like that. And I get a really nice glove upgrade, the mana shaping hand wraps. Pretty pumped about that one. Oh, and don't worry guys, I didn't ninja loot it this time. I won them fair and square. That's pretty much all that happens for this run. Once we get to the Grim Guzzler, my party is like, yeah, we're done. So I'm like, all right, that's cool. And then they're like, yo, can we get a port to Stormwind? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm a mage and I can do that sort of thing. Let's make like trees and leave. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I just said that. But now comes another very exciting moment. It's time to shake off the dust from the western pooplands and make our way east. That's right, I am headed to the final frontier of classic WoW, the Eastern Plaguelands. And there's not a whole lot to comment on other than it's pretty similar to the Western Plaguelands, except it's bigger and a lot more confusing. See, when you get to Western Plaguelands, you're greeted right away by a bunch of quest NPCs in the Chillwind camp. But in Eastern Plaguelands, the devs decided to really make you work for it. I started off exploring on my own, came across the town of Darrowshire, checked out these mysterious blue or red faction towers. I'm assuming this has something to do with PvP, but I'm not too sure. Get chased down by a horde of mobs trying to reveal different parts of the map, but honestly, if it wasn't for my good friend iDucky pointing me in the right direction, I don't know if I would have even found the main guy that you basically need to talk to if you want to start questing here. See, when you enter the Eastern Plaguelands, the best thing you can do is get off the road and start heading north up the Thondrorl River, where eventually you'll meet a man named Tyrion Fordring. And from everything I've heard, he offers one of the best quest lines in all of classic WoW. So you guys probably know where this is going. I'm not going to go into much detail right now, but instead I'll plan on making a separate video eventually covering the entire quest line so that we can take our time and look at it in more depth. The main things that I do for him right now is just run around killing specific mobs, after which I get a bunch of XP in return. The story does start getting a lot better, but as I said, we'll save that for another time. After tracking down all of the necessary mobs for him, I decided to start exploring the zone some more to try and unlock other parts of the map, and oh boy, was I in for a surprise. I initially thought Western and Eastern Plaguelands weren't all that different, but then I discovered the abandoned town of Plaguewood. This place is rotten, like literally everything is rotting away. And let me tell you, the fungal species is thriving here. Big mushrooms, small mushrooms, tree-sized mushrooms. Mushrooms! I mean, this is like a Scourge's real-life fantasy right here. Priestess McDonald did say that they wanted to turn all of Azeroth into a rotting wasteland. And yeah, I'd say this is pretty much it. So yeah, when I look at the map, towards the top it says Stratholme, which I know is one of the dungeons in Classic WoW, but that's about the extent of it. I don't get the sense that I'm really supposed to be here, and also I'm thinking there's got to be some sort of alliance-based city or outpost or something like that, right? Well, Again, I spent a lot of time running around. This is definitely not it. And finally, I stumble upon what I've been looking for. Light's Hope Chapel. Now, some people might call this church that's out here in the middle of nowhere an oasis, but I like to call it the most confusing outpost in the entire game. I mean, guys, look at this. There's like hundreds of NPCs everywhere. Who are all these people? And what are they doing out here? And why are there so many exclamation points? It's a lot for me to take in, guys. I really just wanted to find a Griffin Master, so that's what I do, and then I leave. No, seriously, I just leave. I don't even talk to any of the quest NPCs because I've already got a full quest log, and I just have no idea which of those quests will be worth it or not. So I head back to Tyrion Fordring, turn in all the quests that he had for me, and then I decide that I just need a little break. Like, for real though. It's been way too long since I've taken a load off. So I traveled to Stormwind, grab an ice cold glass of milk from Allison, take a seat, and I'm just gonna rest my eyes for a bit. Oh man, I must have dozed off there. How long was I out this time? 3 whole days. Mother Teresa, how is that even possible? Well, guess I better get a move on, otherwise this video is never going to end. As much as I don't want to, it's back to the Eastern Plaguelands for me. Time to face my fears and talk to all of these quest NPCs. And that is exactly what I do. But I'm sorry to say that after I'm finished, I still have no idea what's going on. I'm actually even more confused than when I first started. Most of these quest givers are either requesting 30 random items that can be acquired in different areas spread all across Azeroth, or some sort of dungeon quest. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't end up doing many of them at all. I don't know, they just don't sound very appealing, and I don't know which ones would be worth it or not, so I kind of just say screw it. I do find this little tomb area called the Undercroft, and wait, what is that? Is that an oversized troll or a small ogre? Can't tell. Zaeldar the Outcast. Yeah, no wonder he's an outcast. No one knows what the heck he even is. Poor guy. Kind of feel sorry for him. Not sorry enough to spare his life, but yeah. Ironically, I found out pretty soon after running into this quest NPC outside of the chapel that there's actually a quest to go and kill Zaeldar the Outcast. And I'm just going to be honest with you guys, apart from this stuff with Tyrion Fordring, I just don't really like this zone. It's not vibing with me. I don't understand the quest flow at all. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. But I do have this one quest from Winterspring that's kind of interesting. It's called the Troubled Spirits of Kelthril. I had to run around this frozen lake while I was there collecting all of these relic fragments, and then for some reason I'm supposed to turn them in here to someone named Aurora Skycaller. The quest log says she dwells near the North Pass Tower in the northern part of the Eastern Plaguelands. So I make my way to the tower, I take a quick look around, and lo and behold, I find something that doesn't quite seem to belong here. Some sort of elven looking structure. As I start making my way towards it, a couple of elves catch my eye. So I approach them, and sure enough, it's Aurora Skycaller, the elf that I've been searching for. So I turn in the quest, and I'll be honest guys, this is not how I expected to reach level 59. Talking to a couple of random lady elves out here in the middle of nowhere, but hey, I mean, could be a lot worse, am I right? And what better way to celebrate level 59 than with a brand new dungeon experience, Stratholme. I've heard a lot of really good things about this one. Apparently it's tied to some rich Warcraft lore, and of course it also offers some of the best pre-raid gear in the game. Although I've also been told that it's one of the more challenging runs, especially if you go in with a group that doesn't know what they're doing. Thankfully, I've got my friend Magenta with me today, so that's at least one member of the party that knows what they're doing. Now before we hop into the dungeon, let's look at some of the loot that I'll be keeping an eye out for. The Star of Mystaria, the Crimson Felt Hat, the Archivist Cape, restores 4 mana per 5 seconds. Oh my gosh, dude, that would be amazing. Please, God, I hope I can get that. And then last but not least, the Magister's Leggings. Now this item sounds really interesting since it's part of a set that after adding more pieces, you start unlocking different buffs for your character. I'm also told you can upgrade the gear set, and that has a pretty epic questline attached to it. So who knows? Fingers crossed.
maybe that's something I'll be able to do one of these days. So after wrangling up a few more party members, we are good to go. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I guess there's an undead and a living side for Stratholme. I'll just be doing the living version today. Right, so we enter the Stratholme gates into what seems like a well-protected, highly fortified city. Kind of like Stormwind, if Stormwind was a dark, rotting, hellish landscape full of evil, undead scourge creatures. There are sorcerers, there are zombies, spiders, giant bat screechers. I gotta confess, guys, these things actually terrify me. I don't know, there's just something about the thought of them sinking their fangs into my neck and draining me of all my blood that just kind of gets to me, you know? I don't know. Maybe some people are into that sort of thing. There are also these small buildings with skulls and green slime falling from the ceiling. Like, what is that? Is that the Scourge's form of a decorative water fountain? The city itself actually looks really cool, especially if you take the time to look up at the dark architecture contrasted by the blood red sky. You know what it actually reminds me of a little bit? New World. Towards the end game in New World, it has some cities like this that have been taken over by corruption, and yeah, just kind of resembles that black and red theme. As we systematically make our way through the streets of Stratholme, carefully taking down the elite mobs, being sure to only aggro a few at a time, we eventually come to the final boss, Baron Rivendare. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised as to how short this dungeon is compared to something like the Blackrock Depths, but it's also kind of nice to have some variety. Like, you don't want all the dungeons to take multiple hours to complete. Sometimes you just want to log on and play for 30 minutes or so and then call it a night. So yeah, anyways, the Baron doesn't give us too much trouble, and would you look at that, the Magister's leggings. Let's go. Just what I was looking for. Although, I'm not gonna lie, I was really hoping for that mana regen cape. But hey, I can't complain. One Magister's piece down, only, what is it, like, 7 more to go. Oh, and I also get a little bonus pickup with this wand here. Ritzen's Wand of Bad Mojo. What a fantastic name for a wand. I'm gonna start going around wanding people with my bad mojo. It's gonna be awesome. Oh my gosh, guys, I get a ring upgrade as well. Holy crap. It's like Christmas morning all over again. Dude, that is a massive haul. Let's go. I kind of feel bad for needing on 3 final boss items. I feel like that might be frowned upon in the community, but Magenta tells me to do it, so you guys can blame him. All right, what an epic dungeon run for the last episode of the Leveling Series 2. Maybe, just maybe, the classic world gods no longer hate me. After that dungeon run, I am on top of the world and I am feeling lucky. So before I hit level 60, there is one last thing that I want to do. A final challenge. I've gotten my tailoring all the way to level 300, and there's a specific gear pattern that I really want to get my hands on. The Robe of Winter Night. It's not technically pre-bis, but it's very close. And if I can get my hands on it, keep in mind this was before TBC came out, I could make a lot of gold on the auction house, seeing as they're selling for 100 gold or more. But there's only one mob in the entire game that drops this pattern, the Cobalt Mage Weaver, a level 58 elite dragonkin mob that resides in the frigid tundra of Winter Spring. Now, if it was just this single mob, it wouldn't be too bad, but of course, there's always a catch. This is Frost Dragon Central. There are warrior dragon lizards, small baby frost dragons that just love to gang up on you. And last but not least, Megatron frost dragons. These things are terrifying. Yeah, you don't want to aggro them. It's basically a guaranteed one-way ticket to the spirit realm.
Wait, no! Did you guys see that? That was like 2,400 damage in one hit.
So this is no easy task. I'm not just going out to take a stroll in the park here. I have to be vigilant, always on my toes. So I grind, and I grind for hours and hours. Mage Weaver after Mage Weaver. I even recruit some friends to help me as I get closer and closer to level 60. And finally, yeah, I never got it, guys. I was really hoping to complete the challenge before level 60 to make this crazy, epic loot drop story, but it just wasn't in the cards. But then I remembered something, a promise, an oath that I made to myself and to the entire World of Warcraft community.
But let me tell you this, I vow to return one day and take vengeance on this foul beast, to smite him down and restore honor to my name.
It hit me. Of course, I was never meant to reach 60 like this. That is not my destiny. No, my true path leads me to vengeance and glory. That's right, folks, the Devil's Sword. And I'm going to be soloing it all by myself.
Z-Mac, have you learned nothing on this journey?
Hello? Who is this?
That is not important. What's important is the decision that you are about to make.
I just thought soloing the Devil's Sword would be an epic way to end the series.
Z-Mac, it's true. You have grown immensely in power. You're even more handsome now than when you first started, and your mustache still is on point.
Thanks.
But Z-Mac, true power, is not found in the amount of damage you can invoke with your blizzard, although it is quite impressive. It's not found in the number of mobs you can kill at the same time. It's not even found in the level of your gear.
I mean, it doesn't really hurt though. Am I right?
Z-Mac, the strongest warrior is the one that has friends to fight at their side. That is where true strength can be found. The power of friendship and community. After all, what would this journey mean if you never met any of your friends along the way?
You're right. I know now what I must do.
Oh, and Z-Mac,
Give him hell.
I cannot believe it. Holy crap. Let's freaking go. Alright guys, we're going to Stormwind. Let's celebrate. Oh yeah, baby. Let the streaking party begin. This is crazy. It feels so surreal. Oh my goodness. It's honestly, it's a little bit bittersweet actually. On one hand, I'm pumped that I finally reached 60, but on the other hand, it's like, dang, the leveling journey is over. That's it. Man, my first ever level 60 in Classic WoW. What an adventure. Truly, truly the greatest gaming experience of my entire life. Nothing else even comes close. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. Seriously, thank you guys so much for all of your support during this journey. I am so grateful and appreciative to everyone that has been following along. Thank you to all those that have supported me on Patreon and my subscribers and Twitch followers, and for all the likes and the comments you guys have left for me. It's just been incredible. Now, you might be thinking, well, shoot, does that mean no more ZMAC content? Don't worry, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I've got other videos and projects that I'm working on as we speak. I'm even in the process of creating a guild on Dreamscythe. So if that's something you're interested in, be sure to follow me on Twitch. Join the Discord to stay updated on all that. Thank you guys so much again. Be sure to like, subscribe, leave a comment, and I will see you guys in the next one.